starting at 8:05 a.m. So we got 5 minutes to be on the lineup, these surfers. And then we start off with our E01 position round. We're really good.
인도로 Twitter gets dominated. And she was like, yeah, but that doesn't matter. Your opinion doesn't matter because you're not going to prove it. And then it was really hard. Like, everyone's like, oh, why would they come out like that?
Five minutes. 5 minutes.
Anong channel yan? Trip mo.
Teka.
2. Kasi ako yung palm 2. Tapos na yun. Yung sa tally light ba, kung anong channel kami, ay din dapat yun na nakatutok dito sa indicator na number.
Tama yan.
Let's wander the historic city of Vigan. This UNESCO World Heritage Site is one of the best preserved Spanish colonial towns in the world. Walk along cobblestone streets of heritage houses and historic attractions dating back to 1500s. Don't forget to take home Ilocano crafts for pasalubong. Travel back in time in Vigan.
When you choose the Philippines, you know you're in good hands. Where large-scale venues meet state-of-the-art facilities. and where world-class hospitality meets destinations that are beyond extraordinary. With all hands at work to give you the best of the Filipino brand of service excellence. Welcome to the Philippines, where we take your business to heart.
Oh my God.
Whoa, tearing in again, Vincent. And he is looking so dialed.
The athletic smear. Nice little wave. Now he's coming to home. Jesse's a Jesse Sandwich, Triple Crown winner of 2018, Jesse Mendez, and just the daily winner, Jesse Starr.
I was going to say, don't have that Triple Crown.
No, not many
Start
people
next
do.
to my
It's a
name.
great one to have, and we're very, very proud of him. Yeah, we were, Jesse and I have been having some great chats over the last couple of days, and that was certainly a great memory for all of us. And we're grateful to have his expertise in the booth, and yours as well, Jess.
Thank you.
It was an amazing day yesterday. We saw both rounds get completed of the men and the women, the opening round, and we're going to get some more action underway in a minute. We're going to go and catch up with Mitchell Salazar shortly, and he's going to give us the call for the day. But while we've got you up here, Jess, what was your favourite part of yesterday?
Can't really go past Winter Vincent. That was just textbook surfing. I think we spoke about it afterwards, and I was just like, for me, he's almost there at the top echelon of our sport. So just to come out and see him do what he does was really cool. And I think to as well see someone like Charlie Stokes, who was a bit of an underachiever from Oz. She's a bit of a quiet achiever, I should say. She just kind of blew everyone out of the water yesterday, and I love seeing her step up and shows what she's got. So yeah, I feel like there was a couple of great highlights yesterday.
Yeah, I'm with you. A couple of great highlights, and we're hoping for a few more highlights this morning. Mitchell Salazar is going to give us the call. Mitchell, good morning.
Good morning, Stace, Mendez, Starling. We're down here at La Union once again, and waves are real fun. We're on today. We're going to start with women's round 2. Lily Henny right here from South Africa. Nice enough to join me. You're in the last heat of the round, Lily. You surfed very well yesterday, but had a couple upsets right there with the wave selection. What are you looking forward to today in round 2, excuse me?
I'm really looking forward to some fun waves today. It's looking pretty fun, grindy waves out there, so yeah.
So expectations for yourself. Obviously, everybody wants to be world junior champion, but just getting here alone for the South Africans, 52 hours, Emsley told me the other day. How long did it take you to get here?
Well, we had quite a long flight. It was like a 5-hour flight to Ethiopia, and then like an 8 to 13 hour flight to here. We had to stop in like Hong Kong, so it was a bit of a mission, but we made it, so yeah.
South Africa always well represented. Obviously, Thompson, Emsley, yourself, Anastasia Winter. But overall, has this felt kind of like a mini CT experience? You have the judging panel for it, and the format is exactly the same too.
Yeah, obviously it's a huge experience for me. I haven't surfed many international comps. I think this is my second international comp, so it's like a really good experience for me, just learning and being around all the other pro surfers. It's like such a huge opportunity for me, and I think I'm learning a lot as I go along, and yeah, it's a great experience.
Well, best of luck today, and we'll see you later on. Mendez, remember, you got to take a photo with Lily Henny, her favorite surfer, Tachi Weston Webb. Guys, have a great day.
Brilliant. Thank you, Mitchell. Thank you for your time, Lily. That was a great interview, great insights. And like we said yesterday, it's a truly international event. We've got young surfers from all around the world here, and it's cool to see them here in the Philippines. Jesse, we're going to let you go, but before we do, Jesse Starling, that is, don't
You're
leave me
saying
hanging. Mendez with a
I
Z.
just got confused. I was all thinking like,
Oh, okay, see, let's go.
Who you got today? Who you looking forward to seeing? The conditions have, as we see there in the background, they dropped off a little bit, but this wave, it almost could, with the tide, suit it better, hug the reef a little more and be pretty exciting, I feel.
I think two people come to mind straight away. One person who I just don't think really even clicked into gear yesterday was Ellie Harrison. She just looked like a little bit of victory at sea, especially with the competitor I know she is, and you guys would know she is, being on the Challenger Series. Would love to see her just back herself that little bit more today, like we all know she can. So I've kind of got my eye on her because I want to see a little bit of redemption from Ellie, but can't go past Luana Silva as well, CT Olympian. Should be good to see, and I think she's going to be a real challenge for all of these ladies. So they're my two picks for today. I'm keeping my eye on.
I like it a lot, and we're going to get underway very shortly here. The first heat of the day is an absolute cracker. Many words to describe Sierra Kerr, but the one that comes to mind for me is absolute superstar. She's in the red. She's going to be up against the local girl, Casals, the local Filipino wildcard, and they're not mucking around, straight into action. Sierra Kerr, as we can see the waves looking super fun this morning, and I know these two competitors are going to have a lot of opportunity here. We've seen a lot of good waves ridden in the free surfs this morning, and I know Sierra likes to ride a lot of waves, so getting away within the first 10 seconds, that's a good way to get her day going, Jesse.
yeah, that's awesome. And I'm surprised actually she's sitting on round 2. Her and Luana, for me, they're the 2 girls to beat in this event, as far as experience, as far as surfing level as well. They're on just another knot, and the waves look pretty fun.
Yeah.
Like a little bit more coping, a little bit hollower, which is going to provide them. Look at this double up coming underneath.
It's I think going to be another great day. As we see, speaking of which, Sierra, great call there, Jesse, swinging on that double up and going for the air. Love to see it as she pulls it out. Well done. Love to see that. So early in the heat with no real scores on the board, she's really putting the pressure on the local wildcard here.
A minute and 10 seconds. into
2
the
waves.
heat. 2 waves,
And
one
doing
in
that.
reverse. That's kind of crazy. And just to mention, the local girl kind of had the priority on that, and she let that wave squeeze by underneath, didn't go, and she took opportunity of it. Yeah, there was a great call from you there to pick up that double up on screen. We could see it, but it's sometimes the thing as a surfer, as you know, you want to get out the back. You know, you always think, okay, I've got to get back to where I came from. But, I think this wave today and other waves around the world do present that opportunity. And Sierra's obviously got exceptional ocean knowledge, and her ability to pick up that one section and eye it off. I really love to see that. That's not a call out to the surfer in this heat as such. That's a call out to the whole draw. It is.
That's the level, and we're excited to see it here. So we'll bring you a replay of that shortly. But wow, I think the judges will be stoked to see that too.
100%.
It's made their job so easy to go set the day up like this.
If we look at from yesterday how they started judging throughout the day and throughout the whole day, big maneuvers of consequences were being rewarded, and we barely saw on the men's side even progressive surfing on big sections, and this we saw it in the first heat of the morning for the women, so this is going to be very rewarded. Obviously it was kind of tricky for us to see the height because we were seeing the drone shot there, but she looked stoked, and she's good at doing airs, so she knows how it feels, and I'm sure that was a great air. Yeah, and we mentioned a lot yesterday about how this is, they really do want to bring in that CT feel, with the draw and with the setup and the judging panel, and that's the attitude you need to have on the tour. Whether it's round 1 or the final, there's no warming up in your heats, and it's really cool to see, Sierra, come and bring that here. She's really dropped off the pace here. There's 3 minutes gone and she hasn't caught another wave yet. She's slacking off, Jesse. She is. 2 waves in a minute 10. That was unbelievable. She barely make it out of back, and if you stop and think, like as far as women surfing, if we look back the whole history, how many air reverses have been landed on heats?
It's a really good point you make. Not many.
And it's like she just did it on the first minute of the heat. It's pretty impressive.
8.83. The judges not mucking around, and all of them would have just been, you know, as surfers themselves, so happy to see that. But then from a working standpoint and how to set up the day, it's just made their life so simple. Like,
I know.
This is excellent surfing. This is what we want to see. Everyone else, it's on notice.
The problem is now for the other ladies in the draw, because it's something very tricky to do on the women's side.
It is, yeah.
So
you can't learn it today.
Like for them, it's like, okay, she set the tone of as far as like what they're looking for, but can I replicate that?
Yeah, yeah. Or what's my version of that?
Of that, that's true.
You know, like what's my marquee moment? And they all have them. All these surfers, they all rip. It's just, can you do it in the 30 minutes? As we see Kathleen there getting hung up in the lip. But what a fantastic story. She is the local wild card. She's got a rich family history here. Her grandmother was one of the first ever to surf the wave around the corner, named Bel Air. And yeah, it's awesome to see both in the men's and the women's side of the draw. The locals well represented here. It surprised me, this place, Jesse. The way that these youngsters are surfing this wave, it's been super fun to watch.
And one thing that was also surprised me about those local kids surfing. Let's see if Sierra's going to catch this wave.
Beautiful looking wave here for Sierra Kerr. You can see it's got a lot of wall down the line. It's got some great coping, a beautiful turn in the lip there as she comes around the corner. Lovely open carve, holding the rail there. She'll back it up with another one. And as we kind of were hoping, the swell has dropped, but you can see there's a little more steep face on the outside. A few of these waves yesterday just running off the bank a bit earlier than that. It was nice to see Sierra get a couple of opportunities there to show not only her skills in the air, but skill on the wave face.
Definitely. And it definitely looks like more of a point break today. Seems like you clean up the swell, like a little bit less wonky, and the waves connecting all the way through. It looks so fun. But back to what we're talking about, the local crew here that's surfing this event. Like, obviously, they don't have too much experience on a world level as far as competition, but they looked very confident.
Yeah.
We saw Noah go into the air quite a few times.
Totally.
And he landed like pretty much 90% of them. And he looks solid on his board as well. And it's just good to see that they're not scared of seeing big names and going against them and maybe holding back. Like, that's not their feeling right now.
No, not at all. And I think, yeah, you make a good point. He obviously had all the skills, but to add to that, he had the confidence on his equipment. You could tell every time he stand up, he didn't look like he was, you know, potentially surfing one of the biggest events of his career. He just looked like he was having a surf, which is such a hard thing to do. As we see Kathleen there, just her positioning a little out of touch there, just getting the whitewash on the back. Jesse, it's probably one of the most overlooked aspects of everything we do, you know, even as coaches or observers of surfing. But talk to us about positioning on the wave, particularly in heats, and how important a good paddle-in can be, even for surfers at the highest level.
I mean, I feel like it sets you up for the whole wave. It sets you up for failure or for success in any conditions as well. Like if you talk about pipeline or chopu, which is an incredible compact wave that you can ride it for about 5 seconds, it's the most important part of the wave. But also on a place like this, being out of position, it could set you up to not generate the speed you need for that first maneuver and not connect the wave throughout nicely and smoothly. So, yeah, it's just very important. And it's so much harder to do.
It is hard. I think it's really like undervalued skill. You know, like you look at, you know, like a John, how strong of a paddler he is. Particularly in small waves, you know, good small wave surfing is an art form. You know, that's where most people lose their style because they're trying so hard, but it all comes from that initial point in the wave and the takeoff there. And we're all guilty of it. You know, you get the whitewash on the back and you think, oh, I can still make it. But, you know, the ocean will have other ideas. And that positioning is key. And just that ability to, like, at any level, not just in this situation here, but, like, to maybe let the wave go if you're not in the key moment of that wave, particularly at the waves like you mentioned, like Pipe and Tahiti. It can be life-threatening.
Those ones you probably let it go because you're terrified. But this one's here, it's probably easier to make a mistake because you're like, oh, like it's a good wave, I should just give it a go. But sometimes that's what sets you up for failure. You ended up falling. The next wave is a double up, good wave, and you just you know, put yourself in a bad rhythm for the heat. But yeah, it's just almost the first maneuver of the wave. It sets you up for the whole ride, and yeah. That's what I feel. It's just underrated. It's very underrated, and it's very hard to do. I can count how many times I actually lost heats because of that. Yeah, like there's so many that comes to mind.
Yeah, and were you someone that was fine to kind of have two strokes into a wave, or did you like to have a longer glide in?
I actually rather had less strokes to a wave. I feel like, because that really shows that you're in the perfect little spot. You know, almost better if you're mostly in waves of consequences. Like if it's that wave, let's see.
In and out there, Casals.
Yeah, mostly in waves of consequences. I feel like if you're sitting there and you want to move, but you know you shouldn't because you're in the perfect spot, like you just got to hold your breath a little bit and like breathe through it, calm yourself down, and make sure, like, just acknowledge, like, yeah, I'm in the right spot and I don't need to do much for it.
Talk to us about how setting up a wave like this today when it's glassy, it's so hard to read the actual crest of the wave. How hard is it to fight that instinct to want to paddle out to it when you really, like you said, need to hold on the line that you know you're confident on? How hard is it to fight that?
Yeah, it's tricky, and I think there's a few places that come to mind. This place is one of them. Hibera Deat is a very similar wave, and it happens a lot that the wave stacks up. So what we do here, we do have kind of a shallow bottom that goes all the way out the back, but there's different depths on the surface. So the wave will pop up and stack up, but there's not enough energy on the swell to actually break out the back. So it tricks your mind and makes you want to move there. But then you got to always remind, no, that's not where the wave's breaking. It's just a shallow part of the reef, and you got to hold yourself tight. And mostly with the little crisp, you know, you have a little bit offshore, so it stacks up very nicely, and it makes you want to move. And usually sets you up for failure because you should be just sitting where you want to be.
We saw a lot of it yesterday. There was a lot of paddling misses, and not by much, just being on that wrong side of the double up or the lump and not really being able to get into the wave. And, you know, as you mentioned, like most people put losing heats down to like a fall and turn or I just got beaten or what have you. But, yeah, obviously that positioning, and particularly at the highest level of the sport in those waves that you mentioned earlier, particularly the waves of consequence, it's a long game to learn, you know, the lineups and these spots. But these opportunities for these surfers and the surfers on the tour when they first get on is invaluable. If you get an hour out at Pipe by yourself, that's like 5 seasons
totally
worth of intel that you
100%.
Can get. So yeah, it is. It's a long game, and you know, everyone's still learning it.
And the good thing that you mentioned about having a heat at Pipe, and it gives you so much experience. Everywhere, I think someone mentioned on the post-heat interview yesterday that they're having trouble lining up themselves with no crowds. So when you paddle out for training, you're surfing with locals, you're surfing with the best surfers in the world, and you can, a lot of times, set yourself up depending on where their positioning is. So as soon as you take everyone out, and it's your decision to make, it makes that 30% harder to do. Very tricky to do because you have the whole line for yourself. You're not dependent on locals maybe sitting in the right spot, and you kind of getting the scraps of what they're not wanting, and then you got to make the decision to be in the right spot and choose the right wave.
It's the same at home at Snapper. Like, people get out there and they go, oh, well, like, where is the spot? And it's a pretty simple. It can have moments of being not simple. More often than not, it's a sand bottom right hand point break. Sit as deep as you can and get the longest wave you can and do as many turns as possible. But when you're a crowd out there, you're just death raying people to fall off. So you can catch a wave. And then when you've got it to yourself, you're going, like, you got all this head noise, like, oh my, where do I sit? Like, you know, you see it a lot of the time there, you know, particularly with the Challenger. It's like, oh, why aren't they sitting behind the rock? It's like, because it's kind of scary. Like,
they don't know.
They don't know. You know, but it's fair enough because you're never going to sit there when there's the top of the lineup here, and it's the same here at Mona Lisa Point. There's a great crowd out there this morning. Lots of really quality longboarders from the region, and they're all out there doing their thing. And it's just, you know, we have to fit into that. You know, and a lot of the local surfers here and around the world are so welcoming of that. But then when the surfers get what they want, which is, I just wish no one was out. It's not as straightforward as what it looks. It's
definitely not straightforward, and it's hard to predict what the wave is going to do, mostly on a point break. For you at Snapper, you grew up surfing that wave, so it's a no-brainer. It's part of your reaction. You're not thinking about it, it's natural. But for anyone else that hasn't surfed that wave enough, it's hard to figure out what the wave's going to do down the line 50 meters in front of you. Maybe someone only surfed their whole life the beach break,
yeah,
and they don't know how that wave should look like down the line. And I remember, I can't remember who told me, but they're in a heat with Joe Parkinson, which is probably the best wave catcher in Snapper Rocks.
He's a wave god.
It's incredible how he surfs that wave. Like, even comparing to, I mean, obviously there's McFadden, D. Morse, and all those guys that comes up, but I feel like he had a special connection to that wave, the way he surfed and the way he chose waves. And they let a wave go, and Jordy had no priority, and he just was like probably smiling, you know, like, oh, thank God the skid didn't go. It was a completely burger in the beginning, but the thing just doubled up and went all the way through.
Yeah.
And the kid couldn't see it. He had no experience. And looking back at it, you're like, what are you going to tell the kid? Like, he's never surfed a wave enough to know.
That's right. And can you get into that a bit more about, like, when you're breaking down your heats and your wins and your losses, how hard can you be on yourself as a rookie or a junior in this situation when you really don't know it all? You are still learning, and you can only really give yourself feedback on what you've been practicing. And if you haven't been practicing that, well, of course you're not going to know that. But how hard is it to sort of give yourself fair evaluations when you're losing or breaking it down with your coach, or even winning?
I was going to say, like, for you to, it's very hard for you yourself not to be very hard on yourself. But I think it's the job of your coach to kind of put yourself back a little bit and say, hey, this is just the beginning. You're here to learn a little bit. As much as you got to put on a good show and put in a good performance, like, there's always things that you can learn on it, but it's easier done than said. Like, you're scratching your head, because every surfer in that level, when they come in, they know exactly what they're doing.
And at this age here, like, even though Sierra's super young and Kathlea's the youngest surfer in the draw, you want to be everywhere all the time, doing everything, riding every wave, making every correct call. But it's just, that's an unachievable reality. That's right. That's why we keep doing it. So, yeah, speaking of wave gods, Sierra's father, Josh, goes without mention, he had a pretty special connection. He still does with that part of the coast as well. That whole lineup of sand. Josh knows every grain, and it was certainly an absolute blessing to grow up there and watch those guys do their thing. But while we take a bit of a slower moment here at this particular heat, we're going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. More action from the elimination round of the World Junior Championships coming right up.
Let's wander the historic city of Vigan. This UNESCO World Heritage Site is one of the best preserved Spanish colonial towns in the world. Walk along cobblestone streets of heritage houses and historic attractions dating back to 1500s. Don't forget to take home Ilocano crusts for pasalubong. Travel back in time in Vigan.
When you choose the Philippines, you know you're in good hands. Where large-scale venues meet state-of-the-art facilities. And where world-class hospitality meets destinations that are beyond extraordinary. With all hands at work to give you the best of the Filipino brand of service excellence. Welcome to the Philippines, where we take your business to heart.
Welcome back to Mona Lisa Point here. Beautiful wave in the northwestern coastline of the Philippines. Some beautiful drone imagery there brought to us by magnificent Ryan Williams, aka Rise Photo. He's been doing fantastic work all over this part of the region and the Asia QS Tour. Some people call it the Dream Tour. Jesse Mendes, you had some success there in Cruy a couple of years ago. Let Jarvis Earl know who was boss there.
I don't think that's happening anymore, man. He's surfing too good.
He is.
But
He's surfing amazing.
At the time, he was incredible. From the first round, he wasn't in the first round. I was in the first round because I was a late entry, but and he was in my region of event as well. But from the first time I saw him standing up on the board there, I knew he was the guy to beat in the event. The type of surfing he was doing there was second to none.
Kathleen there just having a look at that wave, unable to make her way into it, but it's good to see some more action coming through here as we get underway here. If you're just tuning in, this is the first heat of the elimination round of the women's. Sierra Kerr got off to a cracking start We will bring you that replay a little later in the show. Just getting set up this morning, and all the camera equipment still getting their coffee made. The operators are good to go. Just the couple of cords still getting plugged in, but we will get there. It was an amazing manoeuvre. 883 from the judges, a big air reverse. We got to see it from the drone angle, but we're yet to really see how high she got. However, we were pretty confident that the judges were going to love it, and they certainly did. And it's certainly setting the tone for the rest of not only today, but the event. And it's really cool to see Sierra doing that surfing in her heats. We know what she's capable of in her video parts all around the world in all kinds of conditions. And, it's one thing to do it, Jessie, trying it 100 times at a windy right, but to do it in the first heat of the day, in the first minute, on your second wave, that's another skill altogether.
It's definitely, you actually need to get consistent outside of the jersey first, and then you have to pull that, break that ice into the heat. So for her to be doing that a few times already in events, that shows how consistent she is outside of the jersey. So that's why I think this new generation of women surfing is really going to put down a mark, because they're the first ones that are really going to consistently throw those turns and air maneuvers in the heats.
I would like to, think that Sierra could probably do well or even win this event without that. But, the level of the surfing, as you mentioned, in the women's tour right now, it would be, hard for her to sort of think that wouldn't ever work on the tour. You know what I mean? And this is the platform to practice that. And we know how capable she is outside of the jersey. And she's had some amazing moments. I think in the Philippines last year, she won Cloud 9 doing some amazing surfing and some amazing attempts. But like you said, the consistency out of the jersey and then bringing the consistency into the jersey, you obviously have to keep it up. And it's a forever, evolving thing. And it's truly special hallmark of a great surfer to be able to pull that off at this age. In these conditions, like there's a world title on the line, it's a big deal. She could easily just get through a few rounds doing a few turns with her skills. But when it comes to winning these events, that's the surfing that you're going to need, and you're going to want a few reps under the belt.
100%. And also, the higher the level, the heavier the jersey gets, right?
Yeah.
And the less mistakes you got to commit, so that puts you in the corner where, like, hey, should I waste this opportunity trying to do an air that maybe I won't land? Obviously, she's going against a 12-year-old from the Philippines that has way less experience than her. She's the favorite, so that's already a little bit lack of confidence for not lack of confidence, but more confidence for her. So it's probably easier to do. But for her to get to the highest level doing those turns, she needs to do it and practice on this.
Yep.
So she's doing just fine, and I have no doubt she's going to land plenty of those on the CT in times to come.
Yes, I agree. Yeah, and we've got an amazing schedule on the World Tour this year, and we obviously keep referencing it a lot. And the reason behind that is we're really trying to replicate the tour format here for these surfers, get them used to that, and it's no doubt all of these surfers' goal to get there. Hopefully one day, and they can, like you said, show what they've learnt here on the big stage, and particularly with the women's tour. The average age of the tour is just getting younger and younger and younger every year, and it sort of seems like just a matter of time for Sierra when she truly chooses to commit to it. She'll be there. As we see Catalina here up and riding, she's got a beautiful wave. Catalina, excuse me. Well done. That's got to feel better than the start she had earlier. She's got a big support crew here on the beach. And, as you mentioned, Jessie, she's 12 years old. She's the youngest surfer in the draw. And, you just want to get a couple of waves in front of your friends at this point. She's surfing against arguably the #1 seed. Maybe not on paper, I'd have to check that. But certainly, as far as her ability goes, Sierra's right up there. Beautiful slashing manoeuvre, unfortunately comes unstuck. So Kathleen does not have anything to lose, and it's cool to see her getting a few opportunities and being able to, show what she's made of and take this experience on for the rest of her career.
Yeah, this is this is very important for her. Surf someone against Sierra, which I'm 100% sure she looks up to her.
Oh yeah,
So it's a great opportunity for her to show her surfing and bring that baggage in towards her career, because she has a long career in front of her. She's just starting.
We'll throw it down to Mitchell Salazar. Mitchell, who you got?
Oh, well, I'm actually by myself, Stace. Just want to talk about the conditions and the point. I'm at the top of the point right now, but as you can see behind me, relatively low tide, and that's what happens this part of the world. You have low tides most of this time of the year, but most importantly, goes to a negative low tide into a high tide of around 4 feet at around 4:50 p.m. this afternoon. The important thing I think right now is, to me, Jesse, the swell direction changed a little bit. J.R. Esquivel was mentioning yesterday that it seems to be like a northwest swell. It tends to be the better one. It seems just a bit more west and concentrated further on the inside, guys. That's, to me, where I'm seeing most of the bowls at right now.
Yeah, great call there, Mitch. And yeah, we'd have to agree from the vision that we've been seeing so far. It's looking like some great scoring opportunity. And if you still got us down there, Mitchell, are we going back and forth here?
Well, we can if you want.
Mate, I would love to.
I'm into the combo. Let's go.
Let's trot. Who's getting ready for the next one, and what's the vibe like down there? What kind of energy are we working with? We got you on screen now, mate, looking very handsome.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm actually looking at the European crew right now. Yanira Gonzalez Etxabarri, she's paddling out in the next heat, going up against Kokona Kawase. It's going to be a real good one, but I just want to talk about their field. I mean, dude, to me, they fielded the best team they've ever had so far. You have the two sisters right there, Yanida and Annette. Keone Lassa, his father Julian, who coached the superstars like Al Cleland Jr., as you always know. But most importantly, Dylan Donegan dos Santos from Lanzarote in the Canary Islands. That kid's a special deal. He was able to win the European Junior Tour. I feel like they're going to have a real good event here, guys.
Yeah, I love that call. Fantastic insight. And yeah, Mitch, you absolutely nailed it there. The Europeans are looking really, really strong. Although they didn't really come out of the gates swinging. But I want to know from your perspective, do you think an extra heat out here, no one wants to be in the elimination round, but the positive is you will get another heat out here and get to learn the break. Do you think they'll use that to their advantage?
I think so, and I think the most important part about this is just getting valuable experience, as Mendez always mentions, but time management too, right? Because normally junior tour, you're surfing against 4 people, 3 people, 2 if you're lucky in a man-on-man final, but the most important 30 minutes or 35 minutes. That's way more different. It's really preparing you for both the Challenger Series and the Championship Tour eventually, and I feel like that's where we're probably going to see a lot more development from these young surfers.
Speaking of Mendez, how's his rip bowl looking?
Dude, he's looking great. I told him, you guys going to have that Australia kind of kawaii vibe going on with your outfits. I think it's a perfect explanation of your guys' personalities and attitudes.
And then what about that little left down the road there, Mitchell? Is that starting to flare up for your after-work surf?
I'm trying, and I'm also looking at another right.
You found a new one. Right, I'll take that.
It's a right. It kind of looks like car parks over there at Karamas in Bali.
Yeah, it does.
A lot of closeouts, but I feel like eventually, if we put in the time, we'll find a good wave over there.
Yeah, love it. Love a good closeout. We've been very lucky here. There's a good waves down. up to the north and then down to the south in front of our zone. Mitchell, thank you for your time. We're going to wrap up this heat, and cheers for checking in.
Yeah, have a good day, guys.
Yeah, brother. And it's I don't know, like it's kind of annoying to make comparisons. Like no one wants to hear like, oh, their spot looks like someone else. It's their spot. Like that's my home break. What are you doing talking about? Some other way, you have to tell Jordy that El Salvador looks like J-Bay, and he just gets so rattled.
But most of it is a downgrade, right? Like if you're talking about a downgrade, like
exactly.
J-Bay is probably the best performance ride in the whole world.
In the whole world, yeah, exactly, yeah.
The guy was feeling his heart.
I do want to say, like, every time I walk down here, I do think, and like Mitchell said it then, car parks, Karamas, that section, and the black sand and the rocks going in the water and the crumbly little rights, like it is. There's a lot of great characteristics about this part of the coastline as we have a replay here up and riding. This is Kath Leia's 3rd or maybe 4th ride, and that looks like one of her stronger rides. And we're going to get a replay here of Sierra Kerr. Jesse.
Yeah, let's check this out. She goes for the turn, and that kind of happens a lot. The younger the age, you're going to see that happening. You're just getting ahead of yourself. Like, that was a beautiful turn, brought it all the way around, but as soon as she was about to finish, there's a little, like maybe 5% more on the turn, and she was already looking forward. And what that does is just your board's still going one way, and your body's moving forward, and you just go over the handlebars.
Yeah. And when you dive off, if you're in need of a score or it's a really good wave, you just tend to want to just stay underwater. But Sarah Kerr's come up and she's straight back out there. And, she's been riding JSs now for a long time. And I want to make the point of, like, the track that it leaves in the wave behind her tail. Just, similar to yourself riding Mayhems on tour, certain boards at certain waves, they just lock in. And they just look so nice cutting through the water. And you'd have to say that about her equipment at the moment. And, that's sort of the hallmark of a lot of these great shapers is can their boards hold that turn. This is the 883, Jesse. We've been waiting all morning for this. I think it's going to be worth the wait. Take it away.
I know. It looks like a beautiful wave, a critical section right there. We haven't seen it yet. That might be the 5.83.
This might be the 583, but still a great wave nonetheless. Would still be one of the better scoring waves from even yesterday, and just the way it lined up.
That's a beautiful carve. Like, you see the style, just the approach with the arms and bringing it all the way around. Once again, she's going to do that. And see, that's the difference in between this turn and the previous turn that she went over the handlebars. She didn't
rush through the turn and finish the turn before she was moving forward. And right there, the wave just starts to hit that section that gets a bit tricky and fat, and sometimes he gives her extra bonus sections on the inside, but not this time.
We have just under 2 minutes remaining here. This is live action. Sierra Kerr up and riding. She's got a couple of healthy scores on the board, and I feel if she gets the opportunity to get progressive again, we will see it. Throws herself at that section. Unfortunately, just not getting the speed or projection probably required to get out in front of that one. But as we mentioned earlier, you know, that's just another repetition. If she, you know, statistically, if she tries 100 of them, like, she's going to be so far up there and landing a lot of them. So, you know, I would always like to think, like, if you're running at 50% in your heats, that's pretty really, really good. So she's doing that so far.
Yeah, because mostly in progressive maneuvers, you know, that have so much risk.
Totally.
If you're talking about a snap, you got to be on the 95%, but something with that much risk.
Beautiful set wave here, big section coming up, and a lovely flyaway kick out. One of the best feelings in surfing, flying through the air, I reckon. As we see Sierra Kerr just looking at that wave and not going. You ever had any big crazy kick outs, chopes, land on a jet ski or something?
No, I did not. I actually had on the free surfs.
Sierra Kerr up and riding off the end. Nothing's going to chew, but she down the line at Kerr, up and riding. Beautiful slashing carve there, as you mentioned, bringing that one all the way around, Jessie, and getting that one up in the foam. It's going to give her another little section to work with on the inside board, just gliding through the softer section there. 30 seconds to go. We will call this a victory lap for Sierra Kerr, and a performance that no doubt she'll be extremely happy with after a narrow buzzer beater loss yesterday. She had to, you know, I think at, you know, what she's capable of and how she can structure heats, that's a pretty perfect heat. She had the traditional surfing that backed up her excellent surfing, which is the progressive surfing, and that's like, just goes to show the complete package that she is. And so, you know, we're stoked to see that unfold in heats as we get another replay here, Jesse, of Kath Leia.
Yeah, that was a big section for a 12-year-old. That wave was hollow, and then we do have this wave, maybe not.
Kickouts and floaters. I reckon that's what the crowd really love.
Isn't it funny?
It's funny, right?
But it does look good.
Big floaters. They're exciting.
They are.
They're crazy. Right, we're going to get into a short break here at the World Junior Championships of the Tourism Promotion Board Philippines. And thank you very much for their support. It wouldn't be possible without them. We will bring you Heat 2 very shortly. Stay tuned.
Let's wander the historic city of Vigan. This UNESCO World Heritage Site is one of the best preserved Spanish colonial towns in the world. Walk along cobblestone streets of heritage houses and historic attractions dating back to 1500s. Don't forget to take home Ilocano crafts for pasalubong. Travel back in time in Vigan.
When you choose the Philippines, you know you're in good hands. Where large-scale venues meet state-of-the-art facilities. And where world-class hospitality meets destinations that are beyond extraordinary. With all hands at work to give you the best of the Filipino brand of service excellence. Welcome to the Philippines, where we take your business to heart.
Let's wander the historic city of Vigan. This UNESCO World Heritage Site is one of the best preserved Spanish colonial towns in the world. Walk along cobblestone streets of heritage houses and historic attractions dating back to 1500s. Don't forget to take home Ilocano crafts for pasalubong. Travel back in time in Vigan.
When you choose the Philippines, you know you're in good hands. Where large-scale venues meet state-of-the-art facilities. And where world-class hospitality meets destinations that are beyond extraordinary. With all hands at work to give you the best of the Filipino brand of service excellence. Welcome to the Philippines, where we take your business to heart.
Welcome back. If you've just joined us, this is day 2 live actions coming to you live from the northwest coast of the Philippines. We're at the beautiful Mona Lisa Point here as we have the results on screen for Heat 1 elimination round. It was a convincing victory from Sierra Kerr over the local young surfer Casals. It was a great opportunity for her. She got a bunch of great rides, and I'm sure she would have loved to share the point just with one other surfer, and that one other surfer being one of the best in the world, Sierra Kerr. So that was a great way to get this day started, and we are really excited for heat number 2 here at the TPB World Junior Championships. My name's Stace Galbraith. I'm in the booth with Jesse Mendes, and we have another truly international heat here. Janire Gonzalez Etxabarri from the Basque Country and Kokona Kawase from Japan. I'm absolutely loving these international names, Jesse. I'm loving listening to you and Mitch talk, the pronunciation, the accents, just soaking it all up. Makes me feel like I could be anywhere in the world.
I mean, some of them I try to not get so deep into it because I probably won't pronounce it right. But
well, we've ruined you with our English. As we see Team Kerr there walking up the beach. It's hard to go past looking at the new support there. The Nike surfboard, maybe. The Nike logo on a surfboard has a pretty good look to it.
It does.
You were a part of the generation. I mean, you just can't. It's one of the greatest logos of all time.
Yeah.
And, Sierra must be stoked and proud to have the support of a company like that, along with obviously Red Bull and JS, Mofi, FCS, Oakley. All of her supporting sponsors done a great job in supporting her and getting her to where she is, right now. So, well done, Sierra. Well done to her team. And we're lucky enough we get to watch it and call it, and she's going to have a long and exciting career, we hope, and it's just really just the beginning for her. She's still so young.
And imagine having someone like Josh Kerr in her corner, right? A guy that experienced World Tour level for how many years, knows exactly every single wave and every mistake he has done throughout the years, he's going to probably minimize with her.
Totally.
Board selection, how to line up yourself, all of that, it's like boxes that she doesn't even need to tick because he already done it for her.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm going to get in so much trouble from JS for calling that a Nike surfboard. Sorry, Jason. Sorry, Sammy.
Good thing Jason's a nice guy.
Yeah, he's lovely. You're right. It's cool and lovely show of sportswomanship there. It's cool to see. And like you said, I think too, like Josh came from that, generation before us where they were way craftier. Like way smarter. I mean, with all due respect, they had to be. A lot of 4-person heats, no priority a lot of the time. They're just a lot of the times you would see, that craftsmanship. It was war. Whereas now we're kind of, I guess, we're in the generation where it is just pure performance.
Yeah.
Like, to a degree, I would say Jack Robbo's bringing back a little bit of that mongrel, but for most part. Griffin's pretty scrappy. Jow can get scrappy, but it's not. They were doing that every day, every heat. Yeah. We might see moments once a year, Leo, Jack paddle battle or what have you, but like every heat would have been like that for their generation, and it just made them so steely as competitors. As we get another look at the beautiful region there, stunning vision from the view from the drone. And while we wait for this heat to get started, we're going to throw down to Mitch on the sideline. He's got Sierra Kerr.
Yeah, we do. Reigning and defending world junior champion. Congratulations, Sierra. I mean, the feeling of getting an 8 literally in the first minute and a half must be not only an exhilarating kind of sensation, but it just sets you up for success for the rest of the heat. How to feel to get that thing going really early on.
Yeah, I caught a wave like right when the heat started and then was paddling back out and saw that wide one come. And it was actually a really hard section, so I didn't really think I was going to get any pop, but worked pretty good, so I was happy. And then I just wanted to keep ripping after that, but it kind of went slow. But yeah, it was a good start to the heat.
Not your first visit to the Philippines either. You've been to another region in Siargao, but here in La Union for the first time. What have you made of it so far, Sierra?
Yeah, it's cool. It's a lot different to Siargao, but I like the vibe. It's like a bit of everything, and the locals are super nice, and the waves are like a lot different to what I'm normally surfing, so it's cool.
So you've surfed in the 3 different tiers that we have at the WSL, the Juniors, Challenger, and the CT already. What have you made so far of the experience that you've gained from surfing as a wildcard on the CT and being able to apply it at the junior level here?
Yeah, it's cool to surf on the CT and see how consistent everyone is and how they all have their own routines and stuff. So it's good to take a bit of that and then apply it to the juniors and as you keep going up the ranks.
Mom, brother watching back home, anything you want to say to them?
Hey guys, hope you had fun watching, and I'll try to get more waves next time.
Congrats, you in the round of 16. Stace?
Thanks, Mitchell. Well done, Sierra. g'day to Nikki and Colin, no doubt, tuning in. And I could tell she just wanted to ride more waves. But as we see, speaking of waves, up and riding, Janira here. She's bringing a beautiful backhand attack to this wave. Lovely slash in the lip. Lovely timing in between the turns. She didn't worry about the section breaking down on her. Just let her board control and get around the wave, and didn't look rushed at all there. Jessie, I think you were talking about a lot about that yesterday, just staying composed and it's a pretty rare thing to see someone like look straight at the beach in between their turns. But it set her up beautifully for that next one. She didn't get too far ahead of it.
That was actually a good point that you mentioned, because that was the most impressive what I've seen on that wave itself. After that second turn, kind of down the line. Most of surfers, mostly in that age, you're going to see them like weaving the board and going around the section like kind of freaking out, and she just sat still. And that's what we were talking about like yesterday a few times. Like, hey, sometimes you just got to let the board do the talk, and that board looks magic, because that board was flying down the line. And this wave, like we mentioned before, it doesn't have the most power. It's a low period swell, so it doesn't have that energy that you're going to see in other places, maybe like Hawaii. So it's very tricky to do what she did, and she looked clean. She had major maneuvers. It's going to be a great score to start the heat.
After a first round loss, it goes without saying, starting a heat like that in the elimination round is going to get you pretty fired up.
Definitely, it's a great way to start and apply pressure into your opponent. And those girls surf their whole lives, and they know how it feels when you're back against the wall and your opponent's starting with a good score. So. How
are you playing this next situation out? Are you going to try and get sneaky on the inside like Sierra Kerr? Or do you go back to the peak and make the surfer with priority, make a decision on the next set, and then kind of be there for that?
100%. I think, no doubt in my head, I'll be a good 20 meters under her.
Yep.
Like maybe a little bit closer than that, but underneath even more. Try to find a double up.
Yep.
Maybe, that first wave of the set comes a little wide and fills it up the bank, and the second wave comes underneath. And I've actually haven't seen that much.
Yeah. So you're playing the second priority card with a bit of fun and exploring. You're not going to go and try to chase back first priority. You're probably going to sit in second priority for a period of time, just to maximize this shifty lineup.
100%. And you got to wait for rotation, right? Like, there's only so much you can do at this level of surfing. Like, most likely, like Kokona is going to probably pull the trigger in the right wave because she has the right of way. So might as well try and make something out of nothing. And sometimes, like, you get lucky. Like, it really happens. Like, it's a long point, and sometimes the best waves will come underneath. And surfer in blue, it's not even going to watch that wave. You're not going to see it. And you're going to take advantage of it, and you're going to apply even more pressure towards her.
Yeah, I think to your point, like, first priority for me looks scary out here.
Yeah.
Because you're like, okay, I know I've got to wait my turn, I've got to wait for a set wave, but there's a lot of scoring opportunity. But there's not a lot of waves that you would like, first priority can feel like this crazy gift. Like, I got to use this little one wish that I've got to use it right. And it can, certain waves around the world, you would take it every day of the week.
Yeah.
But here, you're kind of going, I would almost just love to be in second priority all heat and just explore and just be moving and then making my competitor kind of have their head on a swivel going, oh God, like, am I making, that doubt, creating that doubt? And it'd be interesting to see kind of how this next little exchange plays out, because you were talking about it yesterday, like, you don't want to let your competitor get like too far ahead. And obviously everyone wants to start good. There's no surfer wants to paddle out to a heat and start bad. But when you do start good, it's such a great opportunity to kind of go bang, bang. And I think that's what, I look at someone like Kanoa Igarashi, for example. He puts his heats together in pairs of waves. He does not muck around. Like, he's good score. Then he might try something crazy, sit a bit deeper or a big air or what have you, but it's like this crazy pattern. And you're just like getting boa constricted, like your competitors, he doesn't give them any room, And
for some people, it's very natural for them to do that.
Totally.
And he's one of those guys. Like, it's not that he's just learned how to do that now. Like, he's been doing that since he was a Grom. Like, he's just a contest machine.
Yeah.
Knows how to split his time inside the heat very well and put himself in read the ocean well and put himself in the right spots.
Talking about boards, the board looked amazing on that wave. Beautiful length on the rail and spray flying around everywhere. It was a 483 and a great way to kind of get things going after a shaky heat yesterday. With your equipment, as we might take a look at this wave here, Gennaro, doing the Jessie Mendez playbook there, 20 metres on the inside, coming down the line here. Probably just giving that bottom turn a bit too much there. Unfortunately, as you mentioned, it is a fun wave here at Mona Lisa Point, but the short period interval means it's not. You kind of want to be really careful with how much power you put into, particularly those first part of your bottom turn, and it's it's a fine touch, isn't it? Just how heavy can you push and how light do you need to be? Because you're going to need a good mix of both, but picking your moments is super important. As we see Coco Na here up and riding, beautiful timing and a beautiful way to finish that wave there. She got the vertical section to finish. She'll be stoked with that. Her riding a Jason rod there. Jason, one of the great shapers from the Gold Coast region, and he's been a long-time supporter of a lot of junior surfers and CT surfers all across the world. So yeah, it's good to see Jason's boards being represented well here in this contest. But yeah, Jesse, getting back to your boards, I know you're officially retired now, mate. Twin fin master. Actually, are you retired? Would you do a QE if it popped up somewhere?
If it's a good wave, sure.
Like Crewy, you're back there?
Yeah.
Oh, sweet. Okay, so you're not retired. Excuse me.
No, I am retired.
You are retired. Okay. You can say it. Some people can't quite say that word.
They don't let the bone go away.
Yeah,
they want to chew on the bone forever.
You got to chew on the bone forever.
No, but I think about it like if I am in Indo and it's a firing left point break, why wouldn't I go? Just for the fun of it.
For sure. Yeah. One membership.
Backdoor shootout. Why wouldn't I do it?
Absolutely. Album team.
Yeah, we should pull that up.
But no, I want to get to you about your boards and did you experiment much with kind of twin fins or single fins or riding longer boards just for the fun of it when you were on tour, or were you kind of just 6.0 thruster and really refining them down and making sure they were perfect?
I always loved twin fins.
Yep.
That's something I pretty much had throughout my career, but I surfed very little on them because you're so stuck on trying to progress, and you need to be like that. Like you have no downtime. Like the only downtime you have is 20 days when you're home in summer.
Yeah.
And in between, at the time, it was in between pipe and snapper, or in between sunset and mainly beach, depending on the QS or the CT. So you have a little gap that you're probably surfing with those boards a little bit, and then in between when you're going back home, you get in the board once or twice. But overall, you're just so focused on the goal that it's all about working and putting in the time and trying to develop and trying to get better.
Yeah. Would you, if you had your time again, would you throw a twin fin in your board bag to these different locations just to kind of break up that, because the tour can be a long year sometimes, particularly if you're doing both tours,
Easier said right now that you have the experience already. I probably would.
Yeah.
But at a time,
you just
never came.
You're just so tunnel visioned on that one thing.
Yeah, and that's everyone pretty much. Let's see what's going to happen here.
Yeah, here, beautiful set wave. Lovely snap out of the lip. Love the airdrop back into the wave. She absolutely teed off on that section. And another one there. Unfortunately, cannot ride out of that one, but the first turn was amazing. That's where the bulk of the points will come from in that ride. Kokona's first wave was a 5.07. So she got the jump on the first exchange, but it is Janere in the lead by way of having two scoring rides and another one to come in for a third that she'll be in the lead. We are just coming up to the halfway mark here in this heat, and no one really taking a grip on this heat. And even in the last heat, you think about Sierra's heat without the 8.83, there wasn't, she had a nice 5.83, but there wasn't a lot of other, waves that came through for, Sierra in that heat. So it's
and she manufactured at 8.83. Where she took off on the wave, that wave was great from way out the back, kind of like a double up. Surfing Blue missed it, but where she took off on that wave had a one-turn opportunity. She turned that into an excellent score, which was very impressive and props to her. But yeah, she could have been sitting in a way worse spot, and this heat's kind of planning out to be like that. We have already just below 14 minutes left, and they're basically tied right now.
Not a lot between them. We're going to take a quick break here and be right back to see who can run away with Heat 2 here at the World Junior Championships at Mona Lisa Point.
All right, locking in on that last wave for surfer in red.
When you choose the Philippines, you know you're in good hands. Where large-scale venues meet state-of-the-art facilities. And where world-class hospitality meets destinations that are beyond extraordinary. With all hands at work to give you the best of the Filipino brand of service excellence. Welcome to the Philippines, where we take your business to heart.
This is how you know that love is real. When it expects nothing in return, yet makes you yearn to give it back. When it leaves a mark on your soul that you'll take everywhere you go. Because when it's love, you feel it.
Let's wander La Union's Tangadan Falls. The perfect side trip after surfing the waves. Hike along the scenic trail and be greeted by the majestic 50-foot falls. Whoa! The best part? A dip in its cool, refreshing waters. Seek more thrills in La Union.
Welcome back to the World Junior Championships here. This is heat number 2 of the elimination rounds. We do have young women in the water. Waves looking super fun here at Mona Lisa Point in the set 1. Beautiful set wave here, up and riding. Kokona Kawase off the bottom into the lip there. Beautiful carve as she comes around the corner here. Lovely big vertical section, a big finish. She will be thrilled with that ride. As nervous as I was that she was not going to ride out of that, she got the job done. We saw a lot of the competitors yesterday coming unstuck on that section, and it is certainly going to be a big difference in your score whether or not you can make that second maneuver.
And I think this is a point of difference, right, in this heat. If you look, we saw great opening turns, but nothing as dynamic and as critical as that closeout right there. And she was able to actually put a combination of 2 turns together in a critical section. Probably one of the biggest waves we've seen all morning. And in my opinion, if I was a judge right now sitting, I'd have to give a gap in between the other scores, because we've seen a 5.27 from Janir on that very, very nice critical first turn, but she had nothing afterwards. And this, it was kind of maybe not as vertical, but very dynamic on a critical section, and she backed it up very well with that first nice wrap. So I wouldn't be surprised if that score go a good point over everything that we have it so far.
The age-old question, is it the turn or the section that makes the difference in the score?
More? What weighs it more? I think the section.
Me too. Do you agree with that though?
No, not always.
No, me neither. But it's such a hard thing to decide in the moment.
Waves, I think you've told me once, like for an example, QS is a wave catching contest and the CT is a wave selecting contest.
Yeah.
So like that just shows how important it is for you to be in those critical scenarios, you know, and sometimes you're going to see someone rip it apart but get but get a lower score because the wave wasn't as dynamic as the other one, or have that nice wall in front.
Yeah, and then we mentioned yesterday, certain serves can buck that trend. We'll see if Kokona can get another bit of groove going on this wave here. She brings it through to the inside. No massive majors just yet, a couple of nice linking turns. She's going to get a big score though, Jesse, as you mentioned. It's a 7.5 for that wave. A 5.07 was her prior ride to that, the first wave of her heat, and that has got her in a really commanding position here with just under 10 minutes on the clock. Janira here, this is live action, up and riding. Beautiful turn, slicing through the water, zapping through the lip. You see the tail and the fins driving through, and just unfortunately coming unstuck there on the last section. I think that goes back to a conversation we had yesterday, Jesse, about wanting to do potentially, just thinking you have to do more. The first 2 turns on that wave were great, but maybe they didn't feel it, and she thought, I have to finish big here, and unfortunately just pushed the envelope a little bit too hard there.
Yeah, and that's a bummer. That's just sometimes lack of experience, because you got to surf it and let the judges do what they have to do. Your job is to surf the best you can in every opportunity you have, and that wave was a clean wave with plenty of critical sections, and she actually went to town. Those are some of the best turns we've seen all morning, and she went on rail from turn to turn and just pushed a little bit too hard, went a little too high, and pushed that back foot too much, and
it's
got stuck.
It's why we love this event, really, because you get to see those imperfections at the act that all these surfers has at this age, and then you'll see over time how they can develop. Okay, what is that top end limit that I can go to, but become like the complete ride? But the falls, that's where you learn. That's where you know and learn, okay, what am I capable of doing?
Our brain is a computer, right? So the more repetition we have, the more likely we'll commit less mistakes. Next time she has that opportunity and that happens, which it's going to happen in her life plenty of times, she's going to be bottom turn on the last turn, and she's going to be thinking, hey, I've done this wrong before. I know I don't need to go that big, and she's going to hold herself, be solid, but not push too much and get ahead of herself.
So where's that sweet spot? Where's that sweet spot between safetying it getting it done and going too hard. In a percentage, like if you're coming off the bottom, are you going 70%, 80%, 90%? Obviously, 110's too hard. Your board blows out the back and you're no chance. Like, where's the sweet spot for you when you were competing about getting, the best out of yourself and also completing your waves?
In each level, I think 70%. You're talking. You're doing good.
Yep.
I think right there, I don't think she went over 100%. I think she just got ahead of herself.
Yeah. Okay.
I think it was just wanting too much, like she probably knew it felt good. She got a 6.33 for the first 2 turns.
So when she hears that paddling back out,
she's going to be scratching her head right there.
I think so too. I don't think she thought those first 2 turns were as nice. And it comes back to the point we were making earlier. I would say she's actually cutting through the water a bit deeper, but she just hasn't had that big closeout section. But now she hears that and she's got to go, oh, well, man, I was on my way there. And like you said, we'll have to wait and see if she can. How quickly can you process that and take that into your next wave? Because that's where the magic is on the tour.
I think
the surfers are so good at taking that and going, oh, okay, they're actually loving me. I fell and I still got that score, and not getting wound up in it and going like, oh, I'm blowing it. It's like, no, there'll be another wave, hopefully, and if there is, that's where the really, really talented ones they can adjust so quick.
And the attitude of never giving up. You see Gabriel, I think it's one of the guys that least give up on heats.
And how many times has he won at the end?
So many, because he sees opportunities on everything and he sees a chance.
Yeah.
As long as the buzzer hasn't beaten, he still believes in himself.
Yeah.
And that happens if he needs an 18-point combination. Like, you'd see him give his best no matter what. And he's one of those guys that knows exactly how much percentage of his surfing needs to put in a wave in order to get the score he needs.
Oh, he's a genius.
It's just incredible how good he is at that. But for them, we're talking about under 20 years old. Like, it's so easy to make that mistake.
Easy, so easy. Yeah. No, it's that's probably the one thing. It's like, how are the judges scoring me and how am I surfing? And how can I get the most out of this today? And you go to another event and it'll be another completely different wave and you have to figure that out again.
Yep.
But yeah, it's certainly a frustrating situation when you undervalue yourself and then you come in and go, I was there.
She was literally one turn away.
One turn away. Yeah. But in the positive, and this is how she, obviously not inside her ears, but how can she process that now? And the positive thing is she's chipped away at the total massively. She now only needs a 625. So can she turn that around on the next exchange? And conversely to Coco Na's situation, she needs to be really careful here that she doesn't just think that chipping away on the inside and maybe trying to better the 5 is the way to go. She really needs to look for the next best wave and the next biggest score that comes through, because Janire in a way kind of has that momentum right now.
She does, definitely does. I don't want to be in Janire's position right now. You obviously want to be
totally.
I mean, sitting in first with less than 5 minutes left. Adriano used to always, I remember he told me when I was having like a little bit of coaching with him with the Italian team, and he told me, you want to be in front no matter how the situation is in the last 5 minutes, because you're very vulnerable of doing mistakes because the pressure comes up.
The clock.
The clock just like you put yourself against the wall and like, hey, try to do the work before that and try to be ahead of it. But in her situation, in her favor right now, she has priority, and also she has a 6.33. She needs a 6.25. So what does that mean to me? She knows what a 6.25 looks like because she's done it before.
Yep.
It's very tough for you to get a score that you don't know what it looks like and how it feels.
Yep.
But it's much easier when you already done it.
Yep.
So she knows, hey, I've done that. I know what I need to do in order to get that score right now. So for her, 3 minutes and 48 seconds, as much as it hasn't been this morning that many waves, there's been enough waves.
It's been very CT wave count.
Yeah.
You have to execute on good waves, but not a lot of them. And
different than yesterday, right?
Way different than yesterday. Wave counts were huge yesterday. So it's like perfect testing to see how much you can grit your teeth and do your best with, they've only ridden 4 waves each, and they're both doing great. They've both got 12 points or thereabouts, So it's neither one of these girls has had like a heat where they're going, where's my opportunities? Everyone's got their opportunity. And we might see another opportunity here. Very important set approaching. Janire opts to let that one go. And unfortunately, there's no real reward for making that good call. It's just less time on the clock. So she still will hold priority. And it's going to need to be another set. Unfortunately, that was just one wave that kind of came out of the blue. The requirement's still the same, a 6.25. And I don't mind what Kokonar's doing here, just staying close.
We were talking about that yesterday.
There's not much else she can do. Like, it's kind of slow.
And it's not that she's looking for a very small backup. She needs to be better 5.07. So it's not a massive score, but it's not something that you can grind it out.
Scrap around on the inside and get it done. I think the judges have been pretty good at keeping that surfing down over the last sort of day and into this morning. It's like they've been probably pretty cramped in the 6 to 7 zone, but that's because they want to push these kids and let them know, like, hey, if you want to get on the challenge and you want to get on the tour, like, that's going to happen a lot. You're going to feel like you're kind of getting underdone. But that makes more pressure on the 3s, the 4s, and the 5s, and keeping them really low. You can kind of belt a small wave, but you're probably only going to get a 4.83. So I think
that kind of happened in this heat itself. If you look at a 5.07, she had 3 great turns combined.
Even Gennaro's first wave, the 4.83 was nice.
I expected it was going to be a little higher than that, but they're keeping the scale low, and that's fine.
Yeah, it all works.
It all works right now, but the surfers need to figure that out as well.
Talk to me about this peak coming in, Jesse. What are you seeing? Talking about positioning, kind of looked like it was going to go this way, but now it's coming back this way. It's a crazy decision to make with 90 seconds to go. She's going to need some clean, open face. She's sort of having a half look. So is Kokonar, but not going.
Interesting to see what happened on the line.
And she's looking at the wave. I wouldn't be looking at that wave. That wave's done. Keep your eyes out the back.
So easy to say it from here, right?
Oh, yeah. Well, you can't surf a wave you didn't go. Let's see what's coming out the back. That one's done. I tell you what, that gets me the most is waves like J-Bay and stuff. You see crew looking over the back of it on the next one. Oh, yeah, what do you think? You're just going to teleport onto the next wave?
Oh, yeah, when they take off.
Yeah. You're on that wave.
But that's all the nerves that gets you. It makes you not think clearly. You kind of lose the focus that you should be on.
You kind of get tricky.
Yep.
Yeah, but no, it's totally understandable. The curiosity. Oh, what was that wave like? Should I have let that go? It's done now. 40 seconds on the clock. 6.25 still the requirement. I don't think I've been this excited over a 6.25 in a long time. I feel like we're going to get a crazy. I feel like we could have a big exchange at the end here, like 2 waves. Really.
It looks like
next,
look at that.
Next score, kind of next exchange wins.
Oh my gosh, this is a nice
double.
More
waves in this set. So Gennaro on the first one, Kokonnar out the back now. 18 seconds on the clock, and unfortunately just overcooked it. Kokonnar.
And that wave had a great shape.
That wave looked good.
What I'm liking from her deep bottom turns is setting her up to get very vertical.
Yeah.
But on that occasion and the previous wave on the closeout, she just went a little bit too much. Thought she needed to do more than she needed, which we were talking about.
A great victory there from our Japanese surfer. She had the slower start, but the better finish, or middle part to that heat, I should say. And we didn't get the exchange we were hoping for at the end, but nevertheless, it was a great battle. The most competitive heat this morning we've seen, and we're looking forward to getting into heat number 3. We will see another local coming up. We're going to bring in Jesse Starling and Mr. Paul Evans to get you through the morning's action. Stay tuned.
Let's wander the historic city of Vigan. This UNESCO World Heritage Site is one of the best preserved Spanish colonial towns in the world. Walk along cobblestone streets of heritage houses and historic attractions dating back to 1500s. Don't forget to take home Ilocano crafts for pasalubong. Travel back in time in Vigan.
When you choose the Philippines, you know you're in good hands. Where large-scale venues meet state-of-the-art facilities. And where world-class hospitality meets destinations that are beyond extraordinary. With all hands at work to give you the best of the Filipino brand of service excellence. Welcome to the Philippines, where we take your business to heart.
Beautiful day down here at La Union. We are here at Mona Lisa Point at the World Junior Surfing Championships. We're here to crown some world champions. It's not going to happen today, but we do find out who, unfortunately, we're going to lose today in the women's draw right now on your screen. CT surfer Olympian Luana Silva. She was actually a very good standout yesterday, but got clipped by one of the younger girls, Catalina. Joining me in the booth, Paul Evans, good morning.
Morning. Feeling really good. I'm stoked. There's still some nice looking waves with great conditions in the water, and it sort of just goes to show you, look at the forecast. We were thinking, oh, maybe it's an off day. When we looked, 24 hours ago, come down in the morning, still plenty of swell. Love it.
I loved when I opened my blinds this morning and I saw just great looking lines coming through, and I thought to myself, absolutely, we're on. You've been down here for a little bit this morning, Paul. What are you expecting from today? Have you tuned into any heat so far?
It just seems like, in terms of the rhythm, it's a slightly different story once again. So we've seen sort of a consistent inconsistency in terms of the pattern. A tough one to read. I think there's an element of luck involved with catching the best waves. A lot of strategy, obviously positioning, but you know what? There's a few little lumps out there that just pop up kind of for no reason, which I like, gives everyone a chance.
Yeah, I like it too, and I find it interesting. It's easier to watch on land. This is, as we see, Mara Lopez. She is one of our local wildcards. Interesting story with Mara, actually. So she wasn't able to compete in her opening round heat yesterday. She was super sick. She was actually in hospital less than 24 hours ago and decided to forego her first round heat, but said, I will fight my way through the elimination round. And Lulu, what do you think of her first wave, Paul?
Yeah, I mean, you expect her to come out with the experience that she's got and just throw down a decent number, a mid-range or something like that. You certainly don't expect her to go out there and sit forever and kind of wait for something. Yeah, it's a reasonable number for her, but I mean, she's got plenty more where that came from.
We've got our friend Mitch down there to take us through what looked like a very interesting heat in that last one.
Yeah, very competitive one. Kawase taking away the win against Yanira Gonzalez Etxabarri. Very slow out there, but you were able to get one wave at the end that got you the victory. How was it for you waiting that long, Kokona?
This is slow heat. Very nervous.
Anything you would like to say back home to all the people watching you in Japan? Obviously, good time zone for Asia right now.
狙っていたセットに乗れることができたので、できてスコアすることができたので、とても嬉しいです。初めてのラユニオンなんですけど、次のラウンドもいい波乗れるように頑張ります。
ありがとうございます。Jesse?
Thanks, Mitch. Thanks, Kokona. She is such a talented surfer, and she had, like Stace said, she had a bit of a slow start to that one, but just came firing back, which was kind of the story that we saw in Luana's heat yesterday. Luana kind of had a bit of a slow start, tried to crawl back right at the end, but just couldn't quite happen. And it's funny how many upsets we had, Paul, even seeing a name like Luana in the elimination round.
Yeah, definitely weren't expecting to see her here. She's had a little while to think about this heat as well. The fact that it is a little slow with some lulls this morning maybe sort of add a little bit to the general tension of it, but she certainly would have been anticipating being here. I'm sort of surprised to see it, but you know what? That's what happens. I mean, you've seen a lot of people go to win events that maybe go to elimination round and they actually find something a little bit more fire, something about the energy changes. I think, on paper, she's a heavy favourite for this. We expect her to win it, but I'd love to see the locals stoke out the Philippine crew.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, Mara's, she's the girl. She's kind of the lady of the hour around here. She's junior national champ. She's also longboard champ. She's up and riding right now. This is the first proper wall we've seen her on this morning. She got stuck behind and she's going through a couple nice turns here. That's a better looking section here for Mara, and comes up again. This one, it's a nice one. It's hugged this reef beautifully, had a lot of steep sections to work with. Now she's really flowing through it, feeling herself. So Mara getting herself on the board.
Yeah, really nice looking wave. And that's the wave that Luana wanted to kind of open up with. Just the way the priority fell and the fact that Luana rode that wave. But really nice. We had a bit of local knowledge from J.I. Esquivel yesterday. Get deep. You want the ones that hug the reef from the very top. That's the plan. A little bit potluck trying to find one of those wider ones. But a beautiful looking wave from her. Nice flow to it. Don't know if it's going to threaten the scoreboard massively, but a really nice looking wave.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be potentially her best. It comes in at a 2.17, so it's definitely going to get her on the board. Now only looking for that 2.01. I find it kind of hats off to her moment, because 24 hours ago you're in hospital. The amount of times that you've been in hospital, and if someone said to you, Paul, you got to surf a heat in less than 24 hours, I don't think many people would say, yep, let's do it.
Yeah, big comeback energy from her. Just goes to show what an important moment it is as well, and kind of an opportunity to surf against someone you've been watching on the CT. I mean, a really big name in Luana Silva, and what an opportunity this is, whichever way it goes for her. I mean, if you're able to do it, and for medical reasons it's fine, of course you're going to do everything you can, move heaven and earth to try and be in this heat.
Yeah, we spoke about lineups and how fun it looks out there, but again, I do think it could be a little bit easier said than done. I feel like you can sit up there and be like, oh my gosh, how's this good one, or how's this next one coming down, but there actually is kind of no method out there. I feel like it is one of those waves you have to be super adaptive, and there's definitely a lot of potentials. We can see the athlete area on a screen right now.
Feel a bit of tension here, right? I mean, just look at faces, elimination. This is not a round that surfers necessarily wants to be in, and some game faces on. You can kind of pick up there is a bit of tension down there.
It's funny how the mind kind of shifts, whether it's okay, I don't want to be in the elimination round. When you come here, you're like, I'm gonna make it straight to that third round, and then if you do make the elimination round, it's kind of funny how the mind shifts. So, it's just an extra heat. Get a little bit more reps under my belt, but it definitely looked a little bit more tense in that athletes area. It was a lot more serious. But Paul, this is your second day down here. I feel like with this smaller swell, it seems to be hugging the reef that little bit better.
Yeah, it does, definitely. I mean, opportunities for turns on waves and to find a bit of rhythm, and a little bit easier to surf maybe when you find them. I just think in that last heat, what we saw from Nere, she had the opportunity with waves. She just tried to overdo it a bit. Not sure if you really need to do that here today. Obviously, it depends the context of the scores, what you need, but maybe don't need to go for 8s. Just kind of what the waves are offering. Multiple turns, do 3 nice turns, get in the 6s. That's kind of try and keep it quite simple.
Yeah.
Don't really need to force it.
I feel like that was kind of the formula for yesterday as well. We didn't see too many people breaking out of that 10-12 point mark, and it seemed to be enough to get those people who figured that out early into that third round. So I think maybe potentially for people like Luana, that is just that simple recipe. She needs to make it through. But for Mara, this is her first heat, so potentially a little bit more nervous out of the two competitors. She looks like she's having a paddle here. We do have this upcoming tide right now, so things are getting a little bit slower. You can see they're starting to move their way in, figure out this lineup a little bit more. But we got to chat on the morning show this morning and talk through who we thought were a bit of the standouts yesterday. Obviously, not everyone can make it into the round 3. Who are you actually looking forward to most in these elimination rounds, and any matchups that kind of stood out to you?
I mean, this heat right here, I was really looking to see the response of Luana Silva, particularly after yesterday. Something of a disappointment. I've always felt like she's someone that's quite hard to read. Like what she's kind of going through. She sort of generally has the sort of same kind of look to her, like emotionally, even before and after a heat. It's quite tough. She's obviously stoked when she does well, but I was looking forward to seeing this response in particular. So I think it's going to be an interesting one to watch. And then looking down the draw, obviously the Sophie Medina, Kohai Fiero.
Yes. Sophie
Medina is someone who I think her heats are obviously just compelling in the fact that the sort of improvements she's been making in her surfing and her competing compared to when she sort of first came on the scene. You see the name and a lot of expectation. Since then, I think her surfing has come on so much, and the way she competes as well. So I'm looking forward to that one. I think that's going to be a great match. I think the Ellie Harrison heat as well with Malia Lim, that's going to be a cool one as well.
Yeah, I think so. I think there's no easy heats, and it's so easy to say we are in the World Junior Championships, but you can kind of look at the draw and think, oh, maybe. But with the amount of upsets we had yesterday, it is really anyone's game out there. Speaking of Sophia Medina, we have seen she spent a lot of time in the wave pool. I'd love to pick your brain on how you think wave pools are kind of shaping these junior surfers these days. Do you think it's building rapid improvement?
Oh, for sure. I mean, that's been kind of one of the storylines, but particularly with the women. So if you think about that Ladybird generation with that sort of skate style as well, and that kind of aspect, the airs coming in, that's been absolutely huge.
Here we go, Lulu. Just a bit of a one-turner. I feel like that may have just been a bit of a momentum wave. It felt like, let's just catch a wave. She looked a bit bored sitting out there, to be honest. So just the one turn there, though. Yeah,
I mean, it's really low energy at the moment, isn't it? There's only so much you can do. You cannot force the ocean bring you away. All you can really do is just be calm.
Here we go, Mara just getting caught behind here. So nothing of real consequence coming through so far. We just have a couple 3s and a couple 2s. Let's go back to this wave pool, though. I feel like potentially this could have been a real shift, and maybe why we're seeing those Erin Brooks come out into being these kind of world-renowned surfers, because they might even be getting their technique down that little bit earlier on, whether it's barrel riding, airs in these pools.
Definitely. You think about the sort of democracy of the wave pool and how you can get your wake out, how many reps you can do. That's been a big change for everybody. And then, well, actually, specifically, if you look at this event, think of surfers like Kyle Drizola. I mean, his parents literally own Wave Garden, the technology. That's their business. So he learnt to surf in a facility there in the Basque Country. Also, Keone Lassa, who I think he lost yesterday. He'll be surfing the elimination round for the men's as well. He learnt to surf in the wave pool too. So they literally got their technique down from perfect mechanical waves, and then now in the ocean, obviously they're surfing a lot more there. But that's something you kind of couldn't really imagine, 10, 15 years ago?
No, I know. Kind of just snowballed onto the scene. I actually have zero experience with wave pools. I think I surfed urban surf, maybe a couple of waves, but the water was 11 degrees and it wasn't feeling very nice on my north coast, used to the warm waters. Have you been able to dabble into a few of the European ones?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, I've been down there. So it's only a test facility they got in the Basque Countries. It's not open to the public.
Okay.
It's actually quite hard to get an invite down there. But
is it?
Yeah, it's pretty tough. I've been to that one. I went to the one there's one in Switzerland as well. We did an event there, which is pretty wild 'cause it's in the Alps. It's like insanely beautiful.
In the Alps?
Yeah, but like the valleys are really steep over there as well. So it's not like you're looking at a mountain range. The mountains are like right there. It's stunning. I mean, it's a beautiful place. And you just kind of pull off the highway, and there's kind of the perfect left and right. It's kind of a trip. Yeah.
No way! I didn't even know there was one.
Really close to
in
Geneva.
The Alps.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Well, that's something new. All right, love it.
And I think there's loads more coming. Like, I think that's going to be something that we're going to see more and more of around the world at various levels. And obviously, you extrapolate that right up to the ultra elite level on the CT. Going to be heading to Abu Dhabi in February. I mean, that's going to be really interesting. Another kind of step on from the one in Le Mans in terms of the wave and what it can do. A lot of people that I know that have been over there sort of quite excited about that. So let's see where that goes.
Yeah, I feel like this wave pool surfing, like you said, it's kind of breeding like this almost skate style out of surfers, and it's why we're seeing these 8-9-year-olds do these ollies off the back of waves, So, yeah, I think it's breeding great talent, and I do think Sophia Medina, she, to me, was probably the most improved on the Challenger Series last year. She definitely came out the gates looking stronger, looking smarter, and, she actually has a great older brother who can give her a couple pieces of advice. But, yeah, I feel like this is a really exciting generation coming through. Catching up in this heat, though, 15 and a half minutes to go. Luana Silva, 367.253. Not much going on in this heat right now, Paul.
No, not at all. It's been like super low energy, and that's basically dictated by the waves, by what's come through. We haven't seen a couple of sets that we saw in the last one. We're still really waiting for a good one. The best wave that we've seen was Mara for sure. She kind of cruised through it a bit. We talk about the longboard crossover. You kind of saw that in the cruisy style. She's going to need to try and fire up a little bit.
Here she is on the screen, right on cue. Has a section to work with here and gets a turn in. Looks down the line, potentially maybe could have capitalized on that one. Lulu looking to answer back, but not much going on. Potentially a bit of frustration from Luana right now. I was talking to Luke Landrigan just before, and he said, we've hit the dead low tide because the swell is a bit smaller. It's actually hugging the reef better. We've still got it coming from the north, so it's wrapping around this west-facing reef. But it just seems to be one of those heats where it's just off. Looking like Lulu, though, having a paddle here. Hopefully this is something better. She's got a bit more energy down the line here. Nothing is really happening, though, and we're halfway through this heat. Yeah,
but, she's doing exactly the right thing. She's trying to stay kind of busy, find little opportunities. She doesn't want to just sort of sit there and pickle, like kind of keeping in motion. And it's pretty warm here as well, so that's not going to be an issue. But, yeah, just keep in motion. Why not?
Well, while the boys are loving it, we don't have much action in the water. We are going to go to a quick ad break. We'll be back with the rest of this heat very shortly.
When you choose the Philippines, you know you're in good hands. Where large-scale venues meet state-of-the-art facilities. And where world-class hospitality meets destinations that are beyond extraordinary. With all hands at work to give you the best of the Filipino brand of service excellence. Welcome to the Philippines, where we take your business to heart.
This is how you know that love is real. When it expects nothing in return, yet makes you yearn to give it back. When it leaves a mark on your soul that you'll take everywhere you go. Because when it's love, you feel it.
Let's wander La Union's Tangadan Falls. The perfect side trip after surfing the waves. Hike along the scenic trail and be greeted by the majestic 50-foot falls. Whoa! The best part? A dip in its cool, refreshing waters. Seek more thrills in La Union.
We're back with the second half of this elimination round. Heat number 3, Luana Silva taking on the local lady, Mara Lopez. It's been a real quiet heat so far. Haven't had anyone score outside of that 3-point mark. We are seeing some beautiful drone shots though to kind of get the gist of where we are. I've heard this is the coast that everyone from Manila kind of comes to enjoy their weekends. It's definitely a bit of a crowd favourite on the weekends. It was a lot busier on the Saturday, Sunday that we were here, and it's quite nice and calm. So I feel like we'll have more locals that flock down over the next few days. 12 minutes on the clock in this one. We lost Yanire in that last heat, and you have a lot to do with the European side of the WSL. Do you get a little bit sad when you see, a couple of the Euros go down?
Yeah, you know what? I can sense her disappointment as well. I mean, she did look pretty bummed at that. I know she has sort of just taken her particularly. She has quite high expectations for herself. She'll be really disappointed with this. Yeah, in general these days, I like to see the Euros do well, but I don't. Yeah, not whatever.
Yeah, you are quite nonchalant.
Yeah. I'll be okay. I think.
Sure,
I'll pull through.
You'll be right.
I get a little bit more into maybe like characters rather than sort of nations and stuff as well. I've never particularly, probably because Britain wasn't ever like a big thing, particularly as I never really got into like nations with surfing. I always took my favourite surfers when I was young weren't like from where I was from necessarily. I like just whoever I like the kind of the vibe,
the
personality.
personalities. They hooked you.
Or just I like the hair or something. Yeah.
Loved the hair.
Yeah.
This lady in blue, she'll be coming up next. Reed Van Wagner, looking like she's getting ready. Maybe a couple rushes from the grip. I feel like when you come from steamers into whether you're wearing surf shorts or bikinis or boardies, the rush you get on your knees from a brand new grip deck is next level.
Yeah, we chatted about this briefly yesterday, coming from the cold, and that is the thing. Like, you go on a surf trip in winter, and you're stoked. I'm going to Indo, whatever it is. But you basically spend the first week just sort of crying because you got like the worst rubs and rashes.
Oh, it's the worst. I feel like your skin would sizzle that little bit more if you're coming from a cold climate. Lulu up and riding on this one. That's a better looking first turn. Here we go. We've got something going down the line. Kicks the fins out for a third. This is a really well put together wave here from Luana, and we're going to get out of this 3-point range, Paul.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to just feel a lot better from her as well. She's really been waiting for that one. You kind of saw a couple of moments of a little bit of frustration. I did mention she can be quite hard to read, but there was one moment on one of those little soft waves she took where you can kind of see she was just thinking, where is it? But I think that one will be a good settler for her. Expect to see her improve from it. Just a classic flow, the light touch. She knows exactly how hard to push, not overdoing it. And that's experience as well. This is really nice dynamic surfing, variety through the turns. So showing something a little different, but crucially, not pushing too hard, not falling off, and not kind of wasting an opportunity and then potentially getting weird with further kind of frustration. Really well surfed.
Yeah, love how she didn't overdo it, but push just enough that it's going to make the judges feel something, think something. There it is. Comes through at a 6-point ride. She's moved down the line. She looks like she's shifted down to that slightly wider peak, but not the super wide one where we just see you kind of get stuck in cutback territory. That's the Lulu we're used to seeing. I feel like that's kind of who she touched into right at the end of her first round heat.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, also just in terms of overall flow to your surfing, she's going to feel so much better to do 3 nice turns, and everything's going to become a lot easier. That energy that you feel from the ocean, rather than kind of looking for something that hasn't been there so far. Now you feel like, okay, this is starting to come to me. Everything, you stop thinking about it so much, just kind of feel your way through the heat. So I expect to see her improve from here. And I think a 6 is a really good number for that. I also think the judges, like, they want to score some good stuff, and then they're not into throwing 1s and 2s. So I think there maybe a little bit of relief from them as well.
Oh, absolutely.
Something to score.
Yeah, something to talk about, something to think about. Mitch, however, is down on the beach. He's going to give us something to think about.
I got something to talk about too, Jesse. What's up, guys? We're down here on the beach, and look at this. We got a trade fair going on. Who knew about this? I didn't. And look, there's bags. Jesse, we're going shopping later today. I know you're going to lend me some more cash because I didn't have any on me last night. But guess what? We got bags. We got honey back there. We got a ton of local produce, which I'm really excited about. It seems like some chicharron, which are pork rinds, pork skin. I'm really excited about that. Couple different sauces, which are something that not only are seasoning in this part of the world. I'm Mexican, big part of my culture, and I'm really excited to see not only these bags, but the way they actually develop them through. So little trade fair, literally right next to the athlete zones, guys.
We'll be shopping a little bit later, Mitch. That is for sure. I love a good souvenir. Thanks, Mitch. Yeah, I love the activations that the Philippines get around. Whether we're here at the World Juniors or we're at Siargao for the Cloud9, there is always so much going around the event sites, and even the opening closing ceremonies, they are definitely extravagant over here.
Yeah, they really go for it totally. They know how to have a good time. That's just part of the culture, that whole kind of fun thing, and being super social as well. Everyone's out and about like pretty early in the morning as well. They're down the beach, kind of set up for the day. They're down on the sand and just kind of stoked on being on the beach. It's just really cool to see that sort of fun, and it does make a difference for us. We got different places around the world, but actually you do feel genuinely like people are stoked that you're here, and that's totally what makes a contest, is the vibe around it.
Oh, absolutely. The locals around here, they're just so beautiful. They want to engulf you in the culture, and I think that is such a special thing that the Philippines have, and it makes you fall in love with the place so much sooner. This is my 3rd trip here, and every time I come to the Philippines, I think I could spend months on end here, just purely because how much I love the people, how much I love the culture, and you really can't go past the waves. This is one of many, many waves, 7,000 islands here, so think about all the ones that are possibly untouched as well. Just over 6 minutes to go in this heat, still just that 6-point ride, standing out in front of the rest of the field. Mara, though, if you're in her spot right now, Paul, how are you feeling? How are you going to get out of the situation needing a 7.5?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to do, easy to say. Maybe don't think too much about the heat. She's obviously surfed a bunch over here with all the local knowledge. Just try and get out there, catch a couple of waves, and really think about scores if you can do that. But it's hard to do when you're surfing against someone like this.
Yeah, Lulu, she's looking a little bit more revved up and fired up, especially on the wave she's taking now. This one just had a bit of a weird angle to it. It kind of goes back to that theme we were talking about throughout the day yesterday and even this morning. It is shifting. It's chopping and changing a lot. It's a lot harder to read once you're out there. Yeah, from what I've heard, it's really fun when you get them. That's kind of the phrase, but I think, even with 2 people out, it's easy to get lost in sea because you don't have that crowd around you. But these guys, they're doing it. Luana's found that 6. We'd just love to see the local lady try and get another roll.
Yeah, it certainly also feels like one of those spots and under the kind of conditions where you can't kind of grub up a score. It's not like going to the inside. I'll just kind of like try and find something. You do actually need to wait for the right wave to come through. So in a way that sort of simplifies the task. It will be good to see Mara get involved. We've seen a connection that she's got with the ocean here. She's got that really nice looking wave early on. It'd be great to see her on another one like that as well and stoke out the locals. But this is kind of what we expected to see. We expect Luana Silva, heavy favourite, coming into this and, in much more control right now.
Yeah, absolutely. She looks like she's hunting around. She seems to be in that attitude where she just wants to catch waves. And I think she knows if she can drop that 3-6-7, she might even put Mara in that combination land, which is pretty much going to solidify her that spot in the next to be. She wants to come away with this world title here by the end of the week. Couple of sets looking like they might be rolling through right now, but we'll just wait and see. It's kind of been teasing us all morning here.
Yeah, I don't mind at all what Mara's doing there. She looks pretty comfortable. Like, she'd be feeling nervous for sure, but at the same time, she's looking away. She's not getting rattled. Maybe an attempt at a little bit of a sell there from Luana. Not phased at all.
No.
Like, she had a little look down the line. She's like, no, I don't think so. So, with the priority and making the right decisions in terms of not to go, but obviously you don't get anything for not going. She does need to try and find a way. She's got just under 4 minutes, so hopefully we get her something.
Yeah, she had a little mosey at that one, but didn't decide to go. She almost fooled, or she did. I was going to say she almost fooled the priority judge, but it was classified as a paddle, so priority now. Moving on to Luana.
So basically the complete opposite of what I was just saying.
Yes. It's just the nature of this place, isn't it? You say one thing, another thing happens.
Yeah, so, not quite doing the right thing, and that's just the experience, really, of Luana. That's exactly what you do in this situation. The different ways you can affect the heat. Obviously, you want to do it with your scoring and your surfing on waves. The other way, you saw after she paddled really close, went across the nose of Mara's board, sort of turned around behind and then went back past again, and was just very active. And pretty close as well. And quite a recognisable figure for a young surfer like Mara. Yeah, that starts to get inside your head, and priority back to Luana, exactly what she wanted.
Yeah, it's interesting when you start surfing these bigger fields. Like, this is the biggest event Mara has ever competed in, the most international affair. And it's interesting when you are young. I know for me, especially when I was competing, when you come up against those bigger seeds, that just the slight little nerves that come into play, but it's almost like fangirl nerves, like, oh my gosh, I'm competing against Luana. Or for me, I had a heat against Sally Fitzgibbons, and I thought it was the best thing in the entire world that I almost forgot to actually surf the heat.
Did you give her any chirp?
Yeah, I was chatting to her the whole time out there. Just one annoying grom that wouldn't shut up this whole heat. But she's awesome. And
But you didn't heckle her?
No, God no. I was scared. I was like 15. Just going, so Sally, when you release this, and just talking to her about everything I could in the 20 minutes I had with her out there. But it is just another factor that is going to play into Mara's head, knowing that, Luana is probably a big role model for her, and this is a really big international field. 2 minutes to go, she's going to need to pull something pretty spectacular out of the bag here, though, and I feel like it's going to take a certain type of wave too.
Yeah, definitely. I'd love to see her surf another wave. Whatever happens in the outcome of the heat, just get a chance to do some more surfing in that singlet as well. And let's see how she goes about doing that. It's going to have to be under the priority though of Luana, isn't it, right now? It's been, since that 6 came through, it didn't necessarily put the heat to bed, but this is exactly the kind of pattern that we've expected to see. But yeah, another set would be really cool for an exchange to close out the heat.
Yeah, I saw before she padded out for her heat, she was on a pretty good looking Smith shapes. Here we go, Lulu, though, trying to shut the gate. Nothing really happening on that one, so door slightly open there for Mara. She just kind of needs to pick the brain out of the next few waves coming through, but it does look a little bit sleepy right now.
Yeah, it's a serious misfire for Luana Silva. Taking that, not a good decision. Very easy with hindsight to say not a good decision, but against a tougher competitor, those kind of things could prove costly. Mara Lopez is a big requirement that she needs. 7.5's huge, but an opportunity for her here.
Yeah, definitely. 45 seconds to go. We can see the competitors in that next heat just eager to get their heat underway. Lulu slitting slightly inside, which I would say would be a tactic just in case Mara might miss one of the next sets coming through, trying to snag one of those wider ones, just improve on that 3, because I feel like even though she's winning this heat, she still seems frustrated. She still seems like she hasn't really opened the door for herself. Here we go, last chance, 20 seconds. There's the first 10 here for Mara, comes up, tags it, but can't quite hold on. Unfortunately, that is not going to be the 7.5 she's looking for. 10 seconds on the clock. It looks like we're going to see Luana moving through this one.
Yeah, I'm just stoked to see her get a wave, though. Really nice wave. Again, like not really the surfing that would have got the score, whether she fell or not, but it's just great to see her in flow, to catch something, get moving in the lineup, rather than to kind of sit there and spend the last 10 minutes of the heat without surfing. But well done, Luana Silva. It's the result we expected, but you got to get out there. You still have to win. She got the job done in tricky conditions.
Yeah, another big heat down. We are moving on to heat number 4, but before that, we are going to run through a quick commercial break. Don't go anywhere. Plenty more action of the World Junior Championships coming up.
Let's wander the historic city of Vigan. This UNESCO World Heritage Site is one of the best preserved Spanish colonial towns in the world. Walk along cobblestone streets of heritage houses and historic attractions dating back to 1500s. Don't forget to take home Ilocano crafts for pasalubong. Travel back in time in Vigan.
When you choose the Philippines, you know you're in good hands. Where large-scale venues meet state-of-the-art facilities. And where world-class hospitality meets destinations that are beyond extraordinary. with all hands at work to give you the best of the Filipino brand of service excellence. Welcome to the Philippines, where we take your business to heart. When you choose the Philippines, you know you're in good hands.
We're back for the World Junior Championships here at La Union. This is Mona Lisa Point. We have quite the heat on our hands. Anon Matsuoka from Japan taking on Reed van Wagner, not mucking around. Anon is up and riding. This is what we're used to seeing. Big maneuver there from Anon. I'm Jessie Starling. Joining me through this elimination round, hello, Paul Evans.
Hi, really stoked on that wave, love it. Just seeing a bit of energy from Deep and good surfing as well, committed to the section. Another wave right here.
Reed, just a quick little in and out here for that one. I love Anon starting her heat early as well. Looks like Reed may have got a start as well, 3.83. But yesterday we saw Anon have quite a quiet heat, which is by any means not like her usual competitive game, so she's got herself out the gates and already done a turn bigger than yesterday's.
Well, Battle of the Goofies here, and we've already seen more energy from the ocean in the opening, 2 minutes of this than we saw in the whole half hours. It's just the way it happens with the pulsing of the ocean here. So this was early doors from Van Wagner. Really nice backhand style and a bit of spice. Nice, crisp, incisive surfing in the pocket. Gets the little combo done. It was a little sticky at the end, did really well just to sort of finish that. And a really different sort of wave as this stretched out all the way in front. And she's absolutely flying here, really steep. I like that maneuver selection from her. And there wasn't a lot available and kind of where she could put that turn. I just thought it was quite precise. Good opening exchange.
This is a really great matchup actually between these two surfers. I feel like there's a lot of dominance and aggression between the way they both surf, and I feel like it's very evenly matched talent-wise as well. It doesn't seem like one's got the edge on another, so...
Absolutely. Cool to see two Goofies as well going at it. A little bit more experience from Matsuoka. She's done a couple of laps of the Challenger Series. I think a couple of 17th is her best result. She's never really broken through there, but just competing at that level, she might feel she's a little more experienced. But Van Wagner, really exciting up-and-coming surfer from the US. I think semis in the QS 3000 earlier this year was her best result, but I think she surfs with a lot of confidence and a lot of spark as well.
Yeah, this would be actually the first heat I've seen her compete in, and if it's anything like that first wave, I'm already impressed. She seems to have a really nice whip on her backhand. She seems to push super hard off that back foot, and then Anon, we know she can absolutely go for it, and she has this crazy streak of good results. We spoke about it yesterday. In 10 events, she had 4 finals, 5 semi-finals, and then 1 17th. That is one remarkable record. This is a little pan back of what we're looking at here, but Reed, she's taking our action back to the water. Nice at first turn, but not a lot on that one. So I love the fact these ladies are trying to stay busy though, Paul.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's a smart call. That's the way that Luana Silva got that 6 in the previous heat as well, a quiet one, but it wasn't just sitting there and being disinterested. Do need to kind of be a little bit active as well. Put yourself in position, just kind of stay in motion and try and find something. And I think also just in terms of not overthinking things as well by trying to be busy, I think it's a good place to be because that's what surfers like to do is ride waves.
All right, looks like we are going to cross down to Mitch, who's going to be chatting to Luana. Actually, we'll get back to that in just a second. Big first turn here from Reed. It comes back around. Wow, great surfing from the lady from the US, answering back straight away. Anon can't quite get to that end section, but I love the fact they're going from wave for wave. Mitch, now we would love to talk to you and Lulu.
Thanks, Jessie. Lulu, congratulations. You know, those are the ones that you want to get out of the way right now, right? You have the 6, don't necessarily have a backup, and it just seems like the point is moving back and forth. You move one way, it goes the other. How do you feel out there, especially here in the elimination round 1, and get this one done?
Yeah, it's good to get these out of the way. I mean, those are never... I don't feel satisfied for myself personally, but I'm just happy. Get out of the way, move into the next round. Hopefully there's better waves and conditions for us.
Is it almost better to still have that kind of hunger lingering in the back of your head, knowing that you still have much more to give?
I have so much more to give. I mean, I feel like I've been surfing really good in the free surfs. I've been feeling really good with my boards, and there's so much more to show, I feel. So hopefully it gets bigger, and hopefully I can show like what I've been doing in the free surf.
I definitely agree with that. Now, speaking of the highest of the highs and the lowest of the lows, surfing's all about balance, right? You experience much more loss than you do with the victories. How do you find that balance here at World Juniors and apply it both to the Challenger and then eventually to the CT, Lulu?
Yeah, I mean, I've experienced everything, I guess, now. I've made CT, gotten cut, Challenger Series, made the Challenger Series, go back to CT, get cut again, and then coming to World Juniors. I mean, I'm feeling very humbled at the moment, and I'm really grateful for the opportunity to be here, and I'm really hungry for something big.
I like that. Mensagem para o Brasil?
Queria agradecer todo mundo que está lá acordado assistindo, minha família, os amigos, e vamos nessa.
Muito parabéns. Jesse?
Awesome. Thank you, Mitch. Thank you, Lulu. I feel like I may have mentioned it in that heat when they were competing. It just didn't seem like she was satisfied with what was going on. That 6 maybe tickled her fancy a little bit, but, you know, she just said, I'm not satisfied in herself. I would love to know what she actually would love to do out there to walk away happy from a heat.
Yeah, I like this phase of Luana Silva that we're getting at the moment. I feel like her career is entering a new phase, and it's really good to see it.
Yeah, I love it. This is Anon up and riding. A bit of a roundhouse to start this one off. Hasn't really found a good open wall since that first wave to really get into that bottom turn and just unleash at the top of the wave. So Anon, I like that she's staying busy though. It's not, you know, just keep turning waves. It isn't a very consistent day. They are great waves, but they are few and far between, so it makes sense to just keep turning to try and make something happen.
Yeah, just before we went to that interview, you mentioned the whip on the backhand from Reed. We saw that one really good crack, didn't we? And she actually ended up getting a really good number for that. She's just shown flashes. If she connects with the right section, she's going to be really dangerous. This could be a really tough heat for Anon.
Yeah, I feel like you speak about Luana's career is probably going to hit a new stage, and she's looking and feeling really good. But I feel like Reed, I haven't come across her before, but watching her serve, looking at her, I'm thinking, wow, she could hit this new ground of her career if she keeps throwing down backhand whips like that.
Yeah, just, you know, picking up on those points that Mitch raised there, talking to Luana, like when she first came on, she had that kind of disruptor energy, like the new generation. You kind of never really a favourite coming against the establishment. She did really well, got a lot of success. She was always kind of stoked, like happy to be there. Then, all right, you mentioned get cut a couple of times. Then, okay, maybe confidence. You start to think, okay, am I doing the right thing? Should I be at this level? I think now, after a couple of years, a bit more experience, here at the junior, she's a heavy favourite. Like, she'd be expecting to win this event. And I think it's really time that we see her surfing at the level that we know. As her best is really good, but trying to do that consistently and trying to kind of grind it out in the tough heats as well. It's really going to be really interesting to see.
I think so too, and I could not imagine the pressure of having the cut and knowing you have to perform in 7 events. And it is this task that not everyone can handle. It just might not be your year, and then someone might come back on and just absolutely blitz it. So it is such a balance, you know, yin and yang moment that Mitch talked about.
Also, sometimes in careers, like things happen quite quickly, maybe a little bit earlier than you anticipated, and maybe even a bit earlier than you maybe wanted, and maybe not quite ready on some level. And obviously you're going to take those opportunities if you qualify. Like she got it done quite late in that season. It was kind of dramatic at the end, but obviously you're going to go great. I'm on the CT, but maybe you don't feel like your surfing's fully there. And you got to obviously, you're going to get called up to the CT, you're going to surf there, but getting cut, dealing with that when you're young, it's not easy.
Oh, absolutely not. It definitely would shake the confidence. You know, I know talking to Morgs after he got cut, he was just that little bit older, but he said it just doesn't get easy, thinking about Jacob as well. So it is such this big thing because you finally get there and all your hopes and dreams come true, and in a short 7 events, it can all be over. So it can be a lot for a young surfer.
I mean, Morgs went from finals to getting cut. Know. So it just goes to show how quickly your fortunes can change.
Yeah, it's
brutal.
It is, but it's also exciting. I feel like it does put a little bit more pressure on the line. This lady, though, she's out in front. Reed, there's that backhand whip. She's got it on lock. Big section. Holds on, maybe. Oh, can't quite hold on. I thought to myself as I was saying holds on, I was like, don't say it because you might jinx her, and I feel like I may have just done it.
Yeah, I thought she was making that. That was a great wave, really exciting and dynamic. I like the risk taken. That's gonna, she's gonna rue the fact that was incomplete on the end because she'd back herself to make that kind of turn. But you can just see the level of both of these surfers. I just really like the way she said something just slightly different about her approach. We've seen some really good American goofies for all the women make it through, but she's just got something that I think is exciting to watch. I think the judges enjoying it as well. You make that turn, she's going to get another good number and apply a bit more pressure. She's in the lead at the moment, but it's not a huge one.
Yeah, she's got that 5.5. It is real the standout of this heat. 4.5 is the highest wave score we do have for a non with. We're 10, 12 minutes in, so we do have just over 18 minutes to go. I feel like there's still plenty of time for this heat to really ramp up. There's definitely a lot more energy in this heat than we saw in that last one, and I feel like both of these ladies are really switched on. And something I was listening to Jessie and Stace talk about yesterday is it's so funny how not landing one snap can make or break your career. It can make and break whether you surf a heat, and you'd hate for that one snap to be that for Reed, but I feel like with the energy she's surfing with and the determination she's kind of bringing to this heat, it's hopefully not going to be the case for her.
Yeah, I mean, still loads of time, isn't there? So like 18 minutes. There's like, some 20-minute heats. When you're a junior, you used to surf in short heats. Bags of time for her out there. Will be also a question of opportunities, but I think I don't think that's going to linger too long in her memory. I think she'll try and sort of surf her way back into a bit of dominance.
Here she goes, second turn, really nice. Love that first one. Goes third vertical again on the third. She's kind of down in that fat territory. I was going to say I don't feel like she's going to get much more out of it, but 3 solid turns. Stace calls them perso waves. I feel like that was a little bit of a perso for Reed to be able to just go, all right, here's 3 turns back to back. That is, I would say, is going to better her 3.83 and maybe just a bit of a confidence builder after not making that last turn.
That's exactly it. I mean, we were just talking about that, but just wash off that. Don't linger. You didn't make it. That's done. Move on. The best way to do it is by surfing. But look at this bomb.
A non deciding it's not a bomb. She gets out of there, so nothing much happening. She's sitting quite far up the top of the reef, so she's deciding to listen to part of JR's advice, sit up the top, try and find those ones that hug this reef just that a little bit closer. The only thing I'm going to say is this sit and wait, that drop and wait attitude she had yesterday didn't work for her.
Also, you think about mental resilience as well. That's your plan. You're sticking to it. All right, plan A. But hey, you know what? You hear your opponent from under prio, obviously from way down, gets a wave and gets a pretty good score as well. I mean, it's close to Anon's best. It's the backup wave now for Reed. So, well, she's still heading deeper. She's sticking with the plan.
Yeah, she's kicking. I feel like she's maybe seen something or someone's waving her down the beach. It looks just like there could be a little bit of energy moving her way right now. Here we go, Anon. Matsuoka kicking to get into this one. Up and riding. That blackboard looks so good. First check snap there. Now she has a section to work with. Belts it, kicks the fins out, but can't quite hold on. You look a little bit upset, Paul.
Yeah, nightmare. Just no need to not make that turn, I'll say. Particularly after that very first wave. You know, she came out pretty strong with a tricky section and she did well. It was nice and neat and tidy, but yeah, I don't want to say unforgivable, but definitely not what she wanted to do there. And this is going to be a tough feat. I don't think she can afford. You can see her shaking her head. You can't afford to make mistakes at this level against an opponent. Reed Van Wagner, she is bang up for this, and you can see she's surfing really well. She's got the lead. She's got a bit of momentum with her. She'll have priority now as well. Anon needs to step up.
Yeah, absolutely. She needs to kind of get something going pretty soon in this heat. She needs to match, not become 2 steps behind this lady who's up and riding. Big turn there for Reed. She just seems to be heating up. Wow, huge turn. She's coming round again. I love her style. She's got a really cool approach to this wave. She might even get an inside section to work with here that we haven't seen too much, but she's going to get out of there. Damage was done out the back though, Paul.
Yeah, definitely. Having a little look back as well. Maybe see if it's for support, or I'm not exactly sure, but after last wave we've just sort of seen her have a little look back and kind of check in with what's happening at the contest site. But you know what, don't need to sit with priority. Sometimes a bomb comes through straight away. Really nice sections, and you know, thinking about her numbers, this is what it's all about, really. That 4.07 that she just got as a backup score. To talk about momentum, trying to improve every time you stand up, add to your total. I think she's going to do that here.
Oh, absolutely. They were some of the biggest turns we've seen of this heat. I would say of this morning, one of them threw spray to the moon. Here's a replay from this drone angle. What do you really think of it?
Yeah, she got loads of that first section. This one just set up so nicely for her. I mean, super cooperative. I think at that stage she would have loved another steeper section. She kind of had to go to the cutbacks. And then through here, there's quite a lot of arm and hand movement, not loads from the surfboard, but I think the damage was done early on. I love to see surfers as well. That first turn really open up, give it a crack. And I think that's kind of recognition that at this level, you're going to need to be really good surfing. Taking risks, the judges want to reward that. And I thought, yeah, the first 2 turns were really good. It was a good combo. On the backhand, you do 2 good turns on steep sections. The judges love that. I think we're going to see a really good number.
I think we are too. 16 minutes down, 14 to go. We are going to go to a quick ad break, but we'll be back with that last number of Reid very shortly.
Let's wander the historic city of Vigan. This UNESCO World Heritage Site is one of the best preserved Spanish colonial towns in the world. Walk along cobblestone streets of heritage houses and historic attractions dating back to 1500s. Don't forget to take home Ilocano crafts for pasalubong. Travel back in time in Vigan.
When you choose the Philippines, you know you're in good hands. Where large-scale venues meet state-of-the-art facilities. And where world-class hospitality meets destinations that are beyond extraordinary. With all hands at work to give you the best of the Filipino brand of service excellence. Welcome to the Philippines, where we take your business to heart.
We are back from the break. We do have the elimination round, heat number 4, but we're back with a pretty big score from Reid. 7-point ride from that last one. Great wave, great surfing.
Yeah, really well done. She's taken control of this, and it's exactly what she wanted, particularly at a crucial time around about that midway point in the heat as well, and that mistake from Anon Matsuoka heavily punished. So she failed to add significantly to what she did, and at the same time just handing that priority over when the best wave comes through. And you know, your best wave comes through, you got priority, obviously you're going to go, but you do actually need to do the surfing and perform as well, and kind of not look like you're surfing with nerves. And I think Reid looks really confident coming into the heat, and that confidence will be growing now.
Yeah, she looks like she has that attitude of, I'm not willing to lose. I'm not prepared to lose. I am getting through this heat. She kind of seems to have that dominant confidence, like you talk about, that you do really need to have in heats like this. You can't really go into the elimination round thinking, oh, I don't know, I'll see how I go. You have to kind of grab the bull by the horns and just absolutely control it from start to finish, which is exactly what she's doing. Sophia Medina, she'll be taking on Fiero in that next heat, which I think could potentially be the matchup of this draw. I think that is a really stacked heat. She's looking switched on and ready to go. 2
really different approaches to surfing as well. Kohai a bit sort of lighter on her feet, kind of maybe a little bit smoother. Medina, much more aggression, really exciting and dynamic. That's going to be a great heat.
Here we go. Looks like Reid, she's just going to keep the ball rolling, and just as I say that, no, she's not. She's going to decide to not go that one. Feel like now she's just starting to play a little bit of tactics here with Anon. She's starting to creep around, crawl kind of close to her. Just let her know that I'm here and I'll take anything you don't want to have. I'll make you second guess any decision about any wave coming through. But Yeah, like we spoke about, that two-turner where Anon didn't land it, it has really put her 2 steps behind. Now needing an 8-point ride. Still 10 minutes is a really long time, and think about Reed in 10 minutes. She got herself a 7 and a 5.5, so it's still capable for Anon, but this mindset, it does need to shift.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, obviously you're just scoring on your 2 waves. That's what's counting in your total. But just in terms of the surfing that you're doing, if you're falling a lot on waves, you've got no real rhythm going at all. It's very hard in surfing to kind of from nowhere just try and find something and get a score. You do sometimes need to kind of surf yourself towards that score with maybe throwaway waves that you did leading up to it. But she's got nothing. All the momentum, all the energy is kind of going the wrong way. So she needs a complete turnaround in this.
Oh, absolutely. And I just think the only way to surf yourself out of this is the more time you're on the feet, the more opportunities you're going to have. You just need to get up and start swinging. You never know what each wave's going to look like. This is a bowly one here for Reed. 2 turns with the completion. I'm not going to say it's going to eclipse that 5.5, but I'm loving what she's bringing to the table in this heat.
Yeah, she's enjoying herself there, isn't she? I mean, it's obviously you get 7 come in and that's going to feel really good, but I just feel like this heat's kind of going to plan. You visualize what you want to do and what you think might happen, and kind of best case scenario, and improving your scores, getting towards that big number, getting that posted. I think this is all going quite nicely there for Reed.
Yeah, we can see Anon kind of kicking around, looking for something that's going on. She went to this plan yesterday, and we spoke about this plan A, plan B. Plan A of sit and wait, it's not working for her right now. And when she stayed busy at the start of heats, where she found herself that 4.5. So Anon does maybe need to readjust, use that adaptivity we know that she has. She's a very talented surfer, one of the best females coming out of Japan right now. Like you mentioned, had a year on the Challenger Series. So I feel like every time you surf on a level like that, you come away a better competitor. You see so many people who maybe didn't make the cut for the CT fall back to the regional tour, but come back better competitors. So I feel like she just needs to dial into that. But I feel like you've seen a few of the junior generations come through now. You've had a lot to do with our sport for quite some time. Is there any shades of anyone that you see in this generation coming through? Are you seeing maybe early Stephs or early Mix and Parkos starting to come through? What's this generation kind of making you feel?
Yeah, I mean, you think of sort of surfers individually, and I think definitely like back in the day that was the key. I think maybe these days it's also to do with these sort of generational groups that come through, even from multiple regions. So before you kind of thought, okay, you got the Aussie squad coming through, you know, there's like 3 of them, they all come from the same place, they're going to push each other. But there's much more, I feel like kind of almost an international generation. I think that particularly with the women, I don't think we've ever seen anything like this. I think in the past, like, you take Steph as an example, Carissa as well, even like Tyler did really well at like 14 at CT level, but it did feel like kind of individuals, and there was that season, there was this new like amazing young surfer coming through. I can't remember ever having like this, you know, almost like a football team of like amazing young surfers that are kind of like game changing, like the level that they're surfing at, the type of surfing they're doing. We've never seen that before. That's really unique actually for the women. For the men in this generation, their work is still sort of ahead of them. There's not really that phenom. You know, Gabriel Medina, getting 2.10s when he was still a junior. Already you go, okay, for sure this guy's going to be competing for world titles at the moment. Yeah, some really promising surfers, but yeah, it's going to be tough to do. It's a big step up to the CT.
It's interesting as well, speaking on that field of that footy team of junior female surfers coming through. I just feel like more of them keep popping up. And you just think, how many more can we take?
And like a current world champion, she could be in this event. She's in the age group, but obviously she won the world title, so she doesn't need to be here. But it's incredible, the depth, like you said, and I think they're just kind of inspiring more and more, and basically showing what could be done. There maybe was a feeling that there was kind of the establishment before. It's the same surfers winning events, winning world titles. They kind of had it locked down. Probably felt really hard to kind of bust into that. And I think when someone does that, everyone kind of realizes, hey, you know what? I could do this.
It took 15 years for someone to take a title off Steph, Tyler, or Carissa. They had it down for such a long time, almost 2 decades. What are your thoughts on now, if we're touching on the CT of, you know, the veterans on tour, how you think they're going to kind of take on this new challenge of this new generation coming through?
I think they're going to really struggle, to be honest, because a lot of it's just to do with surfing and the fact that it changes. It is a sport where progression seems to be sort of at the forefront of everything at the moment. You get the sort of stock staple kind of surfing. That's great, but in terms of getting those really good scores in heats at CT level, I think it's going to be really hard. And yeah, I think you can get a reaction from, maybe a veteran on tour, and all right, where are you going to find your motivation from? Okay, there's this young generation coming through. They're coming from a contract. They're coming from a prize money.
Yes.
But, it's all very well trying to respond to it. But if you don't have the surfing, I think it's going to be really hard for a lot of the veterans. I think we might see a lot of careers kind of wrap up pretty quick.
Yeah, I'd love to see what way they kind of change to once they do decide to retire or move on to what's next.
It's really hard as well on the women's tour to hang around.
Yes.
Because there's not many places. It's so hard if you're not making like semis, really, quarters at least. It's not really a result. So it is pretty hard just to kind of remain for a while on tour. I mean, that's going to change a bit when we see the numbers. But even still, it is hard just to kind of kick about and just be kind of an also-ran. So, yeah, moving on. We haven't seen so far a lot of the women go into coaching roles as we do with the men. I think that's something that we're going to hopefully as well start to see more and more of.
I would love to see more and more. I know Chelsea Hedges, she has a really big role in the junior development, and she knows what's up. She's got a world title under her belt. This lady, who knows what her future's going to be, but right now she's looking for a world junior title, gets kind of hung up on that second turn, regroups and come back for third, but I think she knows based on that body language it's probably not going to be what she needs. Anon, however, is not giving herself a lot of time right now to really tackle that 8 and 2. As the time slips further and further down, she's kind of making it more possible just to do on one wave.
Yeah, I mean, the 8-point ride, that requirement is huge, isn't it? It's something we're going to need to see, a kind of wave that we haven't seen come through so far today. But just in terms of the way you feel, like sometimes you sort of energy with the ocean, just what you got going with it that day, not a lot from her, and those mistakes, they're proving really costly. We did talk about that at the start of the heat, that it was going to be tough, and you maybe one, maybe two mistakes you might get away with, but she's made multiple, and she's been made to pay at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like she's relying heavily on whoever's on the beach as well, which it's so important to have a coach and have someone in your corner to know that, give you that extra bit of confidence and reassure you with your decision-making skills. But I feel like when you're relying on someone on the beach to make the decisions for you, it is a little bit of a recipe for disaster, because they're not out there and they're not feeling how the current's feeling. They're not seeing where the waves are kind of shifting to. So I think maybe if she just taps into herself and backs herself just that little bit more, I just feel like I've constantly see her look in every 20 or 30 seconds. There's coach on the beach pushing her up. Maybe had a chat to some of the local surfers. I know Anon worked with Vilma Alapayo, who is here coaching Team Philippines. And maybe he's saying go up, but yeah.
I mean, look how nervous they look. They're kind of like almost sort of freak out stages there from the crew. I think that is the signal to stay deep. I mean, sometimes the right tactic can just not work. I mean, that is the right tactic, is to go deeper, but it's just not happened for us so far. And it's gonna need to be a pretty special wave with a couple of minutes to find that 8.
Yeah, it looks like there might be one coming, but it's going to go to that wider bank. This is just that constant shift that we have here at this wave. It's kind of unpredictable, but it doesn't seem to be. It looks like Reed, she's just playing I'll take what you don't want. So she's up and riding. She wants to better her score. Big section, one big turn, but goes down. I love the fact that she's laying it all on the line. Even though she's got a pretty substantial lead, she just keeps showing up every single wave. And I feel like Anon, she's going to have to pull the trigger pretty soon to try and make something happen. She's had a paddle, but it's not working for her right now, and it's a shame to see, because she is so talented.
Yeah, definitely. And, she opened up, got mid-force at the early part of the heat, and we're thinking we're game on here. Nothing since then. Let's see what she can do here.
Here we go. She's up and riding. Carve to start this one off. It's got a weird wall to it, just the one turn, but she looks frustrated. She kind of needed to be building, have that wave at the very start of the heat, and just found her rhythm and kept building, just like we saw Reed do. This is going to be a huge learning curve for Anon, because this isn't her usual type of competitive strategy. She is more like a surfer like Reed, who builds and takes waves where her competitors are thinking about that they need an 8, they need a set. So I think this is a huge learning event for Anon, to know that stick to your strengths, you know what works. And Reed, however, she's going to find herself in the third round with pretty solid surfing. Unfortunately went down, but I'm liking what I'm seeing from Reed.
Yeah, definitely. She surfed a really good heat. I think from Anon's point of view, it just sometimes you get this. It happens. You can maybe sort of overreact a little bit to some defeats. She just made a couple of mistakes on waves. You get that sometimes. everything that she seems to be doing, her form in general, more broadly, is really good. Everything's heading in the right direction, but she's just had a bit of a nightmare in an elimination heat, and, well, that means you're at the event.
You know what they say, you lose more than you win, and unfortunately that is just the tale of our sport, so she's gonna learn from it, she's gonna take away from this, and yeah, I think maybe just stick to her intuitions a little bit more, but with 5 seconds on the clock, it's pretty safe to say that Reed is gonna move it through. There's a non, she puts her head down, but pretty solid performance there from Reed. I really like what I saw, 7 points on the board for her. It was a solid heat, still smiles at the end, which I love from these two ladies. Great sportsmanship. We are going to go to a break. We'll bring back in Jessie Mendez and Stace Galbraith to take you through the next 2 heats.
When you choose the Philippines, you know you're in good hands. Where large-scale venues meet state-of-the-art facilities, and where world-class hospitality meets destinations that are beyond extraordinary. With all hands at work to give you the best of the Filipino brand of service excellence. Welcome to the Philippines, where we take your business to heart.
This is how you know that love is real. When it expects nothing in return, yet makes you yearn to give it back. When it leaves a mark on your soul that you'll take everywhere you go. Because when it's love, you feel it.
Let's wander La Union's Tangadan Falls. The perfect side trip after surfing the waves. Hike along the scenic trail and be greeted by the majestic 50-foot falls. Whoa! The best part? A dip in its cool, refreshing waters. Seek more thrills in La Union.
Welcome back to the World Junior Championships presented by the Tourism Promotions Board of the Philippines. And it is the Superstar family surnamed Heat for heat number 5 of the elimination round. Sofia Medina from Brazil versus Fiero from French Polynesia, Tahiti. My name's Stace Galbraith, joined in the booth by the 2018 Triple Crown champion, Mr. Jessie Mendez with a Z.
That's how you should spell.
What a lineage we have in this one.
Yeah, that's crazy. Shout out to Gabe if he's watching.
What do you reckon? What's the unders and overs on him watching right now? He's got to be watching,
just the time zone is not the best, but he's usually supports Sofia a lot, and so I wouldn't be surprised. So if he's in here, and Vahini as well, shout out to both of them.
Oh, absolutely, that's right. We'll get to Kohai in a second after we see this replay of Sofia here opening ride. Beautiful carving manoeuvre there to get things started. The wave was a little soft, but she will be stoked to just get things underway here. She had an unfortunate sort of just error of judgment in her first heat, just with the priority interference. You know, she was surfing really well, but just had a bit of a mix-up with the priority board. So I think she'll be pretty stoked just to get that one out of the way and get into the rhythm of this heat. And then out the back we have Kohai, Jessie.
Yeah, looks like also a little bit steeper of a wave right there. Let's see what's going to happen here. Just closes out. She had an opportunity to she was a little bit quicker in transition from that first turn to second. She could have got a nice crack up to finish it up. But I was watching the last heat and I noticed tide's pretty low and the swell is kind of coming from the right side angled like towards the left, and it's really up the point right now. I've noticed the girls were kind of like, mostly for the sets, right? They're sitting like in the main peak where everyone's sitting yesterday, but they're catching the wave halfway through and there's a bit of opportunity miss out the back. Like maybe if it's a little like slow at the moment, like you can sit under, but as soon as you see something out the back, you should just scratch it out the back and make the most, because there's opportunities up there.
We see Sofia Medina looking to edge up a bit further up the point now and look to maybe utilise what you've identified up there, Jessie. And sort of as you've called it, we see some peaks coming in. There could be a couple of good waves in this set. Like you mentioned, it is a short interval swell, so kind of want to be careful that the wave in front is drawing off enough water to make it steep for you. Kohai going to exercise her priority here. It's a nice looking wave. She's up in the lip for the first turn, throwing a bucket of spray out the back. as she has a beautiful carving style through the inside here. And this wave, like you mentioned, Jesse, maybe just a little wide on the bank. Sophia behind, we'll catch you up with her wave in a second as she got her board up and over the lip there. But while we wait to queue up a few replays, we're going to throw down to the sideline. Mitchell, take it away.
Yeah, thank you, Stace. Here with Reed Van Wagner, proud Californian, and of course going through all the wildfires right now in Southern California. I would think this is extra motivation for you, want to go out and perform the way you did.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, shout out to everyone who's going through the fires. Like, I feel so bad for you guys. Like, you're losing everything. So I hope you guys are safe, and hopefully this heat wave can give you some motivation.
Yeah, and before we started the interview, we were talking to Offset about you settling in, being able to find your rhythm out there. Mendez and I were talking yesterday, especially as goofy footers. Timing is everything out there. Speed management too. How were you able to do that, especially on your first wave where you got nearly a 5 on that one?
Yeah, I kind of just went out there, was looking for a decent wave with a decent coping, and then definitely it's a little tricky to time it and figure out where to hit the section, but you kind of want to try to look for like the little triangles, and then I try to get in the pocket of those, and yeah, it worked out.
Crazy to me that you're still only 15 years old, one of the youngest surfers in the event. What kind of privilege do you feel not only to have qualified for this event, but be representing your country the way you're doing on a global stage? We're in the Philippines right now, Reed.
I know, it's really amazing. Like, being the only American girl here is really just so surreal. I can't even process it. Surfing with all the older people here, it's amazing. They all rip, and it's great to learn from them.
Want to say something back home to Carlsbad?
Yeah, my mom's watching at home. It's definitely a little later there, and it's a day behind. But thank you to all my friends and family watching at home. Thanks to Carr, Billabong, and Chris Borst, and hopefully keep going.
Congrats, see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Stace?
Thanks, Mitch. Well done, Reed. Great interview. And yeah, we would also like to echo the sentiments there of everyone doing it tough in Southern California. Absolutely horrific. The photos coming out of there, and the amount of loss is just unfathomable. Good friend of the tour, Mr. Kevin Schultz, on the front line fighting the fires. Kevin is a lovely bloke and a great surfer, and yeah, he's been, along with his team, no doubt working his backside off to keep everyone safe, and we really do hope that the conditions ease up over in that part of the world, over the next couple of days. So yeah, definitely thinking of everyone there, and we hope you get some reprieve shortly. Back to the live action here. We have another set approaching. It's been very consistent in this sort of middle part of the morning. It was a little slow to start the day, but with the tide rolling out, there's plenty of waves on offer. Kohai bringing this one through to the inside. She's got a beautiful style. Her and her sisters all absolutely rip. Older sister Vahine, no doubt, tuning in and watching. G'day, Vahine. And she'll be stoked to see Kohai get that finish and get that nice wave under her belt out here at Mona Lisa Point.
Actually, very similar styles they both have.
Oh,
like
how's the DNA? Yeah, it's beautiful so casual funny. Styles.
How like that? I mean, I'm sure she obviously surfed with her enough to learn a bunch from her, but definitely looks very similar. What a gem of a wave she found in her priority too. The wave kept providing all the way through, and we had a closeout section which. Way down the point, which doesn't really happen so often here.
That's, I know the officials downstairs at the minute, tour managers and commissioners and everyone in between is keeping a really close eye on the conditions. We just, obviously with the elimination rounds, we really want to make sure that we're keeping the surfers in the best possible ways we can with the right amount of opportunities. Yep. Sophia just having a bit of not so much luck there, just got a wave on the head and then unfortunately just missed that wave, which goes to show what you were talking about earlier, Jesse, just that positioning so critical out here. But this, like, she's found a really good spot to take off on this one as she'll kick out there and just regain priority.
I think that was a good example of what I was mentioning. You see how she took off and the wave disappears, but that wave was coming from the right of our screen. And those waves are coming from up the top. And I've actually seen a few of them. And I think they're sitting a little bit underneath and too wide right now for the tide that we have. There's obviously waves that are coming underneath, and they're good as well. But if you sit with priority and you see a set approaching, paddle up the point because the waves are coming from much deeper than it seems like right now. And you should be finishing almost where they're taking off. Yeah, you can see there's definitely scoring opportunity there. It's just a matter of getting yourself in the right position. And I do feel sometimes that the man-on-man, the woman-on-woman heats, you can get a little invested in where your competitor's sitting and not where the best waves are. You can get a little bit, you do see it particularly in the juniors, kind of not worrying about yourself and thinking about what the other surfer's doing. And it's all, as we mentioned earlier, it's all great learning experience, but that is the one big
one big unlock you need to have is being super confident in your game plan and your lineups, and particularly to start a heat, you know.
I totally agree with you, and it's scary because it's a gamble, you know. Like, you're gonna probably position yourself for Sophia right now at priority. She has it right away. She can pick up every wave she wants, and for her to be sitting way up the top, it's kind of a gamble. It's scary. Like, you need to have guts. You need to be confident, and you see the best in the world doing that.
Yeah,
and usually they get.
It can feel lonely.
You could definitely
sit up there and you're like, oh, like,
what are they doing down there?
Am I in the right spot? Like, I'm pretty sure I saw waves up here. Rosie Smart from Australia getting ready there, all the way from Coffs Harbour. Sawtell, actually. I'll get in trouble for saying that. Sawtell.
Is that her zone?
Little smaller zone. Cute little country town on the beach. Beautiful part of the world. And see more sets approaching. And you talk about positioning. Look at the distance between the two surfers, but some opportunity for Kohai there, but unfortunately unable to really maximise that one. A 4.83 for her prior ride. Not a bad score to have in your scoreline at this stage in this heat. It's been a little scrappy so far. No one's really run away with it. When you were surfing your heats, Jesse, did you ever have people on the beach to help with your positioning?
Yeah,
and what do you think about that?
But I always had someone, but my coach didn't really like to say much. He thought that I should have done the decisions more than he should say it, unless I'm blowing it so hard, which happened plenty of times. But yeah, usually like, hey, like we already spoke what the strategy should be, and go out there. Like, you know, the surfers are the best to feel what the ocean's doing, and to react to that. So that's why they're in the water, you know. You should trust your instincts and make your decisions. That's the best way to do it, and that's how the best surfers in the world do it.
Yeah. And you see, like, you know, Pete Duncan there from Surfing Australia coaching Rosie Smart. There's, like, people like Pete and obviously Charlie, incredible surf brain for Sophia. And, you know, Kohai has a big family. I think she's on a bit of a solo program here, but just in general, that coaching element of the sport is so well received, particularly with the juniors. You know, they can learn so much, and like what you said about Kersey and Sierra, you know, fast track their development. But when you step into the arena, it's all you. You know, there's like you know, the decisions are with you, and so building confidence in making your own decisions, you know, that's obviously a big part of it. You got to take the training wheels off sometimes,
and you got to take the blame.
Yeah,
like it's you got to be 100%
I thought you could blame
the.
I thought you could blame your boards, the surfers,
everything
and your coach.
else.
Yeah, that's right. Sophia Medina here, up and riding. Lovely turn in the lip, beautiful forward projection down the line. She gets a carve there, but unfortunately this wave just lost a little bit of momentum for her. But she does get a nice snap to finish. So she's certainly keeping up with Kohai at the minute. She's not letting her get away from it too far. She needs a 5.26 to get into first. I'd be surprised if the number went that high, but it could be Sophia's best number, which is, you know, that's a little win within yourself, and you can get out there and do it all again. Yeah,
mostly in the situation that she sits, right? Like, obviously she is the girl to beat in this heat, more experience. I'm sure she's a bit older than her and have surfed those type of events much more with pressure. But she just came in from a massive mistakes that really hurts, and it grips in her mind.
Yeah.
So she needs to kind of just, you know, get going and forget about that throughout the heat. So for her to be not letting Kohai get too far away from her, it's a smart decision. I don't think it's going to be the best score of the heat, like you mentioned, but I think she's going to improve on it and get her confidence back.
Yeah. It's hard to sometimes leave those mistakes in, you know, yesterday. There's big moments like that. She'll be thinking she had that heat sewn up, and I'm sure she's still creeping in now, you know, like I shouldn't even be in this round, you know. But I think, you know, we mentioned it earlier, like I don't think an extra heat out here, if you can get through it, is a bad thing. Like, everyone's still learning this wave. It is a tricky little lineup, but there are some good quality scoring rides out there, and if they can get a hold of them, it's certainly a fun wave, and all the feedback from the surfers so far has been they've been having a good time if they can locate the wave. It's easier said than done, though. You win every heat from the couch.
Oh my gosh,
every single heat. So many world titles,
and you win every heat after you lost as well.
Oh, big time.
It's so easy to go back and just know what he did wrong, and that's why it's so tricky when you put on a jersey. He really weighs it, and you got to try and minimize the mistakes. And mostly in this level right here, before the World Tour, like,
whoever commits less mistakes and it's on the right waves, most likely it's gonna win the heat. A little bit different when you get on the highest level, the World Tour. You have to perform. Most likely, not just be in the right waves, but you really have to perform. Otherwise, it's going to be a big gap in between. But
it's quite
here,
staggering,
really.
the gap, if you don't.
Yeah.
You have to be so on competitively and with your performance.
With your performance.
And then also, like, you just, you know, the 101 of wave selection. Like, it is so common to see, you know, the wrong wave being selected. The surfing can be there.
Yep.
Everyone, you don't make the tour by being a bad surfer, but you need to put it on the right canvas. And, you know, these situations, woman-on-woman heats, that's a very similar situation. We've seen a lot of heats today where there's been a fair amount of opportunity, but it's not like a 10, 12, 13 wave count, sort of sitting in that 5, 6 range, that's like a low number of waves to execute. It's quite high stakes. So, yeah, it's cool to see these youngsters under this much pressure at this stage in their careers, because they're no doubt learning a ton. While we have a bit of a slow period in the action here, we're going to take a break at the World Junior Championships. Don't go anywhere. Good heat unfolding here at Mona Lisa Point, San Juan. Stay tuned.
Let's wander the historic city of Vigan. This UNESCO World Heritage Site is one of the best preserved Spanish colonial towns in the world. Walk along cobblestone streets of heritage houses and historic attractions dating back to 1500s. Don't forget to take home Ilocano crafts for pasalubong. Travel back in time in Vigan.
When you choose the Philippines, you know you're in good hands. Where large-scale venues meet state-of-the-art facilities. And where world-class hospitality meets destinations that are beyond extraordinary. With all hands at work to give you the best of the Filipino brand of service excellence. Welcome to the Philippines, where we take your business to heart.
Welcome back to Mona Lisa Point in San Juan of the beautiful La Union region in the northwest coast of the Philippines. This is elimination heat number 5 of the junior women's. Sofia Medina versus Paoay Fiero. We've just come past the halfway mark and it's a pretty tight battle so far. Paoay currently in the lead. But Sofia Medina slowly chipping away behind her, only chasing a 5.03, and we did see a couple of waves ridden there in the break, so we will bring you those replays as quickly as we can, if we can. Sets approaching. Sofia Medina taking a look here. She does have priority. She will execute it on this wave. It's a good-looking ride. It has plenty of wall down the line. It's just, will it hit the right part of the reef? Unfortunately, just a little wide on the bank where she took off, and she will look to reposition herself out the back there. But unfortunately, handing priority back over to Paoay, as we see here a replay of Paoay's wave. Jesse.
Yeah, like a nice first setup turn right there, going down the line. Got a little bit stuck, but the wave held back just enough for her to go around, and the wave just flattened out. And Sofia on the back, just bad wave selection. It seems like they're a bit tight, you know, like they still haven't loosened up in that heat. Both of them are like too worried about each other.
Isn't it funny how that happens sometimes? Like if someone catches fire, the other person catches fire.
Yeah.
And if someone's kind of having a bit of a shocker, then the other person will have a bit of a shock. It's just this kind of weird playoff. Like, and the person who gets second in the heat of the life situation is like, well, why me? How today? Like, how many heats have I had where that hasn't happened? And the other guy just was a little bit better, but we both have 18 points. Like, why? And it's the same thing here. Like, they're both surfing good. They just can't get a handle on an open face wave to really show their full potential.
And it gets worse and worse as clocks run in, because you know you have less opportunity. You're won't be able to commit many mistakes, so it just gets tighter and tighter. So some heats are just like that, and some heats you expect so much from it, and they're like that. And you're like, what happened?
Yeah. I haven't been to check out that plane yet, but I don't think that's the one we'll be flying home. But actually, funnily enough, talking about like lineups and positioning, that there's a sick little right just straight out from there. And when you're out there, you look in, you can just see like the nose.
Oh, is that from our hotel?
Yeah, we're just in there. Yeah.
Oh,
it's a little acai bowl joint. This is Luke Langridge's hotel on the right there with the orange umbrellas. Luke's been looking after us. He's been doing a great job, so thanks to him. And thanks to all our partners, the Department of Tourism, Love the Philippines, the Province of La Union, and the San Juan local government. They've been extremely hospitable during all our stay here, and even some of the travelling surfers having a couple of airport mix-up and flights missed and boards go missing, as they do, as happens that any travelling surfer knows how this happens. But the local government here have just been gone over and above to support every single surfer and every single staff member here. It's been a great welcoming so far, and we're super grateful to be here. Sophia Medina wants to stay here for longer. She doesn't want to be in second any longer. She wants to go deep into this draw, and she's going to need that wave to potentially get her over that hump of being in the 3s and 4s and break into that 5-point range. She needs a 5.03, and it was certainly a nice tall wave with a big closeout section at the end, Jesse.
Yeah, just no priority, seating deeper, and was able to find that wave that was more critical, and smart of her just pulling it off, because she was starting to look kind of scary for the heat for her. Didn't need a big test, but it starts to creep in with less time in the clock.
Eagerly await the score for that wave. How's the energy when you're paddling back out after a wave like that, Jesse? You're just so keen to get another one.
It really changes the momentum, right? You feel it. You can feel it, and you're going to add pressure to your opponent, and it's not a bad feeling. Let's say that.
And you're just like praying that on your way back out, that little double up will come to you, and you just continue that roll going, and you kind of get out the back. It's just like, oh, okay, I'm here now. Second priority, got to wait your turn. But it's an interesting position to be in. There'll be 9 minutes on the clock. This score is dropped. It is a 5.6, so quite easily surpasses the number that she was requiring. It was a 5.03, so she quite easily got the score there. Now it's back to Kawase. The Australian Open of Tennis is on, and this is a bit of a tennis match, this one, back and forth. Kawase Fiero needs a 4.51. It's 8.5 minutes on the clock. And Coach Mendes here's his peak up the top. It is true, there's multiple turns on that wave before Kawase got up here. Nevertheless, she will get to it and give it everything she's got, but unfortunately coming unstuck there. That's
a huge mistake.
That's a big mistake at this point in the heat, Jesse.
Oh my gosh, that's going to hurt her very much. Still got 8 minutes and 16 seconds, but look how steep that section gets. Beautiful bottom turn, a lot of flare, but just thinking ahead of herself a little bit too much, and caught the nose. Something that you probably would never do it if you tried 20 times in a training situation. But that's what we say. The jersey weighs it down, and it gets trickier to do simple things. She did 90% of the turn just perfect, and then that little lack of attention and focus made her go ahead of herself.
So in a section like that, that's a little steeper and obviously throwing back at the surface, and particularly being on the backhand. Are you looking to sit in the turn longer or get out of it earlier to avoid the nosedive?
I don't think that wave was steep enough for you to have a critical nosedive. Like, it happened because she just wasn't concentrated in that moment and present in that situation enough. Because if you're talking about a critical top to bottom section, that could happen, and you want to kind of get out of it. You want to drive through and get out of it pretty quick, stomp on the back foot to make sure your tail is hitting the bottom of the wave. But she didn't even airdrop or anything. It's just it was a nice, clean, steep enough section for her to drive through that turn, and there's just a little mistake of concentration. Maybe the nerves got the best of her in that situation. Sophia just had the momentum shift to her. Is leading the heat, and she's the one to beat. It weighs it down.
It does. It's an unfortunate mistake there, but luckily enough for Kawase, there is enough time on the clock to kind of get out there, reset, have another think about it, and get yourself in position for another wave. As we see a potential opportunity here on the horizon, I think both these ladies will pass this one up, but there's plenty of almost moments out here. It's a tough break to have first priority. You're definitely going to have your decision tested a lot. I'd like to know, Jesse, in your position, at what point would you move to the outside of your surfer? Given that the scores are so small, do you even bother with that? Do you just try and better your score, or are you going to start activating your strategy at about what minute mark?
I mean, you're playing defense, offense at the same time. So, mostly because she has the high score of the heat with a 5.6. So, in order for her to Fiero to actually turn the heat over, it looks like, she just lost priority.
Wow.
In order for her to turn the heat over, Sophia's going to better her score.
Yeah.
So it's going to apply even more pressure. So, yeah, I'll be with 5 minutes and 50 seconds, I'll be playing close attention. But that was a big mistake. That wave, you could tell she was indecisive. She was, like, thinking too much if she should have gone or not. You just got to pull the trigger.
Yeah.
And
because it's kind of like what you said. It's offense and defense at the same time. It's almost like the one decision, the most important decision at this point in the heat is bettering your score.
Yeah.
You have to have some respect to the other competitor to think that they will likely get that. And so the best way to stop that from happening is to just beat them outright. Yeah. However, it's a lot to consider. There's a lot going on in your head. And so you could, these mistakes, as sort of easy as they are for us to look on the couch, as you know, in the water, it's noisy in there.
And that's the problem. There's not a lot going on. You put yourself in that situation.
Yes.
You start to think a little bit too much.
Yeah.
That's why I think the resetting throughout the heat is very important for you to breathe through it and maybe ask your question like, hey, what's the situation of the heat right now if I'm thinking clearly?
Yeah.
And then you just go and make a decision of what you have to do.
Yeah. Talking about, making it clear and whatnot, I always like Geordie Smith used to talk about this a lot, like, where would I surf if I was free surfing?
And that's the clear thought.
Just make it really simple. Like, I know that this isn't a free surf, it's 30 minutes, I'm being judged. But if there was no one here and I just rocked up at this beach, where would I surf? And obviously we have a point break here situation. You do have to paddle out here and surf here. But as we've seen, there's multiple layers to this wave. And, I think in this heat, particularly at the start, they probably left a few points on the board just with some positioning at the minute. As we see, important ride here for Kawase. Just unfortunately stuck behind that wave. Did have like a long stretched out wall on it. Some of them hold up, others close out. Unfortunately in this situation it was closed out for Kawase, so she still needs the 4.51. 4 minutes on the clock. Sophia Medina's super experienced. She's been in this position before.
But that's Geordie thinking clear. But obviously the guy is probably about 35 years old and surfed on the tour for the last 15 years.
Yeah, I'm sure he didn't always think like that.
Did not. And but not to mention as well, like you're paddling out, like I think you just mentioned that on the previous heat that we were talking. In this situation today, there are waves that are better for me than they are for you.
Yes.
So you really got to be on your game and confident in what you can do best.
Yep.
And that's going to dictate where you're going to sit and position yourself.
As we see, we'll pay close attention to the paddle here. Priority is with red, Sophia Medina. Kawase Fiero is in second priority. Sophia will let her go. This wave is deeper up the point, so we'll see if Jessie's little runners pay off here. Second snap in the lip. Nicely timed, bringing it through the inside with a carve. I think Kawase would love a bit more steep face. Nevertheless, smooth style and beautiful surfing as she comes through to the inside. It's just the one thing of this wave is it just hasn't really given her a heap of vertical face to work with. As she kicks out of that one. Still 2.5 minutes on the clock, so she can get back out there and get another wave if that's not the score. Obviously, she's hoping it is. I know the whole Fiero family would be hoping it is. All of Tahiti and France combined would be hoping it is, but it's going to be right there. It's a 4.51. It's not a huge score, but I know the judges have been very critical today of this range of scoring, and we'll see where they sit that one in. Outside, this is a replay, Jessie, of Sophia's ride.
Looks like a little bigger wave. Beautiful. Layback carve, but the wave just died out. Those waves are going very wide, and this was a nice double up. She identified the wave was going to grow down the line. That was a nice vertical turn right there for her. She was a little bit in front of the whitewash in most of the turns, and that's just because the wave didn't have the curve and the coping. And right here, the wave starts to get steeper once again, and she gets a bit more vertical.
She's throwing a lot of spray.
She did. I think she needed to finish right there. That was the most critical section of the wave. Obviously, it was way down on the inside, but that was going to put an exclamation point. Now I'm in doubt.
You know what she needed there? A little jetty.
A little jetty stab,
Just 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, just...
I totally am with you because... This is the type of
because you couldn't really fit it
be.
in there. It was kind of tight.
You had to go
had
quick.
to kind of go weird and under it, and you don't really throw spray, but you just the board just goes up, and it's like a nice way to finish the wave. It's like a impact. Hey, if you were having your doubts, not anymore.
Not anymore.
Give me the score. 4.83. Thank you.
And that's what I'm thinking right now. Like her 4.83 was kind of similar, but I think it was a little better. But she does need a smaller required.
Yeah.
How much better was that 4.83 than what she needs right now?
Unfortunately for her, a 4.51 is a pretty annoying score. You need every judge to go over that number, obviously.
Yeah.
But it isn't a 4.5. You need every judge to think it's a little closer to your 4.83 than, say, the 3.93.
I think that last turn would have put an exclamation point.
Made it a bit easier for them.
If there's doubt, no doubt on that, you know. And the judges are looking at that and seeing that was a missed opportunity on that wave. So if they're doubting, maybe that could creep in their heads as well.
Could be a sneaky wave off the end here for Kawase. She, unfortunately, I like the idea of maybe trying to find some sort of inside double up, but not on this occasion, particularly with the amount of seconds left on the clock. There's not a lot of time. As we see Sophia Medina now, at this point in the heat, out the back solo without priority, Sophia knows what to do. She's just got to hope another set wave comes in and she can try to better if Kawase gets the score. We're still not sure. We're waiting for the numbers to come in. Judges would be, as they do on the World Tour, replaying all the heat, all the waves from the heat, all the important scores, the 3.93, the 4.83, up to Sophia Medina's 5.6 and the 3.7. Where does it all fit in?
The good thing about it for them in this situation, it's like, hey, every judge on their own booth, they're just going to need to decide who won the heat.
Yeah. So we've just got some graphics there. We'll definitely say they're not the final results. That we're still waiting for a number. They were the scores counted before Kawase's final ride. We're actually waiting for scores from all surfers. I don't think Sophia's going to better. She's got about a 3 to come in. And so it'll be a nervous moment of waiting here. How many times has Charlie been in this situation?
Oh my gosh.
1 over, 1 under for the surfer from Tahiti. 2 over and substantially so. We're waiting for
a good margin
2
of
more
over
jumpers.
as well.
2 under, 4.47. Not enough. The requirement was a 4.51. Heartbreak there for our surfer from Tahiti. And as Sophia now will hear this score, elation for the young Brazilian. A really strong end to that heat. Both surfers took a while to get going, but once they got going, it was definitely an entertaining battle. And to the victors goes the spoils. Congratulations, Sophia. She'd be stoked to get that heat win, as is Charlau. Parabéns. We're going to take a quick break here at the World Junior Championships, presented by the Tourism Promotions Board of the Philippines. Stay tuned. Another exciting heat coming right up.
When you choose the Philippines, you know you're in good hands. Where large-scale venues meet state-of-the-art facilities. And where world-class hospitality meets destinations that are beyond extraordinary. With all hands at work to give you the best of the Filipino brand of service excellence. Welcome to the Philippines, where we take your business to heart.
This is how you know that love is real. When it expects nothing in return, yet makes you yearn to give it back. When it leaves a mark on your soul that you'll take everywhere you go. Because when it's love, you feel it.
Let's wander La Union's Tangadan Falls. The perfect side trip after surfing the waves. Hike along the scenic trail and be greeted by the majestic 50-foot falls. Whoa! The best part? A dip in its cool, refreshing waters. Seek more thrills in La Union.
Beautiful aerial footage here coming over the Mona Lisa Point here at San Juan in the La Union province, northwest Philippines. We're here for the World Junior Championships presented by TPB. Very grateful for all the support from the Tourism Board from the Philippines. Been amazing hosts so far, and we are moving through the competition here. This is just day 2. We're already well and truly into the elimination round here for the women. This is Anastasia Venter from South Africa. She's taken on Rosie Smart from Australia. My name's Stace Galbraith, joined by 2018 Triple Crown winner, Mr. Jesse Mendez. Jesse, how you been enjoying your trip so far, mate?
It's been pretty good.
You got a hotel with a left rip bowl out the front.
I know,
You're in
right
heaven.
in front.
Heaven.
How could I complain? And the tides are getting high
in the
before
Arvo.
dark, so
Yeah.
it's perfect.
It's it's been a great trip so far for everyone involved. I think we all had a bit of fun transit to get here, and then once we're here, we're stoked. Rosie Smart from Australia up and riding. Nice bottom turn there, up into the lip. Unfortunately, just coming undone there on the second one. We've had a little bit of board talk, Jesse, but we've seen a pretty healthy mix of like epoxies and carbons and PUs. What are you grabbing out of your board bag today if you were surfing a heat out here?
I think it's not a bad call to have a PU or like some sort of different carbon structure because the wave, it's lacking a little bit of energy. It has those flat sections, so you kind of generate speed out of nothing. So you want that spark, you want that lively. We'll get back to that after this wave.
Bring it through to the inside here. Anastasia, unfortunately, not getting a whole lot out of the end of that ride. But yeah, you were saying.
You want that lively feeling under your foot so you can look sparky and, you know, surprise what the judges are watching. And I think those boards really bring that up. And there's not much wind. There's barely any wind throughout the whole day, like every day. And I think those boards would work very well.
We've got the trophy in here next to us. It's pretty special.
I know.
I think it was made here.
Was it really?
Yeah.
That's great. In and out there.
Excuse me, but for not remembering, but did you have a couple of cracks at this event?
I had, but
how many?
Never so good.
2, 3? Because it was same age, 20 and under. The age has moved around over the years. But
yep, I think two
where
cracks.
Where were they?
Narrabeen once and Canggu.
Sick.
Canggu was fun. Narrabeen was fun too. I love Narrabeen.
Yep.
Such a fun wave. That was the year the Freestone won. Freestone.
That was a crazy year.
That was.
Kauai boys.
Not quite there.
No, not quite. But yeah, both of you lads residing over there with your wife for you, partner for Jack. And yeah, beautiful part of the world. No good waves there though, wouldn't bother going. Rosie Smart from Australia, up and riding. Beautiful looking wave here. Smooth off the bottom. She's opted for the JS Carbon Tech this morning and definitely getting a nice flowing start to this wave as she comes through the inside. Good steep turn out the back. Offered a lot of scoring opportunity, but that was pretty much it from that wave from there on in. Rosie was a last-minute call-up. I spoke to her in December, and she mentioned she'd gotten a start, which is that's the kind of phone call you want to get.
Definitely, I think it's just a great opportunity for any of those drums. They'd be dreaming of that. That's their goal right now. First step into the professional surfing, you know. Looks like a little bit of onshore coming in, which is sometimes it's great. It gives that little extra coping, a little bit of extra visibility for you to aim. And the face of the wave's still pretty clean, so I kind of like that like midday-ish little onshore to start.
Bit of coping to work with. Mitchell Salazar's on the sideline with the last heat winner. Close one there, Mitchell.
Definitely, and probably the closest heat of the round, Sophia. Kohai had a chance at the end. It came just under, and I think it was the opening exchange that gave you the advantage to be able to control the heat just a bit more. You had the higher score, but overall, how do you assess your performance, especially in really tricky and slow conditions out there?
Yeah, Kohai was really close to. It was a close heat, and I know she surfs really good. And I thought the wave was really small, so I kind of didn't make effort to go. But when I saw it, I was like, oh, she surfs good. She can make anything. But yeah, I'm really glad I had this high score, and it was a wave that came out of nowhere, kind of, and I just want to thank God because He's been giving me strength to find my way out there because it's been really tough. The waves are slow, but when you find a good one, it's actually really fun to ride, and I'm just really grateful to be here, and also my dad in my corner, he helps me a lot too. Even if it's tough out there, I try to control myself, and having that 5 kind of helped.
Gratitude goes a long way, Sophia. 2024 for yourself was a year of growth. You surfed in your first ET event, did very well on the Challenger. I'd actually say you were the most improved surfer on the CS last year. But just overall, how do you feel at your young age to be doing so well, especially coming from a beautiful place like Brazil?
Thank you so much. Yeah, coming from Brazil, you have a lot of beach breaks, and you kind of have to work a lot on these type of waves because we don't normally have those. So coming the Challenger Series, I went all in last year. I didn't even compete the regionals. I was like, I really want to put everything I have this year. And I'm just really grateful it worked out like I planned, which was to continue on the Challenger Series the next year. And challenger is a challenger. I think every competitor know that it's tough being there, competing all year and traveling a lot. And sometimes you just arrive and go home because you lost. And it's tough. And I'm just grateful to have my dad by my side. He always believed, and he makes me believe as well. So I think the key there is just to have faith and believe. And I really have faith in God. And I don't know, Jesus has been really giving me strength and faith to just keep going. Even when I lose, I keep going, and I think that's what's been going on in my life a little.
Wise words. Uma palavra para Brasil, Sofia.
Sim, obrigada a todo mundo que estava assistindo. Na primeira bateria eu cometi uma interferência, queria pedir desculpa aos corações, mas graças a Deus deu tudo certo. É só agradecer a Deus por estar me guiando e me direcionando e me dando força para continuar. E é isso, vamos com tudo. Grata por ter o meu pai, minha família aí me assistindo, Biel, mamãe, Fê também, todo mundo aí em casa, meus amigos. E é isso. Beijo e vou dar uma melhor aqui.
Muito parabéns. Stace?
Thank you, Mitchell. Fantastic work on the sideline and fantastically spoken by Sophia. Her English is sensational, Gabriel. You need to pick your game up, bro.
Yeah, I was saying not just Gabriel, just every bloke on tour. Like, she just spoke from the heart, and it was just genuine, and she was calm, collective, and seemed like she was very mature.
You've been hanging out with her for 2 days and already got you saying bloke. That was a fantastic interview, fantastic insight into her mindset and her young career. And Charlie he's an interesting character, I must say, from like our perspective, Australians, and I would say probably Americans and the rest of the world outside of Brazil and Europe maybe. Like, he's an intriguing character. We don't know a lot about him. He's pretty mystical, but he's one of the best surf minds we've seen in the last 10 years. We'll get back to that in a minute. As Rosie Smart, beautiful finish there on that wave. Beautiful turn. She might get another one, and she'll be stoked if she does finish this wave. Nice, well done. That's a really well put together wave in a heat that's had a couple of moments, but it has been pretty scrappy to this point as well. Similar to the last heat, it hasn't had a wave where someone's really broken away and gone with it. So that was a nice wave there from Rosie. Really good timing to be able to add to the 5 that she's already got there, and maybe to start to turn up the heat a little bit on Anastasia. Jesse.
Yeah, that was beautiful surfing from Rosie, and I think the wave selection in this heat for her so far has been on point. It seems like she's sitting a little bit deeper because she's getting those like first 2 turns before the closeout comes, and then she got a bonus section way down the line as well. But just beautiful surfing, very nice and light bottom turns, as we can see right here. Taking off where the wave's breaking, you see a lot of the surfers are actually taking off with the whitewash already, and the bottom turns are just key for this, for the wave selection that she had. It's keeping her light, her foot, so she looks very lively when she's actually doing the turn on top, and kept it calm here and finished it off strong. That's going to be a great score for her.
Bit of extra extension out of that middle turn, really zapped it, got a bit extra water out the back. There's sort of a hard section to hit sometimes with those sections coming at you, and she certainly got the most out of it. And I'm excited to see the score there. There it is, a 6.67, so clearly the best number of the heat, and now she is the owner of the 2 first highest scores, the 6.67 and the 5, as Anastasia just comes unstuck there. But yeah, I'll just finish up the thought on Charlie. Like, it's so, so Sophia's point of the belief is it's a currency you can't create or fake. You either believe in someone or you don't. You can't make that up. And Charlie, he's had that work to great success with all of his children. Like it's quite fascinating to watch unfold. And then you watch Sophia coming along at how young she is and how polished and everything she's going through. It's like, it must be, interesting conversations at the dinner table, I'd imagine. Like, it's an interesting life that they're leading.
And just to think, it was almost an impossible task, Like, there hasn't been anyone world champ before Gabriel.
Yeah.
So he believed in him when he was 11 years old.
Yes.
Just something that no one has ever done it from the country.
Yes.
So it's a big task.
Massive task. And we wish Gabriel a quick recovery, and we're excited for Sophia to continue on the draw. Unfortunately, it was at the expense of Paoay Fiero, and I'm sure she will take a lot of experience away from this event. But yeah, we're moving right on through the rounds now, and we have a pretty solid heat unfolding here for young Rosie Smart out of Australia. This is the kind of heat, as a parent or a coach, you're tuning in and you're just slowly going, oh, okay, this one's going to plan. Thank you.
Yeah, I know.
Stop
like,
shaking.
It's a dream scenario, right?
It is.
Like, it I mean, if you're, like, before every heat, at that situation right there where Blue is sitting, like, you're thinking of the best plan you can ever have and have a smooth heat that goes only your way.
reality of it, 90% of the time, it's just a very tight match.
Disaster.
So, like this, what's happening right now with Rosie is just a dream scenario.
Yeah, no, it's really cool. So, yeah, we've got another big heat coming up, and it's high stakes. Like the losers now go home. This is the elimination round. So, opening round yesterday, you can kind of find your feet and figure it out. This one is very consequential. Anastasia there, great big turn in the lip, but unfortunately just the one turn there. Rosie out behind. You can just see the two different styles on the surfer there. Rosie's a little more light on her feet, but with beautiful flow. Anastasia quite heavy-footed and a lot of power in the lip. And I would say, you know, at the moment, the style of surfing that this wave sort of commands is the flow and the being precise rather than that power. You know, we've seen these big one closeout sections yesterday, but today, because it's a little smaller, you know, timing and how much pressure you put on the board is definitely going to be, you know, something to keep an eye on to make sure you don't sacrifice any flow. You know, so getting back to it, equipment selection as well as turn selection, super important today. You don't want to ride your most refined shortboard, I'd imagine. You're probably looking for something with a little extra give, bit more width, and maybe even a carbon or an epoxy technology if that's your
a little
preference.
Less rocker would help as well, like through those flat sections. But also you're mentioning about the power, which is interesting. Overpowering actually makes overpowering in a situation that we have in front of us, which is kind of like a wave on the weaker side, it actually makes the turn look smaller.
Yeah,
because you're pushing it so much, you're dragging your board too much, pushing too much attraction to the wave and the board. And then if you just kind of light-foot it through it, it's going to make everything look better and bigger. So there's
how
a thin
much
line
did you
to
get
it.
into the fin side of things when you were competing and in conditions like this? Would you take out a set of fins and swap them out for something, or would you just stick to the same go? You're like Kawase, just the same fin.
AM2s.
Yeah, I mean the AM2 is like, it has to be the most popular template of all time.
It's
like everyone's using it, and anyone that makes a fin makes it off the AM2. But yeah, no, it's a great fin to have, and we'll get into that in a minute. A lot of the women like to use the AM1.
Yeah, a little bit smaller.
A little bit smaller, but I guess the characteristic of that series of fins is that, you know, whether it's FCS or Futures, it's the template is the smaller back fin.
Back fin, yeah.
Just a little less drag. And
a little bit more forgiving.
And a little bit more forgiving. And like what you said, like being powerful is great, and it's needed at times. But sometimes you need to let the rail run and the board do the talking, like you've been saying a lot, which I totally agree with. And it makes your surfing look bigger.
And also, like if you think about it, even on powerful waves, if you go to completely opposite what we have here, 10-foot day Haleiwa. The guys that make it look like they're having a lot of power, they're actually just going pretty light-footed. They're just going fast and matching the speed of the wave.
Ethan Ewing just put up a clip on his Instagram that was just mind-melting. So did Robbo.
Yeah.
And they're just flying.
But you don't see them stomping on the back foot like crazy. You just see them using the energy of the wave to their advantage.
Yeah.
And that's the hardest thing you can do in surfing. See John, like he's going Mach 10 on every wave he takes off. When everyone's actually putting pressure on their board, wiping off speed, they're just letting the board glide.
Yeah.
And it's psycho to think about it. So
he put up a clip the other month that he was testing out fins looking for more power. Bruv, give the rest of them a chance. More power.
You don't need that.
More power. He's on one, and he's a fin nerd. Like he's like a very, you know, he's an intelligent man, and he's a maritime genius. He can fly planes, he can surf surfboards. He's incredible, and he gets right into it. And I think it's all part of the fun, and it helps you can help you like unlock new kind of feelings and stuff like that. And you know, it's not to say you need to recreate the wheel. If you've got a formula that works, you obviously want to stick to it. But you know, there's always 1% out there to get a little bit better.
And also there's always the thing that we were mentioning, when you're in that level, you got to bring something new every year. And those little details make a big difference.
Massively. 13 minutes to go in this heat. We're going to take a short break here at the World Junior Championships presented by TPB. We're here in the Philippines. Don't go anywhere. More sets approaching. Stay tuned.
Let's wander the historic city of Vigan. This UNESCO World Heritage Site is one of the best preserved Spanish colonial towns in the world. Walk along cobblestone streets of heritage houses and historic attractions dating back to 1500s. Don't forget to take home Ilocano crusts for pasalubong. Travel back in time in Vigan.
When you choose the Philippines, you know you're in good hands. Where large-scale venues meet state-of-the-art facilities. And where world-class hospitality meets destinations that are beyond extraordinary. With all hands at work to give you the best of the Filipino brand of service excellence. Welcome to the Philippines, where we take your business to heart.
Welcome back to the World Junior Championships here at Mona Lisa Point. We've got Rosie Smart up against Anastasia Venter from South Africa. Rosie Smart representing Australia, and she's doing a fine job of that at the moment. She's currently in the lead, and I would say these women, Jesse, they are definitely maximising their position on the point. Unfortunately, Anastasia just coming unstuck there, but she was utilising that deeper part of the bank, and really, you know, that's the place to be.
100%. Like, you have one, probably the most critical part of the section is back there. And right now, like that section in front, the wide one, it's breaking a little bit too early, so you're not getting there in time. Usually just getting a closeout, so might as well make the most of the beginning of the wave. Maybe with the higher tide, you know, that's going to change a bit. The wave's going to come in a little bit more, and that section is going to hold up so you can actually surf that wave, like have more time to surf that part of the bank. But right now, up the top seems like the best spot to be.
I love watching the coach rev ups preheat. Arms and that going everywhere. It's just
fired up.
I used to like do a lot of like finger hand surfing. Like, you know, like the barrel's going to be, you know, remember, you know, you're really good at doing this.
And the funny thing is that you're so close usually to your coach that you understand what he's actually meaning to say. Someone else probably like, what is he talking right there?
The guy's a lunatic, which is also probably true. But yeah, there's some great, you know, support around all these youngsters, you know, and I think everyone kind of goes through waves of like being coached and then doing it a bit yourself, and then maybe finding some new support, and then maybe coming back to just what you like. Like, if you're going to be surfing for 5, 10, 15 years, like, you will go through different waves and different times of where you think you need someone to bounce off, or maybe not. And, you know, it's all at the end of the day, it's all because all these people, all these crew, they just love surfing.
Yep.
And they just want to see their students or their children or whatever, you know, do their best. And yeah, it's definitely changed so much, like what you mentioned the other day about pretty much from when Adriano kind of came on tour, traveling, you know, taking a leaf out of mixed book and being like really prepared. You know, and at the end of the day, I think the one thing I would hope that has made a difference there with the physical training and the coaching is that people can have longer careers.
Yeah.
Surf better for longer.
100%.
And that means we get to enjoy the, you know, that for all many years to come.
And I also think it's like a second confirmation. Obviously, the surfers know the best what's good for them, but they have doubts.
For
like
sure.
Even the best in the world, they're like looking at boards, like they're trying 10 boards before the event. Like, there's so many things that comes to their mind. So having that second thought that you trust is very important. Having the second thought to confirm where you want to sit and what's best for you in that condition, it's also important. Having someone to look.
Testing your boards.
Yeah, testing your boards.
The day before, you know. The camera is the greatest surf coach of all time.
It's great, yeah.
And if you can get a good camera operator, as well as someone who maybe, you know, knows the way around the world and is good to travel with, that's where it is. And like getting back to a point like Charlie Medina, I highly doubt Charlie Medina is sitting there with Gabriel, like, telling him how to do a backflip.
Definitely not.
He's doing everything else.
I know for a fact, because I traveled with him on younger age. He's just, let's see what happened here. That's a massive turn.
Sick turn. And great display of power on the one section like we spoke about. You know, there are those one-turn moments out there, and this style of surfing that Anastasia can bring, because we've seen the glimpses, that's going to score really highly.
Yeah.
And so, you know, that's definitely going to be her best wave. And it's going to be a good chance for her to kind of get back out the back and and sort of see. And it's an interesting heat for the judges to score. Very, very contrasting styles.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised to see it. Like, first of all, heavy-footed, light-footed, and you're seeing Anastasia on this last wave, just a one big turn. But then you have Rosie on the other hand, just combination of flow and multiple maneuvers throughout the wave that were actually critical maneuvers as well. Just it's a tough one. Like, it's polar opposites.
So we'll wait for that score to come in from the judges. But yeah, I'd love you to continue your thought on Charlie there.
Yeah, so Charlie, it's a great athlete manager.
Yeah.
Like, not as far as trying to get contracts, but just setting up everything in order for Gabriel or Sophia to be in their 100%. He knows how to stay in the best place that they liked. He knows exactly what they need to, where they need to be in order to perform the best. And he's a very good strategist as well. Like, Gabriel also is.
It's a pretty deadly matchup.
Yeah, it is. Like, you can't take anything out of all of them, but I think he just sets it up. He set it up, Gabriel, to success.
Yeah. As we have 6 minutes on the clock here.
That score's going pretty high.
As we expected, her best ride, Anastasia, a 6-point ride there. And it's certainly set her up for, an exciting opportunity to close out this heat. She's lowered the requirement significantly. She now only has a 5.68. And now, if you're Anastasia, Jesse, like, how much information and good information have you able to take out of that? And how do you mix up your strategy now? Like, what wave are you looking for? It's quite clearly a one big hit, and you're going to be fine. And you can probably try that 3 times before this heat ends.
I think the good thing about her, because it opens various opportunities for her, because she just figured out she got a 6-point ride, and she needs a lower score for just one big turn. So maybe Rosie, it's probably might even let that wave go because she thinks it's just a closeout. So,
and she probably won't likely score as high even if she does go, which eventually priority turns over as it does. But Rosie's picked a good looking wave here, nice turn out of the top, and a nice fin drift out of the lip there. But unfortunately, does not get much more on that wave. And I guess what I mean by Rosie might not score as high is we can quite see the power difference there. It's just two different styles of surfing. It's not that she isn't capable of doing that. It's just, her wave and where she can get her best out of her performance today is going to look different to Anastasia. And so it's sort of like, it's hard to defend that.
It is very hard. It's like almost when you're on a beach break trying to block Felipe. Like, every wave is an 8-point ride for the guy.
The only way you get him on a beachy is if he accidentally burns you.
That's straight up what it is. But yeah, and that also goes back to playing the strategy that works best for you. And that's what Rosie did in this heat.
Yes.
It's clear. And Anastasia is actually doing the same.
Yeah. It's kind of like it's the best surfer wins. Like, whoever executed their strategy.
Their strategy is best.
Obviously the best surfer wins. But who can do it the best in their 30 minutes, as we see now. Big turn in the lip. It's one of those ones where the task has become a lot more simple for Anastasia, but you can also see the cogs turning, and she knows it's a pretty simple thing now for her to unlock, and you can just kind of see that the body and the technique getting a little unwound there, and it kind of unraveling. She knows it's this close. She knows if she makes that turn, it's probably the score.
It's the 5 minutes left, you know? Like, you won't have that many opportunities, and you're back against the wall. And if you go back to that wave, she also took off in the wrong spot. She took off with the whitewash on her back. So that wiped off a little bit of speed from her and made her have to force it a little bit more than she probably needed instead of gliding through like the perfect spot that you should take off. And those are simple things that probably would never happen on a free surf. But
how much do you think the judges look at technique? Like, say she makes that ride.
I wouldn't give it, in my personal opinion, because I thought she lacked a little bit of speed compared to the 6-point ride. And that's all because more of a takeoff than anything.
Because it's a funny one.
Force it.
It's not really in the criteria. You can do a big turn. It can kind of be wild. But if you'd land it, it's like, well...
Also, another thing that...
Versus Philippe, who's like technically perfect.
Yeah. Or Ethan or someone like that.
Yeah, like... So, yeah, it's an interesting one because I think she probably gets it if she rides out of that turn.
You think so?
Just on size of section.
Yeah, it was.
Which I don't necessarily think is fair, but it's you do see a lot on the tour.
100%.
We've seen it here today.
And you change sometimes. Sprays get called as power, and not always spray is related to power. It's most time is just timing, you know.
Good friend of mine, Damon Harvey, said you got to watch the nose of the board,
where it's going,
where it ends,
where it finishes.
Not where it starts, where it ends. Yeah. And if
who's that, said?
Damon Harvey, you would love him.
Damon Harvey, yeah.
Big pipeline lord, Gold Coast Goofy Foot master.
Goofy Foot, yeah.
Back on Quickie in the day, you guys could have been like something from the same family. Mates. But it's true, like you got to watch the board and not the spray. The spray is a great indication of clean rails, but it's not always a great indication. There's multiple factors that go into a big turn. It's not just the spray.
Yep.
I think Kanoa and Griff, they've got a nice turn in their arsenal that is a lot of spray, but I think they've even realised that they need to ramp that turn up a little bit. The judges are kind of cotton onto them, and they were really successful on the QS, but coming to the CT, that turn needs to have a bit more oomph.
I think Wiggly was one of those as well.
Big time, yeah.
Backside mostly.
Yes.
Like perfect timing, clean rails, never caught a rail ever in his life, seems like. So it was just buckets everywhere.
Fire hosing.
Yeah. But it's just timing.
Timing, yep. Big boy, big frame.
Yeah, that helps as well.
Yeah, but it's the same for Rosie. She's obviously smaller in stature compared to some of her competitors, but her timing is so good. She can unlock that power from that. It's sort of, again, we talk about Philippe a lot, but it's true. His timing is so good that's what unlocks his power, and it doesn't always come down to just having a big body and putting it in the lip. There's plenty of factors that go into it. Coming down to 1 minute on the clock here. Rosie Smart's playing a pretty smart game. Wow, that was bad. Using her priority well.
1 minute remaining. 1 minute remaining.
As Anastasia's kind of looking to get a little scrappy on the inside, and I just don't feel that would ever going to be any kind of score, any wave of that size. She is going to need a set wave. The score that she got for her one big turn earlier was a really nice sized wave, and she did a really nice turn. So I don't think like groveling a wave is going to get that at this point in time, which is going to be the task for her. There's 45 seconds on the clock.
It'll be tricky. It'll be very tricky for her. She sits in a situation without priority that doesn't look so promising. She might have a little opportunity here.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Rosie Smart, you've really got to be on the other side of her at this point in the heat. Yep. She comes through the inside, turn off the top there, but just the body language is kind of selling the story here. Not a lot on offer. And I don't think she'll get back out the back for another opportunity, but that is a great heat surfed by Rosie Smart in the sense of how she applied that pressure early. There's 7 or 8 seconds left on our clock. And I don't know if this wave will get here in time, but a great surfed heat by Rosie. She really controlled it from start to finish. Anastasia had a good fight back in the middle, but it wasn't enough to bring home the candy. This is a great... Oh, Perso, straight face. Thought she was going to belt it. Not to be.
I'm looking for Persos nowadays.
You got to get Persos. Perso clips, Perso waves. We're here at the World Junior Championships. That was Heat 8 of the elimination round, or Heat 6, excuse me. We're going to take a short break here, and we'll bring in Paul Evans and Jesse Starling to call out the next couple of heats.
When you choose the Philippines, you know you're in good hands. Where large-scale venues meet state-of-the-art facilities. And where world-class hospitality meets destinations that are beyond extraordinary. With all hands at work to give you the best of the Filipino brand of service excellence. Welcome to the Philippines, where we take your business to heart.
This is how you know that love is real. When it expects nothing in return, yet makes you yearn to give it back. When it leaves a mark on your soul that you'll take everywhere you go. Because when it's love, you feel it.
Let's wander La Union's Tangadan Falls. The perfect side trip after surfing the waves. Hike along the scenic trail and be greeted by the majestic 50-foot falls. Whoa! The best part? A dip in its cool, refreshing waters. Seek more thrills in La Union.
And a very good morning once again from the beautiful shores of the Philippines. Having a look at Mona Lisa Point in all of her splendor this morning as we catch up with the elimination round for the women. Up to the penultimate heat of this round. Seen Some solid performances today. It's all about really staying alive, getting through, looking to try and do that right now. The Australian Ellie Harrison taking on the local Kayla Jane De La Torre. I'm Paul Evans. Once again by Jessie Starling. Here goes Ellie in full flow, opens up. Nice little wrap, just kind of cruising through deeper water here. So she'll try and stay a little light on her feet. What are we expecting from Ellie in this heat, Jess?
Hopefully something special. You know, I feel like she never really got the cogs turning in her first round heat yesterday. I saw her fumble in a heat more in that heat yesterday than I have probably in the last 3 years of her competitive surfing. She's just had that click moment, I want to say maybe 3 years ago, and she just went on a rampage from there. So to see her serve her first round heat like she did yesterday, I was kind of like, oh, I was a little bit shocked just because I know how ferocious she is as a competitor. So I hope she brings it back and kind of regains herself for this one, because we all know she's great.
Yeah, I mean, you're afforded a blip. You do have like the elimination round to go to. But what do you think have been sort of some of the keys to her success over the last couple of seasons? How did it all click for her?
I would say she kind of tapped into this really awesome environment around her. Whether it was coaches, she travelled with her mum and her dad and her dabba, who is her grandma, a lot. And I feel like it kind of went from Ellie being a grom and wanting people to tell her what to do and how to surf a heat to Ellie taking it on and being like, this is how I'm going to surf a heat. Can you back up my decision making? You know, it wasn't so much she was relying on people to make decisions for her. And I know she works really closely with Cale Bell Warren, and he's shaped her and helped her and guided her to become this kind of really strong competitor that she is today. I would say the CT experience she had down there at Bells Beach last year really kind of enhanced her, but I just think she just decided to do it for herself and just take the reins, and it's been paying off for her. But yesterday, you know, she fumbled. That's all good, and it happens. She's only human. I just haven't seen her do it in a really long time, so it was kind of unusual for me.
Not her specifically, but just in general with competitors. We'll just pick up live action here from Kayla Jane as she cruises through a section. It's a little soft, and she's scoping things out, trying to rely on some local knowledge. And a snap from her to finish through to the inside. So getting involved, getting into the priority rotation, and crucially getting a score on the board. It's going to be a tough heat for her, coming up against a name like Erin Harrison. Yeah, I'm just thinking, like, with that sort of competitive success, maybe, you know, see people's fortunes suddenly do quite well. Do their personalities change a bit? Do you have to get a bit nasty, maybe a little bit less friendly? I don't know. Is that something you see, experience much?
I'm going to say, based on my experience, no. I'll get back to this in a second. Ellie's up. Having a look at this one, wow, how effortless was that turn?
Really nice.
Just kicked the fins out. Loved that one from Ellie. But to go back to your point,
you don't need to get mean to do well.
No. In my experience, no. I'm thinking of people like Ellie, people like George Pitter, people like Molly Picklum. They've always just been the same. You know, they've been the same people as we were at the Grom comps growing up in the days. And I think it's also more of a reflection on who they are. I don't think you need to change to become a better athlete. Your morals should really stay the same. It's not hard to be kind, you know. Looking at this replay, though, this is Kayla Jane, 15 years old, got the call up this morning to come and surf this event. So she's actually daughter of a really great longboarder from this area. So kind of like Mara, she's just maybe feeling the nerves, but this turn I loved it, Paul.
Yeah, really dynamic. And, you know, you talk about CT experience and the really top echelons of the sport, those kind of turns, that would just be a stock turn for her as well, really. It's super impressive, but I mean, she's just got that from nowhere. The release of the tail, everything's really dynamic, super critical. And if she can string a few of those together, it'll be really big numbers coming her way at the moment. It's a pretty decent opening. 4-point ride, first of all, and then that last one, just that hit, the 5-1-7, building up that momentum.
You know what I think as well shapes a great competitor from a young age, and Ellie has had this experience, is when the championship tour comes to your hometown and you see it for what it is in front of your eyes. I grew up in Narrabeen, so when the CT came to Narrabeen for that 1 year, I would say that the rapid growth in our juniors just from that one event coming to our town, it was huge. And, you know, Ellie, she's from Victoria, and she has been amongst and been a part of that Bells Beach event for so long, whether it was caddying. She had her first year in it last year, just being down there, you know, amongst the energy of that event. I think it makes the goal a lot more attainable when you can see it and it's almost a bit more tangible in front of you. I think that makes it breeds a really driven competitor too, because they know what it takes to get there.
Because 3 CTs in Australia coming up this season as
Yes,
well.
very
Exciting times.
I'm excited that Snapper's back. Snapper's back as a Challenger Series. It was great, Championship Tour event. It was phenomenal as a Challenger Series, and I absolutely loved it. And seeing it and getting amongst it, but to have it back as a Championship Tour event, I think a lot of the Championship Tour athletes would be pretty happy about that one as well.
Yeah, definitely. And just that pre-cut time of the season as well, to have that kind of a wave. There were a few of those similar sort of deeper rights, weren't there, before the cut? And totally different sort of wave. I think, everyone in the surf world's pretty stoked to see that come back. And also a wave that works really well, even if it's quite small. Still like super high performance, really good to watch, kind of shoulder head height, still pretty sick.
Always. I love it. And I love the variables of it as well, whether it's the sweep, sometimes on a certain wind we're going to get blue bottles, or if it's a reverse current and you get sucked out back behind the rock. And I think the performances we've had from the Challenger Series last year, just thinking of Aaron Brooks last year, there is just no reason that it shouldn't be as a Championship Tour event. And I think as a young person growing up wanting to qualify and be there, that probably was on everyone's radar, that event, the energy, the excitement to go and surf that wave. So I think the rookies this year, they would be lapping it up, that they not only just got to surf it for the Challenger Series the last few years, but now we're qualified. We have a couple reps there in a jersey too, which is another asset, and we're going back for the Championship Tour. Very exciting.
Pretty cool. Just over 21 minutes to go in this. Harrison with that 5-on-7 on the 4. And then the 1-4 in for Kayla Jane De La Torre. Got that late call up, as you mentioned, Jess. And what an opportunity. What a stage to be surfing in. And just, you think about career goals and stuff like that. Or just being a local surfer and being stoked you're out against one of the best. Someone that you probably watched on the CT. You're out in the water surfing their heat. Someone that did real well in their last heat. Rosie Smart, she's standing by for a chat with Stace.
Actually, Mitchell down here. But thank you, Paul. Not as good looking as Stace, but I'm trying. Rosie, congratulations. Board looks amazing, by the way. It kind of seems like the goal right now is to get something that floats on top of the water. Everybody's saying that it's much weaker than it actually looks out there.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit of a tricky wave, and it can get a bit fat, and it's hard to find those steep sections, but I'm really loving my board at the moment. It feels really smooth, and I'm happy to take the win. What
did Jason do with this board? What kind of a model are we actually riding here?
I'm riding the Zero Gravity Carvo Tune, so it's kind of like an epoxy board. It's really good when the waves are fat and especially small like this.
So you've surfed this wave multiple times already. From your perspective, goofy, regular, do you feel like somebody has an advantage, or do you prefer being on your back end here?
I definitely prefer my backhand out here, but in terms of goofy or regular, I feel like when it's a bit steeper, it can be better for regular footers, but when it's fat like this, it's good to be on your backhand.
Shout out back home.
Hi everyone, friends and family, mum and dad, my brother. Thanks guys for watching. I really appreciate it.
Congrats, see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Paul?
Muchos gracias, Michelle. Rosie Smart looking comfortable, composed. She likes the backhand. Judges enjoyed it too. She's on a roll here.
Oh, she is. And she's just the smiling assassin. She's kind of like the Jarvis Earl of the female side back home in Australia. She's always smiling. It'd be really weird not to see her. And she gets a lot of support back home from Coffs Harbour board riders. They absolutely adore her. She's got a younger brother, Creed, who I assume will probably be in this event in a few years' time. He's very talented.
On the water right now, a little separation from our two surfers. Quite a bit of separation in the scores as well. Ellie Harrison, she won't be happy with a 5 and a 4 though. Looking to try and improve. Around about that 19-minute mark, loads of time remaining on a good-looking wave. And a bit of quality from the surf and a bit of variety as well. Just had a little look at the inside section. Swung around it. Displaced a bit of water and gets out. And so far, so good from her. This is much more the kind of composed surfing that we expect to see. Just getting away from who she's surfing against, just in her own surfing. First thing to do is go out and show a bit of form.
Yeah, definitely. She's one of those competitors who is very hard on herself. She's never quite satisfied with the performance unless, it's excellent for her. And she's a creature of habit as well. She starts the heat the same every single time. I'm not going to spill her secrets on the broadcast, but she's definitely got this rhythm down pat. It does definitely seem to be working for her, but yeah, I do know she's quite critical of herself, so she probably took away from yesterday thinking, all right, let's level up, let's regroup. But I think to have heats like she did yesterday, especially to have an elimination round to fall back on, it's great learning. That's definitely, if there was a heat to do it in poles, it's that first one to do it. But I'm stoked she's bounced back and kind of shown up again for this heat.
Be interesting to see as we go late into the event if or whom out of the surfers in this elimination round can actually turn that extra little lap, that extra rep, maybe into a bit more insight into this wave. We mentioned that getting the read on it can be pretty tricky, can be a little bit unpredictable in terms of positioning, tactics, what kind of waves to take, a little bit of extra insight. Let's see how that plays out at the moment. Ellie Harrison sitting really, really deep. 17.5 on the clock. Let's go back to Mitchell Salazar. He's with Will Hayden-Smith.
Yeah, I am down here right at the point at Mona Lisa. Will, well, first of all, thank you for having me here in the Philippines. Really excited to be here for the first time. Monumental event, right? Historic. We're crowning a world junior champion at the end of the week. You have a decision to make on the men's side, though.
Yeah, so super happy to be here in the Philippines too myself. I love this country, and they've got a super passionate surfing fan base, and so it's great to bring the WSL here to crown a world junior champion. We've just been looking at the conditions. It's been forecasted to drop off throughout the day, and we've kind of seen it getting slower and slower in the last couple of heats. And even though there's still some really fun-looking waves, it's just getting a little bit weaker, and we're starting to feel this wind puff up. So myself and head judge Luli Pereira and our team, we've made the decision to call the competition off at the end of this women's round. We haven't got a call time for tomorrow. We're going to kind of go and talk to our local expert, Luke Langdragen, this afternoon and have a look at the charts, and then we'll send out a call time for tomorrow later in the day.
Just one more thing. There's a common misconception about this event that only the champions succeed in life or even on the championship tour afterwards. That's not true. Quarterfinalists, semifinals, even runner-ups. Jackson Bunch last year was runner-up. He eventually qualified for the CT. What does this event mean for the future of surfing professionally worldwide and how global it's become now, Will?
Yeah, it's a really good point. I mean, I remember back to Kayama when Ethan Ewing won. Everyone remembers that Ethan Ewing won the title that year, but he beat Griffin Colapinto in that final, and look at what those two are doing. They're both at the top of the sport right now. So what we are going to see all the surfers in this field have long and exciting careers to watch. It's one of my favorite things about this event is seeing these kids and remembering years ago when I was seeing them competing for world junior titles. So it does mean a lot to these people, and they've worked really hard. They've come a long way. So even if there's fun waves this afternoon, we're going to see them still shredding.
Yeah. Thank you, Will. Paul, we're off for the men's today, but tune in tomorrow. We're probably going to have an early call to see what we get going.
Yeah, thanks, Mitch. Great question there. Great insights from Will Hayden-Smith, who also looks very fetching in that T-shirt. It looks a little bit like one of those surf shirts. It's not a rashi, but you can paddle out in it.
Yes.
You know the ones I mean?
I'm not going to lie to you. I got a couple.
It's quite a hard shirt to wear, but I thought Will made it look
off.
good.
Yeah, he pulled it off beautifully, actually. No, and I thought that was really great insight as well, to think that there are so many professional surfers who are at the top of our sport right now who maybe haven't won a world junior title. It's interesting to see, even if you don't win, it's still a pathway to the top, and I'm loving everything about this event. And Will and his team, they work so closely all together to be able to make the best decisions for our athletes in the water, and I'm not too sad about it because I'm happy to wait for a bomb for a little bit of time after these heats. But yeah, I think it's a really great call, and we've got good conditions on the way for the rest of the week.
Of course, if you do win it, you let people know.
Oh,
There's someone in my town, she's got a surf school, and outside the house there's a big sign, and it says former world champion. So she won the juniors in, I think it was in Narrabeen actually.
No way.
Quite a while ago. She's got it on a sign for a surf school. Elise Arno.
Oh, wow. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Wow. Yes, the world juniors have kind of jumped around a lot over the years. They've gone really international. Is there one that kind of sticks out for you more than the others that maybe it was just like monumental like that year?
No, I just remember that would be in the 2000s. There was actually a lot of French surfers did really well. I remember Maxime Houssaneau, and it was like the French seemed to be making at least semis and quite often finals like year after year. It was a bit of I'm sure it ran at Narrabeen like a lot, didn't it? That was a lot. It was there for
all the time.
Yeah. Okay.
That's where Laura Enova won her world junior title at home.
I remember watching the Jack Freestone one, the one that he won. That was a pretty cool event. I remember the surfers in that generation, like so many of them went on to be like huge names on the CT. Sometimes it's not actually just about the winner as well. It's who you're getting to see. Maybe particularly back then, it was kind of some of the first time you'd seen some of these people, and then they just go on to be massive names.
Oh yeah, but it'd be interesting to look at all the people who maybe even didn't qualify for this and how they're going on the tour now. Like this obviously is such a big event, and like you said, if you win it, plaster on your surf school, let everyone know you're a world junior champion, because it is a big deal. Like, it's a massive deal in our sport. But even if you don't get there, it is still plenty of potential for you to be able to get to the tour in some way, shape or form, you know?
Under 13 minutes to go in this little lull in the action at the moment. Ellie Harrison, the Aussie, she's in the driving seat in this with a 5 and a 4. We'll get a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll wrap up our penultimate heat of the day and the last one right here from the Philippines.
Let's wander the historic city of Vigan. This UNESCO World Heritage Site is one of the best preserved Spanish colonial towns in the world. Walk along cobblestone streets of heritage houses and historic attractions dating back to 1500s. Don't forget to take home Ilocano crafts for pasalubong. Travel back in time in Vigan.
When you choose the Philippines, you know you're in good hands. Where large-scale venues meet state-of-the-art facilities. And where world-class hospitality meets destinations that are beyond extraordinary. With all hands at work to give you the best of the Filipino brand of service excellence. Welcome to the Philippines, where we take your business to heart.
Welcome back to the World Junior Championships from the Philippines at the moment. Ellie Harrison from Australia, building up a bit of momentum. Went for a number to come through, actually. She's got a pretty solid lead in this. She's taken on the local wildcard, Kayla Jane De La Torre, who at the moment is up the top of the point, trying to dial in a bit of that local knowledge and unlock something here. Might get a little tougher for her when the next number drops in. It is the high score for Ellie, a 5-4. So certainly not running away with this, but a couple of 5s at this stage. Pretty solid, Jess.
Yeah, you'd take a couple 5s. We spoke about this earlier. I mean, this round you'll see a lot of competitors sitting around that 10 to 12 mark. It seems to be a really steady number to be able to make it through rounds, and it is just that non-overcomplicated number. And unfortunately, yeah, Kayla is going to need a 9.17, which is a pretty solid score. So 10 minutes to go, though. We'll stay optimistic. 2 waves can definitely be done. Keep it simple. She's talented. We've seen her show her skills on a few of the waves so far. Maybe just wants to be a little bit more picky and show us what she's got, one of those better looking waves.
Under the 10-minute mark in this one. We just had the official call from Will Hayden-Smith, so no men's elimination today. We've got plenty of time left in the waiting period. Forecast it's pretty good as well. We're going to be getting waves. We've got another fresh swell coming towards the end of the week. Could be getting kind of picking up, getting kind of big.
Yeah, Thursday is looking actually pretty solid. And I don't know whether it's going to be too big, that it might be kind of victory at sea type of day. Other than that, tomorrow's looking a little bit small in the morning, and then there's a bit of a swell increase in the afternoon. Then the weekend actually looks great. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, there's enough swell sticking around. The wind looks like it's in a great direction. The swell looks like it's in a great direction. So who knows, though? I feel like today was such a plot twist to what we were all expecting. I think we all thought we were probably going to have a lay day today, but the swell hung around. It's stuck in. Like Will mentioned, it is slightly dropping, but when they do come through, they still look super fun. So I think it's a bit of maybe a bit of inside knowledge to this wave. Maybe it's just one of those swell magnets along this coast where even where everywhere's small, this place might just have 1 or 2 little footers coming through. I like it.
So we'll be coming out tomorrow morning for a call. We'll see exactly what the ocean's providing us at the moment. It's provided enough for Ellie Harrison to get some numbers on the board. And after, as you mentioned, Jess, a performance in the opening round, which she would have been kind of disappointed by her own very high standards, and back towards kind of business as usual. But I just wonder, as well as getting the result in this, the performance as well, for getting that confidence going again. Talk about how important that is for surfers. Good looking wave for her here. So priority is with Kayla Jane, but from much deeper, Ellie gets this wave. Nice little steep pocket on it. She's got a bit of speed here and a bit of a lip as well. She'll just tap that and keeps swinging, carves one all the way back, little flick off the white water, and makes a bit of room, chopping back in the pocket. And an inside section for her. See what she's got for a finish. So really going through the gears. Won't get a completion on that last turn, but a lot of time on the board, a lot of maneuvers done, and this is all going to feel really good for Ellie.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like that was still just a momentum builder for her. Obviously, she didn't get the finish, but got a lot of work done from out the back, got it under priority, so it always does feel good to be able to get a few of those maneuvers, kind of tying them, stringing them together from start to finish. So Stace, we'll quote him again, it may have just been a bit of a perso wave, a confidence builder for Ellie. 7 minutes 25 though. Kayla having a paddle but can't quite get onto that one. Yeah, it is kind of gonna be crunch time soon for our surfer from the Philippines.
Looked like it was feeding time down there, didn't it?
Yes, it was lunchtime.
Everyone's tucking in. All right, here we go. Speaking of which, Kayla Jane with some speed and a bit of a section here, snapping back and then maintaining her line across the inside. Tries to go up into the lip. Just maybe arrived a little late on that section. So can't get a finishing turn done, but she waited a while. I think it was quite important for her just to not let the heat go on around her, stay involved, keep going with the exchanges. Again, not get too caught up with scores, situations or stuff like that, but just keep surfing.
Oh, like I mentioned, just over 6 hours ago, she didn't even know she was competing in this event. She got the call up and grateful that she's here. You know, we've been able to find a local competitor to represent this Philippines nation, and it can be daunting to come to an event like this when you've only competed on the regional series and just have to show up and step up already. So I think she's keeping her cool. She's definitely looking pretty calm and collected. But yeah, she does need one of those bigger scores. On your screen though, this is Lily Henny from South Africa. She actually did the morning call this morning, so I'm excited to see how she tackles what looks to be a pretty good-looking Annette Gonzalez. So she looks pretty in form, especially when, like you mentioned, she got a little bit angry. She seemed to attack the sections better, so I feel like that's going to be a pretty great heat, that next one.
Yeah, her sister, older sister, Yanire, got knocked this morning as well, so maybe a little extra impetus for her there to try and get one back for the family. But yeah, that'll be a tough heat, last heat of the round. We spoke about that a little bit yesterday when you have to hang around, come down, and get it done. We'll see how that one pans out soon. At the moment, still 5.5 to go in this. Harrison in control and just extending that lead a little more daylight now. The improvement comes again that last wave from under the priority, from a really different part of the lineup, really much deeper. 6.07 for her. So, you know, talk about building up your scores, just keeping surfing, getting your intel, your insights on this wave and the venue. She's doing that. The scores are heading up. So far, so good.
Oh, I think as well, something that's just come to my mind, we're talking about the Gonzalez Etxabarri sisters. I think having siblings in sport, I wouldn't know anything different because my sister True and I did it together, but having a sibling go on this journey with you has to be one of the most exciting things, especially for Ellie. One of her older brothers, Billy, she's the youngest of 4. She's got 3 older brothers. Billy competed at this level as well. He's a really talented surfer, went pretty deep into the QS, but decided that he didn't want to go all the way. He decided to go back to Victoria and just surf the perfect waves around there. But I'm sure she would be calling and kind of leaning into her brothers. And I feel like Yanire and Annette, having them here together, that is a pretty cool power play for the both of them. And I'm hoping that one of them can go all the way. I'm sure that Yanire is thinking, now I'm out. It's all on you. You know?
I mean, you talk about support networks and mates and stuff, but having a sibling here, you know,
it's different.
Parents play a big role as well. But you know, essentially talking about someone from a different generation, but a sibling here, someone that's your mate as well. I mean, it's pretty key ingredient to success, I'd say.
I love it. It's someone you can well and truly trust. Ellie, though, she's up and riding.
Nice looking wave for her. Good flow over a section. Another really dynamic turn. Buckets of spray, really nice control, not forcing anything as well, crucially. It looks like it's coming quite easy for her, which is much more what I kind of expect to see from her surfing. And let's see where that goes. Just a 2-turn combo, but really nice section.
Yeah, I love this one. This first turn was just a bit of a down the line, but this one, that is the Ellie Harrison we know and love. There she is. She's come out, she's found her rhythm. Sometimes it just takes a little bit to get into it, but Ellie is such a great surfer, and that wave comes in at a 6.07. Actually, that was the wave before. She's got another score to drop, but that second turn had so much power, so much kick and spice to it. And I feel like if she can set the tone with that for the rest of the event, she'll be looking pretty good.
Makes her way back to the lineup. Score coming her way from the judges. Very good chance it'll be something that's useful for her total as well. She'll prowl right past Kayla Jane, who's just sitting there. I think she'll be enjoying the occasion as well. Probably Kayla Jane, like obviously the nerves and stuff, bit of extra pressure with the broadcast here and all of that. Probably hasn't surfed in front of maybe a contest structure exactly like this before, but you've got to try and take these opportunities as well as just a real cool opportunity to check out some of the best from around the world. People probably don't normally get to surf it. You mentioned, like, if your CT comes to your town, having the World Juniors, this is the entire planet, age group surfers, all of the very best of them. And just showing you, and then from here you go, okay, well, my spot, you can surf like this, and bringing new inspiration. Really, really cool for the locals.
Yeah, definitely. This is a really exciting event for the juniors here, the next up-and-comers, even all the Filipinos competing in this event. I think this is such a great opportunity for them to see what's going on in the world and just use everyone and get inspired by everyone. Ellie, though, good looking wave here. Loved that first turn. She's just kind of pacing this end section. She might go down to that fat bit, but I feel like she's just having a bit of fun with it now.
Yeah, she's enjoying herself. Got a 7 for her previous wave. Previous to that, 7-point ride. So nice linear progression through her scores as they just keep going up, and she is finding some form here, and that's how obviously you want to make it through the elimination round, but that's how you also kind of turn it to a bit of an advantage, just re-finding that form, crucially gaining some intelligence and insights on the wave, and these two sharing a nice moment. That's really cool.
Yeah, that's awesome. It's such a, although they're kind of competitors on land and I'm sure the tension builds a little bit, it's really nice to see how friendly the entire field of men and women are with each other. I think it's a really great generation, and there's a lot of love and support between everyone. There's no love lost if you lose or you get knocked out. It seems to be a really good looking field of competitors that just all want to be around each other, support each other, because they know what's going on.
Kayla Jane, nice little hit off a whitewater section. Real cool style, just flowing through here. This will probably be her last wave. She'll find a nice inside run, a really good speed. And that lip just detonates and then goes super vert into a last turn. You love to see that, inspired by what she's seen around her. Ooh.
Oh.
Wow, okay, broken board here for Ellie.
20 seconds.
Wow, didn't see that coming.
Doesn't feel like a board breaky kind of day, but
no,
just goes to show.
Definitely not. I would love to see what actually happened there. Ellie, that board was looking really good for her as well. She's got the one-arm swim in. It might take her a little bit to get back into shore, but strange. All right, here it is. Let's see what actually happened here. So she was kind of pacing it. Bottom turn hit this section, so it wasn't that turn. Comes around. She's patiently waiting. Oh, it wasn't this wave. This was just previous to the board break. How bizarre, Paul.
So broken equipment for her. She'll have a few boards with her, but obviously you're out on your favourite board, so always a bit of a bummer. So just she'll make her way in. Ellie Harrison has got the job done, though. That board break came right at the end of the heat where it was essentially over as a contest. Good performance from her. Pretty solid. A confidence builder. Great to see Kayla Jane representing the Philippines as well. And that'll wrap up Heat 7. We'll go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, last heat of the round, Annette Gonzalez Etxabarri taking on Lady Henny. Stay tuned.
When you choose the Philippines, you know you're in good hands. Where large-scale venues meet state-of-the-art facilities. And where world-class hospitality meets destinations that are beyond extraordinary. With all hands at work to give you the best of the Filipino brand of service excellence. Welcome to the Philippines, where we take your business to heart.
This is how you know that love is real. When it expects nothing in return, yet makes you yearn to give it back. When it leaves a mark on your soul that that you'll take everywhere you go. Because when it's love, you feel it.
Let's wander La Union's Tangadan Falls. The perfect side trip after surfing the waves. Hike along the scenic trail and be greeted by the majestic 50-foot falls. Whoa! The best part? A dip in its cool, refreshing waters. Seek more thrills in La Union.
Welcome back to the Philippines. Mona Lisa Point playing host to the best under-20 surfers from across the planet. One of them, right there, Ellie Harrison, with a solid performance from her. Didn't want to find herself in that round, so got out of it in fine style. It's great to see the local wildcard, Kayla Jane, getting involved as well. All right, let's wrap up this elimination round with our final heat of it, having a look at the Basque surfer. Annette Gonzalez Etxabarri taking on the South African Lily Henny. And a great matchup, this one. We sort of, it's a manner of losing in the early round or not getting the win in the opening round. Those three surfer heats, you can put a good performance and maybe get a close one. I thought we saw, as you mentioned, really good flashes from Annette. She surfed pretty well. And then how do you respond? How do you react to that? You come back into the elimination round and basically you want to try and get everything right.
Yeah, I feel like this is a really great opportunity, like you just said, to try and get everything right, but just to reset. You know, sometimes the first heat doesn't go the way you want it to go, but it is probably one of those heats where you don't want to essentially try new things unless you have a really big lead. But I think it is just another great time just to be like, okay, this is my plan, this is working, so that when you do qualify and get into that third round, you feel a little bit more confident in yourself and your decision-making skills.
Lily Henny representing South Africa. They've brought a strong squad over here as well. With a great performance from Luke Thompson yesterday. It's some good bants from him as well. They've just got great energy in that crew. Always good fun, good travellers. Seem to enjoy themselves wherever they go.
Oh, I love them. I love when they come to events and you can hang out with the South Africans. They are so funny. They're just light and bubbly, and I think they can, you know, take it out of themselves a little bit as well, which is very similar to that Australian culture. And I think, yeah, that is really funny. Luke was just cracking jokes with Stace in the post-heat interview yesterday. Came round, said hey to everyone. He's just such a lovely guy, and I think that goes for Daniel, it goes for Lily, it goes for Anastasia. It's a long travel to get here too, so it's not an easy place to come to, and I love how driven and determined they are just to come here, represent their country, and all in all, hopefully walk away with what is sitting next to us, the trophy.
So 4 minutes gone in this one. Some pretty modest numbers. Annette with the 3.17 early on, a quick throwaway as well for Lily. So Annette getting that 3 locked in, but should be very dialed in with the preparation, the coaching that she's been having with the group that's been going in Europe for a couple of years. Surfer Tomorrow group that's been mainly surfers from Spain and Portugal, not exclusively, but the juniors from there, they've been doing a lot of training, traveling to places like the North Shore, going to Brazil, working with different coaches, and the heat prep's been a really big part of it as well. And so her preparation will be very much dialed in, and this should be wanting to go 5, 6s ideally, when, you know, with priority with the first kind of legit wave, and then just that ideal heat that you got in your mind. That's the plan coming in. However, when you get out there, it's all about trying to actually make that happen. You're dealing with the ocean at a wave you don't know so well. That's a different story.
It is. It's so funny how quickly your plan can change. And the amount of times that you'll come in and you'll talk to your coach and be like, and if you lost, and your coach can be like, didn't stick to the plan. It can be so simple if you want it to be, but I feel like both of these ladies know how to surf a heat, obviously, because they're not going to come here undergunned, underprepared. So they know what they have to do. It's just whether or not in their mind they can uncomplicate it and just really, like you say, stick to your strengths. One event that really comes to mind for the Gonzalez Etxabarri sisters is they came to Krui one year. We have this QS 5000 event over there on this long left-hander called Ujung Bachor, and it's one of those events that everyone goes to because the wave's so good. Jesse Mendez came one year, he won it there. Jarvis Earl, he's won it before, and it's a really great part of the world. These sisters came here. It was the first time I've ever come across them. They were incredible, just their talent, their competitive ability, and I just think if she can channel that Crewy-esque headspace and bring it to this, she's definitely going to be looking good for going pretty deep in the draw.
Let's go here from Ellie Harrison. She's with Mitch.
Yeah, great heat, Ellie. It seemed like activity was the word today, that you wanted to get going early on, and a lot of waves ridden. You improved on your scores multiple times too, but a board break at the end, unfortunately, right there. Big section though, you're still trying to improve your score.
Yeah, probably a little bit silly going for that. But no, it was really fun out there. There was so many waves coming through, and the plan was to just start early and just get going, and it was a really fun heat.
A lot of similarities, I should say, to Barwin Heads, Bells, Winky, this wave onto the next. But you look at your overall performance, very good. You look at 2024 on the Challenger Series for your first full year, excellent stuff. So what do you think you can improve on overall that could get you to the next level, Al?
Probably just consistency and like bringing my surfing, like my good surfing out a bit more. I feel like I'm a bit probably up and down. And just enjoying the process along the way and learning more about myself every event.
How do you do that?
Just like walking away from a heat and event, learning. Like there's no point really going to an event if you're not going to learn from it, win or lose. And just enjoying the process, making good friends and working hard.
Speaking of friends, the peanut gallery up there during your heat were going off. Everybody was super stoked. Just talk about the unity we're seeing amongst the Aussies now. It's been a couple of years of that.
Yeah, we've got a good group here. We've got Pete Duncan from Surfing Oz coming to coach. So, yeah, it's really good. All of us girls are really close, and the boys, it's like a good team we have here, and just supporting each other. And, yeah, it's nice.
Congrats seeing the round of 16.
Thank you, and hi to my family.
Yeah, Mom watching back home, guys. Paul?
Thanks, Mitch. Ellie Harrison. Good debrief from her there. I don't think she's tough on herself. I think she needs to work. I don't think she needs to work on that much.
Oh, she is.
Just keep it going.
Yeah, she's very hard on herself. And I think, like I mentioned earlier, when she is hard on herself, I actually think that's where she produces her best work. She's got really great self-reflection and just manages to take all the good and the bad and then apply it better in the next heat. She says that she's not consistent. I would say she's a pretty consistent surfer in my eyes. But, yeah, she's definitely always on the hunt to get better.
Here's a net. Snaps one off the top on a smaller, slightly softer wave. Just trying to keep with the speed, really, and be incisive. And, again, just opens up the body, swings back. Has a little look out the back. Not normally a good sign that you're on a good wave. Nice little snap, though. Bit of energy to this. Little inside runner from her as well. So she waited a while. I think that's kind of an impatient wave choice with having seen it break. Easy to say.
Yeah, I feel like, though, she's probably watched a lot of the heats prior and seen a lot of sitting and waiting. And I truly, truly believe that if you went back and watched every single heat, the winner of, I'm going to say 90% of them, was the one who wasn't sitting and waiting. So I feel like if she's really analysed it, it's probably a smart call for her to just keep the ball rolling, keep her body moving, try and improve on every wave. Yes, that wasn't the best wave that's come through, but she's just finished a wave start to finish. That is confidence no matter what. So I don't hate that decision from her, but yeah, I would love to see these ladies just swing and we have a full battle on our hands.
Are you saying that the red hot take is, if you want to win the surfing contest, catch waves?
You know what? I think it's a great idea. I really do.
No, it's totally to your point. Like, absolutely. Being super patient. It's going to work certain times. When it does, it will really emphasize the fact that, because it's not usually the way it goes, particularly in the early rounds as well. Yes. And at this kind of level, being in motion in that lineup, waves popping up. You see surfers improve their score before even their last scores come in. See that happen a lot. They tend to come in sort of clusters of energy, don't they? Good waves. So rather than just kind of sitting there and losing your inertia.
Yeah, I think as well the whole sit and wait strategy was such a big thing for such a long time. Everyone on every level did really pick the eyes out of a lineup, and it just depended on what level you were, because the waves do obviously get better the higher up you go. But I think when the Brazilian storm came through and kind of shifted that, and it was just like go, 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 go. Who
are some of the great sit and waiters?
Okay, if I'm going to be...
It could be past or present.
I'm going to say present. I'd say Ethan Ewing's a great sit and waiter. He still sits and waits a lot.
Katie Simmers sometimes. She doesn't mind a long wait, does she?
She doesn't hate a long wait. Yeah. I just think she's got one of those real natural freak relationships where you could just be sitting in the perfect
She's a
spot.
natural sitting
Yeah,
waiter.
but she just might have that. You know, some people have that ability just to sit in the deepest channel and a bomb set will come to them.
Yeah.
You know?
And then when you know you got
You
that
just-
sort of special understanding with Huey, then you go, yeah, cool,
Yeah,
I'm chill.
sweet. No worries. I will sit and wait.
I wonder how far we are from seeing people maybe just take their phones with them into the lineup. So if there is a long lull, you can maybe just have a little doom scroll.
Well, see,
during your heat.
I thought about this the first time the Apple Watch came out. I was like, wonder if I can make a little phone call mid-heat. Dad, where am I sitting? Right spot.
Numbers in for that last wave of Annette, 4.83, pretty decent really. I mean, looking at the wave, you have to say she pretty much surfed up the potential of that. Loads of manoeuvres, bit of variety as well. And to your point about being pragmatic about scores, that's how you do it.
Yeah, definitely. It's not to be cliche and say it a million times, but it is about building a house. It is about momentum, and you saw Ellie, every single wave bar one built on the score before, and she ended up coming in with a 7 and a 6. I feel like if you just sit and analyse probably the last 4 heats before you, there's a really similar song being sung. It's just catch waves, build momentum, and something that I used to get told was the more time you're on your feet, the more opportunity you're going to have. You're not going to get scores by sitting and waiting. And I think it's such a simple mindset to have, and yes, sometimes sitting and waiting does pay off, but on smaller, slower days like today, take any opportunity that comes, and I think Ellie Harrison demonstrated that beautifully and got herself a pretty solid win in that last one.
Yeah, absolutely. 17 to go in this. At the moment, it is a little patience, particularly from the young South African Lily Henny, who hasn't really seen any sort of decent opportunity come her way. Sometimes you have to make decisions, other times they're kind of made for you by the fact that nothing really comes towards you. That seems to have been the case for her so far. She's just had to essentially just be really, really patient right now with that priority, and it's a good time to sort of start getting involved in the heat. It's like getting down towards that halfway mark. It's time to really try and make a mark on it as soon as possible.
Yeah, definitely. 15 minutes in, let's start, building some momentum, getting that confidence up, just even doing something like Annette did and finish away from start to finish. That mindset and just having that is just a game changer, knowing that, all right, there's one in the back. Let's push a little bit harder on that next one, and 15 minutes is such a beautiful time to do that because you still have the whole other half of the heat. Here's a good looking wave though, Paul.
Yeah, good looking pulse here. Priority will be with the South African, so Annette will have to give way. Here goes Lily Henny off the bottom hard, and when you wait a while for an opportunity, when it does come through, that isn't really what you want to do, and a mistake there from her. She's disappointed.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those feelings where you think, oh, that's not quite what I wanted. It is one of those heartbreak feelings, but this is where competitive surfing breeds resilience. You got to be able to pick yourself back up and move on, and I feel like the South Africans, they have that in them. They have this really awesome team camaraderie, and yeah, Lily, she's going to be fine. She's going to pick herself back up and give herself another opportunity, and it was smart tactics from Annette though, the fact that she almost pressured her into thinking, I'm going, because you saw her hesitate ever so slightly at the start of that wave. Just didn't really time that section right, but loved how vert she went.
All right, here we go. Annette with the priority and with a full swing on a rail, and again opening up. She looks like her confidence is really good because she's enjoying herself out there on her waves. Really getting a chance to express herself, holding the rail for a long time. And even, they're not absolute bombs that she's surfing, but she's connecting with energy. She's got some rhythm going on this wave, through to the inside. Down she goes on that last turn. But so far, so good from her point of view.
Yeah, definitely. I love the fact that she just keeps building on this flow, building on this momentum. Didn't get the finish, but those first 2 calves, they were beautiful. She really spread the wings. It almost had a Alana Blanchard-esque to it. When Alana was on tour, she really put her body all the way through it. So they're really gorgeous turns at the start of that wave. And yeah, I feel like that's just going to be another house builder for her. Probably going to better on that 317.
Just over 14 minutes on the clock at the moment. Our surfer from Zumaya in the Basque Country in the lead. Annette Gonzalez Etxabarri leads Lily Henny. We'll be wrapping up this heat and the day when we come back from break.
Let's wander the historic city of Vigan. This UNESCO World Heritage Site is one of the best preserved Spanish colonial towns in the world. Walk along cobblestone streets of heritage houses and historic attractions dating back to 1500s. Don't forget to take home Ilocano crafts for pasalubong. Travel back in time in Vigan.
When you choose the Philippines, you know you're in good hands. Where large-scale venues meet state-of-the-art facilities. And where world-class hospitality meets destinations that are beyond extraordinary. With all hands at work to give you the best of the Filipino brand of service excellence. Welcome to the Philippines, where we take your business to heart.
Welcome back to the World Junior Championships from La Union in the Philippines. Having a look at elimination rounds, Heat 8, which will be our concluding heat of the day. Annette Gonzalez Etxabarri from the Basque Country at the moment with a lead that's actually improving. She's piling on scoreboard pressure on the South African Lily Henny. 5.83 for her last wave. So even with the little slip on the inside, good work done in the carving, being paid by the judges. They're rewarding her.
I said it yesterday, I'll say it again today. There is nothing wrong with a good rail carve. If you can set your rail in and just draw it all the way around to the pocket. And she also gave us some variety. She had those two kind of hacks right at the start of the wave and then came back and did a long, drawn-out roundhouse, really paced it all the way through. There's nothing wrong with it. It is so textbook. It's really traditional. I love watching old clips of Andy Irons when he used to do it. He was the man. So I think, yeah, 5.83 for really 3 turns. She can get that finish. That score's going to go on the 6s any day of the week.
Lily Henny with 11.5 to do something about this now. She's still stuck with really small throwaways. What does she need to do?
She just needs to start, you know. She needs to try and just find some confidence. These heats, they are all about confidence building because you don't want to go into that round 3 being, oh, I just scraped through that one, you know. So I feel like she just needs to tap into that confidence building mindset and just think to herself, I actually don't need a 9.73, I need a 5 and a 4. And if I can finish 2 waves or get 1 wave with 2 good turns, or we saw Anastasia get a pretty solid score for just 1 turn, it could be game over for Annette. So if I was her, just take anything, the next thing that comes. Looks like she's doing that anyways, and just get some confidence going.
Here we go, Lily, on the backhand, on this right-hander. First turn, displaces a bit of water. Didn't put it up super vert, maybe. Just slightly second-guessing herself after her last wave, where she did make that mistake. And the wave looked good when she paddled in, but suddenly ran out of energy pretty quick. Meanwhile, here's Annette. She gets up and composed into a section. A nice release of the tail. Doesn't get a completion there. She'll probably pop back for priority though. And Lily Henny's wave, at some stage in her heat, there's that inescapable feeling that it's just not, the energy just doesn't seem to be going away, because that looked like a decent wave when she paddled into it.
Yeah, I thought the same. I thought, here we go, 2 turns. This is going to get her 4 on the board. She's going to get herself right back in the heat. First turn was lovely. There was nothing wrong with that first turn. Just a shame that that kind of deeper, fatter section did really eat up the rest of that wave. And she did sit on the back foot a little bit. You saw her kind of pat the dog, as they say, to try and get some more speed. 2.5, it is her best score. She has chipped away at that requirement. 8.16 is all she's looking for now. But Lily, like I said, I feel like at this point in time, she should probably think to herself, okay, I've sat really for 20 minutes. Nothing, and all I have is a 2.5. Let's try something else. We talk about that plan A, plan B. Plan B, let's put it in place. It's time to start swinging, and it's time to start making something happen in this next 9 minutes.
Let's see how she goes about doing that at the moment. There we are on the scoreboard. It's an excellent score with 1 wave. Still time to get a couple of 5s will do it. That total is by no means insurmountable. 10.66 is the leading score from the Basque surfer Annette at the moment, but she looks like yeah, even though it's not a classic in terms of kind of waves or performances, I think the confidence is looking pretty good from Annette as well. Some of those carving turns that she does, you hold it, and also shows you're quite comfortable with your equipment. Feel like your board's working really well. You kind of go into different places on the wave. It's not like maybe classic kind of nervy heat surfing. You're letting your surfing breathe a little bit. I think that'll kind of helps try and get away from the fact you're surfing heat and just go out and shred.
Yeah, definitely. She's looking in sync. She's looking all in one. She's feeling confident. Lily, though, trying to do the same thing.
Yeah, another crucial wave for her. Let's see what she does here. Getting busy, just trying to activate onto an inside now. Bit of determination and a bit of a section here. And she'll go up pretty steep. Kind of got most of the turn done and then just almost like she decided not to finish that.
Yeah, she had it. She was right there. She had it, and all she had to do was just bend her knees, really. She was right there. I feel like maybe she thought it didn't feel as good as it looked. So she probably just thought to herself, oh, and just kicked out of frustration. But it actually looked good. It was pretty vertical. It was a nice finishing turn. With the ride out, probably would have bettered that 2.5 again and chipped away again. But I love the fact that she's not just gone back out there and sat. She's just swung on the next thing that comes. So I think if she can tap into this mentality, we're going to slowly see these 2.5 and this 1.7 chip away. It's just whether or not the ocean is going to play on her side. This is the variable of our sport we have zero control of.
Yeah, well, she's doing the right thing by just rolling that dice. And if she can just find a little bit of energy, find some sets, find a bit of elbow room as well. Because Annette will know all about positioning, trying to exert her dominance in terms of the score as well. If she needs to, a little bit away from that, still 7 minutes on the clock. But Henny, the South African, she'll just try and ride more waves. That's basically what she needs to do. It sounds really simple to say like that. She'll just get a small number in for the last one, the 1.7, but more serving from her. She's getting still time for 2 waves.
It's so funny as a competitor when you're out there and then you make your way in and you feel like you've surfed a horrible heat, or maybe you felt like you're a lot further away from the 8 ball than what you were, and you come in and you chat to your supporters. Like, she might go in and chat to Luke Thompson or Daniel or Anastasia, and they might just be like, if you just had done that then. It's so funny how simple it is, and I think it's only once you step away you go, oh, it is simple.
Here goes Annette again. Really nice. Putting the board on a rail. And then the wave will go kind of soft again, having a little look out the back. I mean, she doesn't look sort of overly enthused in terms of body language, but it was a nice opening turn. Generally speaking, every exchange we've had, if you compare the two getting waves at a sort of similar time, Annette's picked the better waves throughout. That one, again, though, just suddenly running out of steam.
Yeah, it's starting to get to that deeper water. You can see they're sitting down the reef now, so they're sitting on that second part of the reef where the back end of the wave does actually get quite fat. But I think with this incoming tide and this dropping swell, they're having to sit that little bit further in, so that top part of the reef isn't probably breaking properly. But this is just things that these guys are going to learn and going to have to deal with, because prior to the event there was waves every day. This is the smallest 2 days we're going to have, and unfortunately it's just got something that they've got to adapt to right now. And it looks like we might have a little wave coming through here, but no takers right now.
Yeah, priority with Lily at the moment, and an important one, 5.5. So a real crucial sort of time, and particularly if you think about whether she's going to try and find an excellent wave. Energy-wise, in terms of the sets, haven't seen much showing that. So much more chance of getting 2 waves, a couple of 5s, but she will need to get the first of those 2 relatively soon. So let's see how long she holds this priority for. And again, I don't think it's much decision making. It's just whether the wave comes through.
Oh, honestly, that's it. And I think that's where our sport differentiates to every other sport in the world. And as a surfer, we understand that, but the variable of not knowing. Here's this last replay, though, of Lily's. Love that first turn. Was really strong. She just couldn't really get much more happening after this, but she's got the power. She's got it all. She just needs to put it into play on a wave that's going to benefit her. But I feel like right now she's probably left that sit and wait strategy too late, and if it's just going to be anything that comes through, 2 turns is going to get her a pretty nice score, and then hopefully try and snag a wider one away from Annette, because I feel like Annette's going to be the type of competitor who is going to sit on her as soon as she has priority.
Lines coming through here. Let's see if Lily can get in position. She won't do for the first one. That one a little straight. So that's what we want. Energy, sets. That's what she particularly is hoping for, but she will need a little more shape than that. She is significantly wider. As the crew watching on, I think some of the men elimination round heats were on hold on getting that call that we weren't going to be running through. You can have a little bite to eat.
Yeah, it's lunchtime. Let's carb load. It looks like it could be pasta for lunch today. But yeah, I feel like that athletes area, although everyone kind of locks in there is ultimately a really great vibe down there. I feel like everyone's really happy to be here, loving their journey here in the Philippines. And I feel like every time I go down, I still walk away a little pep in my step.
Were you into sort of hanging in the compare and you or sort of be a little bit off-site here? A lot of people are actually staying literally right behind us. They can actually kind of go home and do their prep on the balcony.
Yeah, I used to love a comp site and an athlete zone when I was watching my friends. But when it came down to me, I was away. I just had my little zone. I usually was with my sister and my dad. Matty Cattle, I worked with him a lot growing up. But yeah, I was never one to warm up around other people.
Big headphones?
Big headphones.
What sort of tunage are we thinking?
Okay, so I would flick between... It changed as I got older, but when I was younger, I was a song called Remember the Name by Fort Minor, and a lot of Foo Fighters, like full rock and roll.
Okay, so it's like real fire up type music.
Yeah, a bit more techno as I got older.
All right, here we go, Lily. Trying to go left. It was a closeout and continued frustration from her. So you get fired up with your techno.
Well, I went through a stage. Yeah, I think everyone goes through a techno stage.
Yeah.
Have you gone through it yet?
Sort of depends what you mean by techno. That means get sniffy about it. Because I mean, Australians used to call any sort of electronic music techno back in the day. And we were always quite fussy about what that really meant.
Okay.
And so like, that was...
So maybe our techno's not your techno.
That's not actually techno,
Oh,
mate.
okay, got it.
Yeah, when it was like a real kind of a Belgian scene.
Yes.
But yeah, you know what I always find quite interesting about the amp-up music is you get fast music, you get super fired, and then you just paddle out and sit down.
Yeah, it is a bit of an anticlimax, isn't it?
Yeah, I remember, you hear some people in sports teams and some of them have music on in the dressing room, and certain people would actually ask to not be involved in it because they didn't want to go out and like say soccer. They didn't want to have their first touch to be a heavy one because they're like kind of fired up. They actually want to go and relax, and we're sort of maybe seeing a bit more of that in surfing now with the kind of breathing stuff.
Yeah, the zen.
And rather than getting angry, everyone's getting just zen, just vibing it.
A bit more calm.
Yeah, just breathing.
Yeah, I feel like the more I've watched different sports or learnt about different athletes, I feel like the best athletes in the world are really similar. I'm lost for words, but like repetition between all of the best is that they do meditate and they do use that slow to their advantage so that they can process thoughts and decision making better. Simone Biles, Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, they're just a few people who I know really tapped into that just by watching some documentaries on them. I'm not personal friends with any of them, wish I was.
I think if it's Howling on Shore, I think the techno, the really fast music, some banging rock, that's a really good call.
Yes.
If it's kind of minging, if it's quite nice, I don't know.
If it's 1 foot really onshore and you're at the last heat of the day, techno every day of the week to get hyped up.
All right, here we go. Here goes Annette on an inside steep section. Nice clip off the top from her. 30 seconds on the clock. And that requirement's huge for Lily Henny. Still looking for an excellent way to the tune of an 8.16. So that'll be real hard to get from here. Let's just see if she can get another opportunity. Annette will start to paddle back out. Here's a way for Lily. It's a decent looking opening section. She puts herself a little wide with the first bottom turn. Some nice carving work, but nothing towards the order of magnitude of the score that she needs. And you can see the disappointment. That's understandable.
Yeah, you can see that. I feel her pain. It's not a nice feeling to go all the way here and unfortunately get knocked out in that elimination round. But she still put on a performance in her 2 heats that she had here, and I think she's done her country really proud. And I'm sure if she gets the chance, she'll be back here again.
So Annette will come in for a debrief with a sister and a squad, and yeah, decent job. She surfed well. Didn't kind of change the sport in terms of scores, but it's all about staying alive in the elimination round. It will wrap up our hostilities for the day, but not the broadcast. We've still got some big talking points to bring you. They'll be coming up. We'll be breaking down the day right after the break.
Let's wander the historic city of Vigan. This UNESCO World Heritage Site is one of the best preserved Spanish colonial towns in the world. Walk along cobblestone streets of heritage houses and historic attractions dating back to 1500s. Don't forget to take home Ilocano crusts for pasalubong. Travel back in time in Vigan.
When you choose the Philippines, you know you're in good hands. Where large-scale venues meet state-of-the-art facilities. And where world-class hospitality meets destinations that are beyond extraordinary. With all hands at work to give you the best of the Filipino brand of service excellence. Welcome to the Philippines, where we take your business to heart. When you choose the Philippines, you know you're in good hands. Where large-scale venues meet state-of-the-art facilities. And where world-class hospitality meets destinations that are beyond extraordinary. With all hands at work to give you the best of the Filipino brand of service excellence. Welcome to the Philippines, where we take your business to heart.
Nothing in return, yet makes you yearn to give it back. When it leaves a mark on your soul that you'll take everywhere you go. Because when it's love, you feel it.
Let's wander La Union's Tangadan Falls. The perfect side trip after surfing the waves. Hike along the scenic trail and be greeted by the majestic 50-foot falls. Whoa! The best part? A dip in its cool, refreshing waters. Seek more thrills in La Union.
Welcome back to the World Junior Championships, live from the beautiful shores of the Philippines. La Union Mona Lisa Point has been the spot. The elimination round for the women has been concluded. And surfers yesterday that didn't get themselves in an advancing position had to come back and try and make amends today. We've seen some good performances go down, some slower heats with some tricky conditions, but some statement performances as well. We'll break through those in a sec, the top scores, but just initial thoughts from you, Jessie. What do you think of the day? I
thought the day was great. I thought the women of the elimination round, I thought they lifted again from what we saw on that first day, and I think there was a lot of confidence in the athletes that did move through, and I thought we saw great performances all day, yeah.
Thinking about elimination rounds and coming back and really just trying to stay alive in the event. Obviously, nothing can be won early on, but you can lose out. I mean, it's key, just basically get through however you can do it, Jesse.
Totally. Mostly, if you're talking about, we had actually 3 big names that are standouts for this event on the elimination round. So they had some pressure and they had something to let it out. And they kind of did the job very well today. Mostly, starting to see Kerr with an air reverse, very progressive surfing. And hopefully to see more throughout the event.
Good chance that will feature in our top scores. Just in terms of conditions that we saw out in the water today, it feels like this place is quite a tough one to call. Sometimes there's not much on the forecast, and you are surprised by how much energy there is, but decided not to go with things this afternoon. It's a little slow.
I think it makes sense. By the time we watched that last heat, it was really slow. You could tell that the women were kind of struggling to find steep sections. There was a lot of cutbacks, but unfortunately, that's just the name of the game. Sometimes we get there, sometimes we don't, but we still had some great moments from today. All
right, let's have a look. So our top 5 moments of the day. I think we're going to have a look at Rosie Smart here. She mentioned how much she enjoys surfing on the backhand. She enjoyed herself in this heat.
Oh, definitely. Rosie is so good. Coming from Coffs Harbour, she surfs right-hand points all the time. This wave was excellent, and just when you thought she was done here, she managed to find one last section all the way down and just absolutely belted it. I can literally hear Coffs Harbour screaming from here in the Philippines. Love it from Rosie.
Yeah, nice moment for her. Very cool and collected as well in a heat interview. This was a tough heat, this one. We always knew it was going to take decent surfing, but the 15-year-old from California, she's so great on the backhand, Jesse.
And I think it's so impressive how powerful she is for such a young age. Like, you look at her surfing, you never think she's 15 years old. And right there, just great wave selection, managing through the bottom turns very nicely, and yeah, smooth surfing for her.
This was Ellie Harrison, and you mentioned looking a little out of sorts yesterday, much more kind of classic form from her.
Oh, much more classic Ellie Harrison. That second turn especially had the spark and the rhythm that we know she has, but this wave was insane.
Yeah, that was a beautiful wave from Kokona, and she actually caught my eyes because she's just such a smooth operator, and obviously finish it up with Sierra, which I was mentioning a little bit earlier, so progressive. It's so hard to see on the women's side, and you need a lot of confidence and ability to pull that off in a heat. Mostly second wave of the morning so far, so yeah, that was impressive from her.
Yeah, she had her coffee, whatever it was, that she gets her energy in the morning, and with performances like that, getting excellent numbers from the panel, but doing it with progressive surfing as well. Such an entertainer.
Oh, she is. You just never know what you're going to get with Sierra, whether it's going to be in the air, on the wave, just her ability to showcase so many different varieties of what she has in her repertoire. It's actually probably got her a really big edge on the rest of the field. I think she has the biggest bag of tricks out of anyone in the female division, and the fact that she did that on the second wave is insane.
Yeah, it's very impressive from her.
Let's go and catch up with Annette Gonzalez Etxabarri, winner of the last heat. She's with Mitch.
Yeah, the last heat of the day is never the easiest one, Annette, and you should know more than anybody. I feel like you tend to surf in the later parts of the day most of the time in your heats. How was it out there? It seemed like you found your rhythm early on.
Yeah, it was slow, so my mom told me to take like every wave it came. So I did that, and yeah, happy to make it.
Your mom seems like a very wise person. She's not even here either. How much attention do you think you've paid to your parents so far? Because you've been successful. You're only 16 years of age right now.
Well, I'm 17, but yeah, my mom, she's always with me, my dad, and supporting me. So I'm really grateful. And yeah.
Your English has improved a lot, much more. Remember last year. Getting to this point right now, though, 2 years in a row, as we've gotten to this point in the World Juniors. Your sister, yourself in the event, but a big European crew. They're making you laugh in the background right now. What kind of sense of family do you feel right now with the Europeans?
We are a lot in this comp this year, so I'm really happy. And we are supporting each other, so yeah, we have a really good team. And we are all friends, so we are pushing each other. Yeah.
A word for the people back home?
Ja, eskerrik asko guztatikan, nolatuak bastante txarradia, baina bueno, oso pozik pasatzatikan, eta hurrengoan ikustea.
Paul, let's see if we can get you one of those berets to wear back home too.
Loving the Basque beret. So a bit of euskera there, speaking the Basque language. Yeah, can't really help you there, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I couldn't understand like not even similarity or anything.
It's wild, yeah. Such a cool culture and such a great surf culture as well. They got some amazing surfers from that region. And yeah, good performance from her to wrap up the day. Well, it's been a fun one today. Got key thoughts, key findings. What did we learn from today? It's just talent, basically.
Oh, pretty much. I just think I learned that the juniors coming through are absolutely next level, and I think no matter what pathway they choose over the next few years, we're in for a good show.
Jesse, at this stage in the comp, it's still like you one of the main surfers looking to go towards a win. There's still a lot of heats to come. Yeah, it's all about really just trying to keep a lid on things, is it?
I mean, there's a few names that are always standouts, and they stepped it up today. Luana, obviously, probably the highest seed, the most experienced. Sierra Kerr, Sofia Medina, but yeah, it's still too early. It's anyone's games. We're only going into the round 3 of the women's and still round 2 of the men, so too early to have any picks.
We will be crowning world champions here in the Philippines later on this week. Stay tuned to WorldSurfLeague.com for the call. Find out exactly when we're coming back tomorrow and what our running order is going to be. We'll look forward to seeing you next time we're on. See you later.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.